So your boy's on mute the whole time. I just had this whole conversation confessing all of my personal business, so I'm glad that didn't get recorded. Um, anyways, all right. Welcome back to the channel, you guys. This is Nathan Daly. I'm your law enforcement translator. Clearly, I don't know how to use my own equipment because it's on mute. Um, Listen, I'm glad you guys didn't hear that first half of the conversation. It was probably kind of whack, so I get to start over. Anyways, can everybody hear me good? Let me do the sound check before I go on to my rant. Yes, we can hear you now. All right. How many people in here? Oh, 36. Oh my God. So far, 36. You guys caught me slipping. Anyways, shout out to the subscribers, you guys. Thank you so much for your support. I can't believe I just rambled on for like 5 slick minutes and then didn't know didn't know it was a mic. The mic was muted. Anywho, lost my train of thought. You guys, listen. This is interesting. I normally don't do random live streams because I don't really like doing live streams like that. I don't know why. I'm still trying to get my rhythm on this YouTube thing. I kind of like doing the videos because it just, I don't know. I feel like it's more of a personal thing. And then when I do the live streams, obviously everybody's watching, so there's no room for error. But usually after about 15 minutes, I kind of get into my stride. I can't pull a TLA where he can just go for like 2 hours, just kind of just talking. I can't. I don't have the skill yet, but I'm working on it. So another thing I need to work on too is making sure my mic works before I get started. Anyways, you guys, listen. Thank you so much for last night. We did that premiere video. It did really well about Amir Locke, you guys. I wanted to give a lot of insight about how these things are supposed to work. And I think this is the value of this channel, to be able to give you guys behind the scenes information that a lot of people aren't really aware of, right? Because a lot of officers don't really want to come and have these conversations, and I understand why. But it's not helping the situation. It's really not helping us overall as a nation, as a community, especially within the Black community. You know, we're starving for answers. We're starving for solutions, and we want change. We want change immediately. We're like overdue for something, some real policy changes in this country. And I feel like after last night, you know, kind of watching the video again, you know, I was really disappointed, you know, in the politicians, you know how they are. But I was really honestly disappointed just overall with how they responded to the concerns of the community. And, you know, all the cities are having these problems, right? It's just not Minneapolis, right? They're not the only ones. You know, we had similar issues here in Atlanta as well. And I know in the different cities where you guys are from, the problem is still there. The issue is there are a lot of imbeciles in police, in this police profession. I've had to work with them. It's not uncommon. You have people who are just not good at the job, one, or two, they have no business doing the job in the first place. And somehow they manage to slide through the cracks. You know, during my academy, we had a 50 strong. It was like 50 of us in the academy. And I remember they were pushing the numbers so strong because there was a shortage. And they tie these politics into this whole thing. And I feel like when politics get involved, everything gets messy, right? Because they're not doing it from a genuine place, right? They're not vetting people properly. Like, yeah, we need bodies, put bodies on the street. And what ends up happening is you have problems, you have situations like this, you have officers who are insensitive. You have officers who really don't care about serving the people. You have officers who have ego problems. You have officers who are criminals and they slip in the cracks, right? And so I think the biggest problem that we see from what I've noticed is that you have police departments that are hiring at such a low expectation. They're pulling from the bottom of the barrel, and society's expectations are way over here. And I think law enforcement has to now come to grips and say, listen, we got to meet society's expectations. There's no room for excuses, right? So with this Amir Locke situation, I think one of the biggest problems in this is just training. The training was bad. The investigation was bad. And overzealous, too quick to shoot. And, you know, I think when it comes to these no-knock warrants, what's the big challenge? The big challenge is it's a danger for both officers and civilians that are inside the location. And I say that because if you go into somebody's house and you don't knock, you don't give them that, you know, that 10 to 15 seconds worth of time to be alerted that the police are present. You have a right to defend your home if you think there's someone attacking you, right? So there's a automatic conflict between a no-knock warrant and then a person's right to defend their property. So here's the problem. I think one of the biggest issues with this is going to be the gun, the gun, the angle of the gun, and was there an officer in direct line of sight with Amir holding that gun? To me, in the video, looked like the gun was pointed downward. At the same time, his finger was out of the trigger. Now, of course, in high intense situations, you can't expect officers to look at all of those things like, oh, well, I did see his finger wasn't there. One of the things that they trained us when we're going into a home, especially if we are searching a location for a suspect, if it's at night, we turn the lights on, right? And so these are things that they don't really teach everybody. And again, I tell everybody at the end of the day, all police departments train differently. We're not all the same. And a lot of people don't think that. A lot of people would know that because they're not in the profession. But I've seen it working with other officers. We talk, and we have conversations about training. And then I find out they didn't have the same type of quality training that I had. I think I was just very blessed. I worked at a department who really, really, really put emphasis on real based training. So things that actually really happen in the field, they actually train us based off of that. And on top of that, it's an officer's responsibility to continue their own training outside of the department. And of course, a lot of people don't do that either. So when we talk about changing the police, we need to really, really revamp the entire system. The entire system. Let me go through some of these chats to see what you guys are talking. Since I blow out, I can't hear you. Can you guys? Okay, these are old. Let me see. Go through here. Okay, good. We're good. Okay, Lucy Elaine. So listen, you guys, we're gonna have this conversation. I'm gonna give it just a few minutes, get some more people in, and then I'm gonna dive into the all the details. Let's see. None of us are perfect. We don't expect you to be either. All right, so this is good. We don't expect the police to be perfect. This is so true. But what we do expect for them to be is good at the job, right? And we talk about perfection, we're aware, right, that no one's perfect. But I think when I think about law enforcement is that I always like to compare them to doctors and pilots because we're in charge of the safety of another person. We're in charge of protecting life. We would never say as a pilot, we don't expect you to be perfect. Yeah, we want the pilot to be perfect. Could you imagine if the pilot came to work and the pilot was just lazy at his job or her job? If the doctor decided to be lazy at his or her job, we don't say that. I feel like we give police officers too much latitude to be sorry. To be honest, I think we give them too much latitude. And I say that because I've seen them train, right? We all laugh when we see like a heavy set officer running up and down. You're like, come on, dude, why would you let yourself get so overweight? Like you don't take the job seriously. You don't train, like, right? Like you started off, you're in good shape, and then 5 years later, you have your stomach's out of here, you can barely chase anybody. So that's someone who doesn't take the job seriously. So what happens in law enforcement is people get comfortable, right? The job is very easy, you guys. We show up, we take reports, every now and then something dangerous might happen. But when I first started, one thing that I noticed about law enforcement is that majority of the time people comply, right? The majority of the time you make contact with someone, people are like, all right, okay, I'm wrong, officer, give me my ticket. Or okay, I'm gonna go to jail. And there's always that other percentage of time where there's people who buck the system, people who are like, nah, I'm not gonna comply. And that's when the real job begins. When someone says they're not going to jail, and the first time that happened to me was on a domestic. A guy told me that he can't go back. He just got released out of prison. And he's like, I'm not going back to jail. So if you're going to arrest me, he said, you're going to have to earn it. You got to come over here and earn it. And I was like 22 at the time, and this is a grown man. And so we're not looking for perfection, but we're looking for people who take their job seriously. We're looking for officers who are willing to rise to the occasion, right? Rise to the qualification and the expectation that society is asking us to be. And society is not asking for much. They just want people who make good judgment call, people who can be unbiased when they're doing their job, take all their personal feelings out of the profession and actually be fair and treat people with equitable treatment. And I think that's going to be key. It's hard to find that. It's hard to find quality people to do this profession because nobody wants to do it. Could you imagine? Someone we say pay officers more, but then the reality is, even if we did, who's willing to put their self out there? Who's willing to make that risk, right? Me personally, I can speak. I can speak for myself on this. I'm the type of person where I love helping people, so it just came very natural when I got into law enforcement. Just the idea of saving lives, the idea of making someone's life a lot better was something that I really, really enjoyed. And so the first time I saved a person's life, I just remember how good it felt. And I wanted to do it again. The first time I made an arrest and protected someone from someone very violent, it felt good. And I wanted to do it again, right? You become addicted to helping people in a sense. And sometimes you forget about the danger. So shout out to the Intentional Millionaire. Thank you so much for this super chat, this $20 super chat. I really appreciate the support, you guys. I really appreciate you guys so much, especially since I got on YouTube. You guys have been a big, big blessing. You make it easy. Everybody's just, we come together as a community and help out. It's doing YouTube is very challenging. I would say that. And it does test your character, especially dealing with unique people in this space. But I'll shout out to my boy. Good point with the doctors and pilots. The main difference is the amount of pay. True. Offer for those positions versus police. Raise the pay and the standards, and you will get better quality people for the job. I agree, absolutely. Shout out to you, Chris. He's absolutely right. We got to raise the pay, and I think when you raise the pay, there's so much more you can do, you guys. I have a lot of reform ideas for law enforcement. A lot. I'm talking a lot. And pay is one of them. Making the officers, insuring police officers. Just like doctors have malpractice insurance, just like how pilots have insurance, and if you mess up, you lose your license. You can solve two birds with one stone. What's the issue? If the officer's insured with a license and it's a nationwide license, right? You have an insurance company that's willing to insure that officer, say with a $2 million policy. Last night, if you guys saw the video, I posted a clip, not a clip, but a screenshot of how much Minnesota or Minneapolis has paid out because of police misconduct, right? Lawsuits, $111 million so far. It's a lot of money. So you think about, those are tax dollars. Those are tax dollars. People are paying for that. And so again, how do you circumvent around that? Make the officers get insured. Let them get insurance. Geico, what's the duck? Who else? Allstate. You'd be like, if you're in good hands, right? So these officers have insurance. So now, as an officer, if you violate someone's rights, if you do something illegal, you're sued, and you have insurance and you're covered, right? But then the insurance company says, hey, listen, you had 2 complaints, you had 2 lawsuits, you cost us, almost $1 million. We're dropping you from this insurance plan. And then what happens? You can't keep your license now as an officer if you don't have insurance, if you can't be insured. That's the incentive. Without a license, you can't police anywhere. So now you say you want to go to another state. In Georgia, you lost, no one wants to insure you, right? In Georgia. So now you go to Florida. So it doesn't matter because insurance companies are nationwide. So they're looking at it like, hey, we saw you had Geico earlier. You cost them almost $1 million. We don't think we can, you're too much of a liability. We can't insure you. You can't get a job. Right. And so I think that is one of the things that I'm going to be pushing soon. I plan on meeting up with some political figures to have this conversation and hopefully have Atlanta test pilot the idea, and so with that, how do you get officers to sign up? What you do is you pay them more. Like, hey, we'll give you an extra 20, so 20 grand on your salary if you be willing to sign on this new idea about being insured. Let me see. Let me get through here. There's three places rated. So in reference to the case, we got 81 in here. Yes. Welcome, you guys. When you guys jump in, please hit the like button. And also, anybody interested in jumping up, I'm gonna take some callers probably in like 30 minutes. I'm gonna try to short stroke you guys. I can't do the long stroking like TLA. I'm a short stroke you guys. So is there 3 places rated? They did do a search. They did do 3 locations. There were 3 apartments, I believe, in the same building that they checked. And a correction from last night, you guys, when I made the video 2 nights ago, there was some more information that came out that I wasn't able to put in that video. So I'm going to clarify in this video right now is that Amir Locke was actually at a family's home, a family's residence. So this makes the situation even worse, right? Because a lot of times people say guilty by association. We all have people in our family. You have some people in our family that aren't living right, right? They cause problems or whatever. And if this is the case in this situation, it's going to be very unfortunate that the behavior of one family member or a person or even a close friend, like we don't know what the relationship is, but the mother said that Amir was staying at a family's residence. And so we don't know what the relationship is, but if that's the case, that's very disappointing. We saw this with Dante Wright, as well. And this situation is when officers make mistakes, it can be deadly. And in this situation, a mistake was made. And not only that, you have a family member, if this is a family member, that put the family at risk because of their lifestyle. Where have I also seen this? Drug dealers, right? Drug dealers who trap at the house, right? You have young kids, they'll sell out. I had one kid who was selling out of his back window of his apartment. And so he would, people would call, send him money, cash app him the money, and then he would just fish the drugs over the window, right? Well, of course, he got some people set him up, right? Some friends set him up. And what happened? What ended up happening was when they knew he had got a new batch of marijuana and pills, well, what they ended up doing, they ended up kicking in his door. And they got into a little shootout. The family was present, and luckily nobody got hurt. But one of the conversations I had with the kid was just like, man, you put your entire family at risk, your entire family at risk. And, and this is what it's starting to sound like with Amir Locke, unfortunately, even though the officers didn't do their job properly. So I want to touch on that. And this is something unique I'm going to do in this video, you guys. I haven't done this before, but I'm also going to go over some of the comments that were listed in the description section of that video, because a lot of people had some interesting things to say, and I want to make sure I cover that. So let me go to this chat. You guys, if you have any questions too, throw them in the live chat. I'm gonna get to them. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to you guys. This is Miss Vicky. Marlon Speed was the lease of the apartment, Amir Locke's cousin. Oh, there we go. Listen, you guys be having the intel. Okay, so Marlon Speed was the lease of the apartment. Okay, so they were cousins. Now, people were talking about him sleeping with the gun. Some people were saying, well, it's not his house. It doesn't matter. When you're in the home, you're in the home. You have a right to be there and be protected. So, man, who knows what lifestyle his cousin was living, right? What are the charges? They arrested him last night, you guys. They arrested the suspect last night. He is charged with second-degree murder. He committed, for whatever evidence they have, we don't know what St. Paul put together, but what we do know is that they charged him with second-degree murder. What we do know is he's a 17-year-old boy. He's 17 years old. If he did take someone's life, did commit homicide, because we don't know anything about the story. What did he say? Lucy Elaine said, I would love to get your feedback from the popcorn murder trial. I'm going to have to look it up, Lucy. If you could email me the information, I'll take a look at it. It's retired cop shot a man after he threw popcorn in a movie theater. There's been a lot of movie theater shootings. People are ignorant. People are ignorant. There's a lot of death going on. Even in Atlanta right now, we had a Atlanta officer shot like 6 times trying to make an arrest of a gang member. So much violence lately, you guys. So much violence. Shout out to Luke Casely. Welcome. She said, my ex-husband worked for the City of Miami Police Department, and he had to take a psychological test. Yes, I've taken one. They make you take one after any type of severe incidents or traumatic incidents. So I was involved in a shooting. I had to take one after that. After you fire your weapon in the line of duty, they make you take another exam. But the exams are like, they're like anything else. Like you can just talk your way out of it. They're like, oh, do you like to hurt yourself? Be like, no. And your risk could just be cut all the way up, right? And so at the end of the day, it's like, is that the best way to vet? I think you need them. There's no way around it. You need them, but I would also say that there are other things that they can do to vet people. Oh snap! Someone dropped a Cash App. Man, you guys are so awesome. Sakuna sent a Cash App. Thank you so much, Sakuna. I really appreciate that. Really appreciate that. Let me go down here to the and shout out again, Lucchese, and all that you do and all that you support. I really appreciate you. She's definitely Lucchese is one of the great members of the TLA channel, and she came by to give support. And TLA has been really great, you guys. Shout out to him, the lead attorney. He's been a very, very great mentor in this space, encouraging people just to kind of step out and do something different, try something different. If you have knowledge and expertise, and bring it out to the forefront. So again, thank you again, Lucchese, and everybody who supports over here, and also those who support TLA, who come over here and supported me. I really appreciate you guys. You guys are awesome. So let's see, Mr. T here. All right, Mr. T. All right. Let's see what we got here. So she said Marlon Speed is the guy's name. I'm gonna write that down. I'm gonna look into him some more. Thank you so much, Miss Vicky. I really appreciate that. Marlon Speed is the cousin. History with the MPL's police department, in addition to the murder investigation. The Duck Affleck. That's right. That's right. All right. Let me go through here. What Cam T say? Hey Cam, welcome. I'm glad you caught me. And we were talking in the chat before. Welcome to one of my live streams. We do pretty good over here. We do pretty good. If you guys want to come up, I'm gonna bring some people in about 30 minutes. I want to go through this, and then I'm gonna run through some of these chats some more. So nurses carry insurance on their license. If they get a DUI, even off the clock, they can lose. Yes, this is why I had a I had a nursing student one time, and she was with her boyfriend, and they were smoking. They had like half an ounce of marijuana, and I told her, I said, listen, you're trying to get it. You're not going to get your nursing license. Don't risk it all for some BS marijuana. You have to tell people, educate people, because you work so hard and get this and go to school and get that license. You can lose it so easy. You can lose it on anything. Officers can get fired off of DUIs. Officers can lose a job off domestics. So it's very true. Some of these professions are very sensitive. You just can't come out here and do what you want to do. Never understood why police officers and teachers are so underpaid. Me neither. This tells you honestly, what I say is it's a reflection of the nation, the country that you're in. It lets you know where their priorities are. In other countries, they invest real heavily in their law enforcement, their criminal justice system, their mental health, and their health in general, right? They also invest heavily in education, because to them, they're looking at it like we are investing in our future. So we want this generation to be exceptional because they're here to take care of us. We don't have that mentality in this country. It's more so like, how many people can we get to take care of the small majority or the minority, right? It's the class system here is out of control. It's so out of control. Everything's about money. It has nothing to do with the future generation. It's about keeping people dumb. The more uneducated people we have, the more money they spend, right? And the more they support the top. So that's why. And with the police, the same thing. They don't want to fix the law enforcement problem, you guys. They know how to fix it. They don't want to fix it. And last night, when you saw at the press conference, you saw the lady. She just went after the mayor and was like, "Man, this is BS. We're not going to take this anymore. We're not accepting this. Fix it." This is how they need to be talked to, you guys. They have all this power and they just blow it away on foolishness. They have no intentions of solving the problem. No intentions. It was his cousin's place. He was Homeland Security. What? Yeah, you got to break that down for me, Mr. T. I got to hear that. What did Dwayne Wilkins say? I know you have to address all angles, but we have yet to know if anyone who lives there was a suspect. We don't know. We don't know, Dwayne. What we do know is we don't know if. See, this is the problem. The problem is St. Paul is sitting on all the information. And I will say this, Minneapolis knows what the information is. They just refuse to say it, which is not good at all. I mean, that was bad for the interim chief. She's not gonna make it, you guys. The mayor's not gonna make it either behind this. This is a royal mess up. They should have just been transparent. They should have just said what it was, you know, and say, hey, you St. Paul, you need to be present at this press conference. You need to speak. You need to say something. Horrible PR. Horrible PR. And even if Amir Locke was a suspect in this homicide investigation, it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter. He shouldn't have been shot. You know, they didn't give him. Yeah, they said he was. Yeah, he's 17, according to the news article. Said he was 17. They didn't give him any. They didn't give. You got to tell people to drop the gun, especially in a situation like that. You know, officers are required to use what we call due regard. The law says due regard. We are held at a higher standard. We just can't do what we want to do. I know it looks like that according to the news, or where the news puts it out there. But you guys, to be honest with you, that's not how I was taught. That's not how I understand the law, and that's why, you know, when I come out here and make these videos, I'm just very honest. I'm very honest. And so, you know, I question the problem. The one thing that I've noticed the most is that all police departments are not created equal, and the leadership isn't either. I keep it hanging with arm's reach. Exactly. I know plenty of people, especially military vets. So shout out to Jermaine. Looks like he might be a military guy. I know a lot of people. I have friends who have guns by the bed, keep guns under the pillow, and you kick in their door, you know, good luck. You know, good luck. And so that's not a legitimate excuse. First of all, they should have went in there with the ballistic shield. There's no reason why SWAT should be doing a high risk warrant without a ballistic shield. That is absolutely ridiculous. Ridiculous, because one, it puts the officer in danger. You know, and so they should have never used a no-knock warrant. They shouldn't have. Here's the thing. The guy's on the 7th floor. Where is he going? Where is he going? On the 7th floor? He's going to hop out the window? You know, the no-knock warrant is really specifically for dangerous, high-risk situations, or when you fear that the person is going to destroy evidence. If they had did the proper surveillance, right? And first of all, okay. Let me go back. 6:30 in the morning, you guys. We don't know whether or not he was up or not. We don't know. We don't know. And when you wake somebody up at 6:30 in the morning, there's no way to even verify if he even heard, right? If he even heard them make the announcement. So you can easily, I'm gonna tell you this stuff's gonna go to the jury. The jury's gonna be like, there's no way you could verify that he knew that the police were in this house and in the location. And the fact that he's a guest and he doesn't live there even makes it worse. Why? Because then you think someone's breaking in, especially if you know the lifestyle that your cousin lives. For him to be that close to his gun, nah, you know, there's a lot of things aren't adding up. You know, he's on the sofa and he could have had the gun in his waistband. He's a carrier, so he's carrying the gun. Could have been in his waistband. He could have put it on the side because he was sleeping. He hears somebody come through screaming. He's startled. He picks the gun up. He picked the gun up the same way I picked my gun up, with my index finger out of the trigger well. I don't know. I don't see the cop getting off on this because there's one thing, first of all, and I'm going to tell you why. Because they didn't release the body cameras from the other officers. You just released one body cam. And you're talking about transparency. I would have released every camera. Here's officer 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. You guys, I can send you videos about police departments who are very transparent and they give everything. You know, recently there was a case where a sergeant was getting ready to use excessive force on a suspect that was handcuffed in a car, and a female officer grabbed him, tried to pull him off. He turned around and pushed her in the throat, right? And pushed her up against the car. So the chief thought it was a good idea to release the body cam, the video, and then cut the audio out. Like what kind of shit is that, right? Like, why would you do that? So the problem is you have these departments that act like they're just these individual countries, like they're their own army. Like no one can tell them nothing. The ego, man, is a powerful, powerful drug, man. And when you get that in your system, when you get that ego in your system, it's no joke, you guys. So yeah, Jermaine is right. There's he carries a gun. He has a license. He was asleep. He probably had the gun in his waistband, maybe off to the side. He got up frantically, picked his gun up, and before he could even process the situation, they double tapped him in the chest. Before he can even acknowledge what was going on. Then you had one of the officers kick the sofa, and that's probably what startled him. He probably didn't even hear them when they came in. You guys, I've slept through alarms. You have people who sleep through a fire alarm. He didn't jump up until after the sofa was kicked. And the reason why I keep saying they need to have a ballistic shield, you guys, is because with the shield in place, the officers, you have a little bit more leverage to have a conversation, right? You feel a little more safer, you feel more comfortable to speak through the shield. Hey, get your hands up. Hey, slow down, don't move. Hey, drop the weapon, right? It's getting bad out here, you guys. And I said it last night in the video. I wouldn't be surprised. And this is what happens when officers keep messing up. They're going to take these tools away. They're talking about taking away no-knock warrants. No-knock warrants are needed. They're needed, and they're a good tool to have when they're used properly. And I said it last night. You give officers 30 bullets. They got 30 bullets. Some carry 50. And you watch them empty 2 clips into a house, or the Breonna Taylor case. Mind-blowing. And then they try to cover it up. It was so obvious. It was so obvious. And, I love talking to officers that try to justify the foolishness, you guys. I chew them up. I don't believe in taking sides because I'm not on the side, you guys. I'm on the side of truth. I'm on the side of transparency. My job is to serve the people. I don't serve officers. I serve the people. My loyalty. I have loyalty for officers, yeah. But when they mess up, you guys, I call them out. Shout out to you guys, everybody jumping into the to the live stream. Welcome, you guys. Please, as you enter, hit the like button. Please hit the like button. We are gonna have call-ins. Let me go through some of these chats, see what people are talking about. What's up, Chocolate Boutique? What's up, Jill? What's up? She's always talking about chocolate. I need to go to your page to see what you're working with over there with the chocolate. Who all lived or stayed at the apartment? No one. They didn't say. The mother said that it's family. So all she said was a family's house. No transparent when info is held. Nope. No transparency at all. What Dwayne say? Royal F up. Absolutely. Sometimes I think specific group of people want inept Leos for a reason. The more chaos, the more people go, oh, absolutely. I think so too. This is a vicious cycle, you guys, and I don't know if you are witnessing this take place, but I'm gonna be very transparent with you. What do I notice? I noticed this crime bill about to circle back around, you guys. I see them about to push a crime bill. The violence in this country is off the charts. In some of these cities, it's getting worse every single year. The citizens want something done, right? They want more police. They want better police. It's a weird dynamic. Even here in Georgia, they just the governor just signed over what they call a constitutional carry, meaning that, listen, we're not going to put any restrictions. If you're legal to carry a gun at this point, because the police aren't always going to get there. It's going to be up to people to protect themselves. I've talked to some people who think that this situation is going to be justified. I spoke to some officers. They're like, we think it's going to be justified. There's only one way this is going to be justified, you guys, this shoot. Pretty Ugly Truths. Shout out to LaMonica. She says, hey, TLO. Listen, you guys, I love that name, TLO. The lead officer. It has a ring to it. It has a sweet ring to it. Will the officer and officials be reprimanded for walking off from the conference? That was insane. It is the level of disrespect. And thank you so much for this super chat. You know what's so funny? He's the mayor. Who's going to check the mayor? The mayor left. He didn't even say anything, right? You could see their egos were so bruised. She went up there and she gave it to them. She had to, though. You guys, that's what we need to do more often. That's what needs to happen. You know, people have been afraid to come and talk to these people. What did they did when they're protesting last night? They drove in front and sat and parked in front of the interim chief's house. You know, people are tired, man. I'm tired. I'm tired of it too. Because you guys, I put myself in this position now because I want change. You know, I see the things that are going on. I see the manipulation. I see the games that are played. I see people who are capitalizing off of Black deaths, right? I know they're not genuine, you guys. I've had run-ins with these civil rights attorneys, man. I won't speak on all of them, but the ones I've come in contact with, they don't care, you guys. They're making so much money off of this. They're making 33% off of whatever the family gets. So when you have someone like Breonna Taylor, family making like 50 million off of this, they get 33%. 33%, you guys, it's a lot of money. Yep, it's a lot of money. There's so many games being played, you know, in our community, guys. We are being taken advantage of in every single aspect. You know, we're profitable when we die. We're profitable when we're alive. We're profitable when we're broke. We're profitable when we're rich. You guys, people make money on all aspects. I had a funeral director tell me how much money he gets every time a dead body, a Black body, hits the ground. You know, it's like a chop shop for cars, but it's with your organs. You know, you guys, a lot of these healthy young Black men out here shooting each other up, and they just take your body and take those organs out, and then, you know, nobody wants to fix the problem, you guys, because it's profitable. Black misery is profitable. Black violence is profitable. You know, the day we start loving each other better in this country, a lot of people are going to be out of a job. A lot of people will be out of a job. How can the police shoot 10 seconds after entering the room? Because they're idiots, not good at their job, trigger happy, overzealous. No sense of situational awareness. You guys, in this job, unfortunately, you know, I was taught, you know, if you want to stay out of court, this is how I was taught, right? The suspect, you have to truly be put in fear of your life, right? A person holding a gun does not constitute you taking their life. They have to manifest the threat, right? It's not so simple as just a person. This is why you have a person who has a knife and they could be several feet away from you. You just can't shoot them. You just can't. So when the DA looks at this is going to be interesting because the other body cam footage is going to tell the story. And when you see the proximity, the thing with the gun, though, the thing that makes the gun differently is that the gun can close distance, right? Because all you have to do is pull the trigger. So the distance is important. Well, I would say it's not relevant, right? Depending on what type of firearm you have, it's not really relevant because the gun is just as dangerous in 5 feet as it is in 30 feet. But what do you need? You need a person to manifest the threat, meaning they need to, at some point, show some type of intentionality that they are threatening you, some type of threatening gesture with the gun. Him waking up, one would argue, though, right? You could say, well, maybe he did hear us. A lot of people, what I'm hearing about online is that they're like, oh, of course he should have heard. The officers were loud. He should have heard. There's no way he could say that he didn't hear the police come through the door. These are these police junkies, these law enforcement addicts, people who just love the police and think they can't do any wrong. I don't have that mentality because I've worked with some of them, and some of them are idiots and imbeciles. I tell you, I had a coworker put a bullet backwards in the gun. Tell me how they did. I couldn't even tell you. Had officers at the gun range, never cleaned the gun. The gun doesn't even work. Open the gun, it's full of lint, cookies, and Skittles. I kid you not, you guys. You know, these are the people that you're trusting with your freedom to protect your rights. I know officers that don't even know the law, don't understand the law, and you give them a gun. I know I had officers. Listen, I've been en route to a homicide, a murder, or I'll say murder in progress, right? An armed robbery in progress where a person was shot, and you had people hiding, officers hiding behind buildings, don't want to go. Why are you doing this job? You know, policing is not supposed to be society's dumping ground for people who just feel like they want to do something and get paid. Like the problem is it's too easy. It's too easy to become an officer. It's way too easy, you guys. I'm just gonna be honest. Now, I took the job seriously, right? I'm gonna give myself a pat on the back. I took the job very seriously. I understood, you know, in the academy when I started, there were 2 officers that lost their life while I was still in training. We're just 2 weeks from graduating. I want to say about 2-3 weeks from graduating, and 2 officers were slain on the same night, same incident. 2 officers killed, Barker and Bryant. If you guys look it up, Officer Barker, Officer Bryant. You talking about a reality check? You know, it was all fun and games for me until that happened. You know, I was looking real cute in my little BDUs and my little shirt. You know, back then I was about 180 pounds. You know, and then we got a call, said we need to get to the academy early. We just lost 2 officers, you know, and my whole world changed after that, you guys. We got back to the academy after we were helping out, doing the searching for evidence and things like that. One of my best friends found the murder weapon. The suspect hid, he dug it, he dug a hole and then dropped the gun in there and then covered it up. He found that. It was a reality check for us. And we got back to the precinct and we're sitting in the academy classroom after, you know, these 2 officers slain. I'm walking by grown men and women crying, officers who knew them, trained them. You know, my instructor, he was a Marine. And, you know, you could see it in his face. He's like, you know, I trained these guys. You know, these were my students. And, you know, that was that was the reality check for me. This wasn't a game. You know, wasn't a game. And they were considered to be some of the top 2 officers that lost their life. And the way they died, you guys, you know, the suspect shot at one of the officers. The bullet, we call this perp magic in law enforcement. We call it perp magic. When the suspect does something so ridiculous and manage to pull it off, right? We had suspects jump from windows, 3 stories, land, and not break a bone, right? We call it perp magic. What did he do in this case? He shot at the officers. The bullet hit the officer's belt buckle, went up underneath his vest, and then penetrated through his lungs and his heart area, up in the top. And that's how he ended up dying. What are the odds of that? What are the odds of that? And, you know, this is the job, right? This is the job. We had people quit that day, you know? So the problem is we don't have good people who really want to do this job for the right reasons. Then you have good people who do the job for the right reasons and they get they get tainted, right? They can't handle the power. There's so much power in this profession, you guys, they can't handle it. No one likes to have that conversation. No one teaches you how to deal with power. That's the problem. If you don't have a strong base, if you don't have a strong foundation of self-awareness, if you're not rooted in something greater than yourself, you guys, ego takes over. This is what happens. Where you can walk into a house knowing the risk and the dangers and shoot without thinking, right? Shoot without properly assessing. It's poor training. It's poor training. I could tell the training was poor just by the way they entered into the door. That's not SWAT tactics. I don't know what that was. But that's not SWAT. That's not tactical at all. At all. One, the first thing is they had no ballistic shield. 2, they didn't even stack up. They had no formation. Nah. They left the lights off. You know, poor tactics. Poor tactics. The SWAT team told him to get on the, yeah, and they're cursing at him. He's asleep. What do you, and you know, when you do stuff like that, you automatically are thinking, it makes me wonder, do they even know what the real suspect said? Marlon Speed. Marlon Speed's the suspect. Do you even know what he looks like? Did you guys even get a picture of him? Did you even get a picture of him? ID him? You know, they told him to get on the floor. You know, so again, the problem is, the officers can speak. What's going to happen in court and trial? You guys are going to say, listen, officers, you guys were talking just fine. You managed, you found time to curse at him. You told him, get the fuck on the ground. He's laying on the couch. You told him, get on the ground. He's asleep. That doesn't even make any sense. Everybody is yelling commands. That's how I know this is not tactical at all, right? Because there's always a 1-point man on the SWAT formation. You have the front guard, you have the rear guard. The front guard, you're in charge. There's only one person who should be making commands. One person. You could argue that, how could he have heard that this is the police? First of all, you can't see nothing. You got lights, a bunch of lights everywhere. First of all, those flashlights, you guys don't know, man. Those lights are no joke. You hold them up to your skin too long, it'll burn your skin. Can't see anything. The man's disoriented. Possibly, right? Possibly he was asleep, or he probably wasn't. Hell, we don't know because you killed him. We can't even ask him anything, right? This is why people don't like the situation with Tamir Rice. Did you make any effort? Did you make any effort? I think, what's going to happen is, until we see the other body cam, you guys, we got to see it from all officers' perspective to be able to truly see what the officer saw. But then the question is, who shot? Was it the officer who was an immediate threat, immediate lineup with the gun? No, it looked like it was one of the officers on the side from the body cam we saw. We're looking at a manslaughter charge, you guys. We're looking at a manslaughter charge. 10 seconds. They came in the room because they intended to use the gun. That's why. Go through here. Chocolate Boutique. Yeah, I heard about the Chocolate Boutique. Jill's Chocolate Boutique. I've heard about it. I gotta do some checking. Amir didn't even have a chance to think. No, he didn't have a chance to think. Nope. So there's probably multiple people in that apartment. Let me see. Let me go through here. The ego's detrimental. Quita G, man, the ego is so bad. The ego is so bad. And you guys, I'm not perfect. Every now and then it'll creep up on me too. But my love for helping and serving people always superseded that. Always, you guys. I never led with my ego. Not at all, not one time. Now I might put the uniform, look in the mirror, I do a little something like that. But my whole objective was keeping people safe, locking up criminals, making sure people were treated fairly. You guys, you can run my name in the streets. My name comes back clean. There's no way, if I was shady, corrupt, or whatever, would I ever try to jump on YouTube. This is why you don't see a lot of officers doing this. They can't put their face where their mouth is, you guys. Be mindful of that. And at the same time, too, because I'm no longer working, I'm free. I can spread my wings and say what I want to say. You got some officers you can't really say much about the job because they'll fire you. Police departments that provide full transparency should be financially incentivized. Ooh, that's a good idea. That's actually a good idea. I'm gonna have to write that down. I think that's actually a really good idea. You guys, money talks. At the end of the day, if you want, because see, police departments get federal money, which is why they cooperate when they do these things. So when you share this data, the data like use of force data and things like that, the shooting, because the federal government is giving them incentives to do that. There's still some states that do not cooperate, you guys. And I believe that's up to the citizens to speak out against that. But a lot of people aren't really invested, Oh, you said you heard the warrant was to seize property? No, there's no way. There's no way. Um, if that's the case, they're done. If that's the case, they're done. But the warrant gives them access. If they have warrants for property, it's still a search warrant. But the way they marketed it to the media, they made it seem like they had an actual search warrant for the suspect, the actual suspect who committed the homicide, January 10th, which we're suspecting that's Marlon Speed, right? Which is Amir's cousin, and he probably the cousin probably turned himself in after Amir got shot. Could you imagine? You, a family member living a life of crime, and you end up getting another family member killed because of your foolishness? It happens a lot, you guys. It happens a lot. If that's the case, he got killed over a search warrant for property. That's even worse. And the citizens are not going to have it. You live in that fast life dealing with folks with rolling crime, understand the risk are high. No, I agree. The risk is high. It's guilty by association, you guys, and that's the problem. Unfortunately, this was the argument that people were trying to make about Breonna Taylor, saying that, hey, listen, you were dating a drug dealer. You were helping him out. You're putting money on his books. You were his stash house. That's where they stashed the money at. And listen, you guys, that's the reason why I think those detectives broke off from the main investigation to go and hit her apartment, because they knew that's what that she was the stash house. Breonna Taylor had the stash. That's usually what drug dealers do. They put things in the girlfriend's name, right? They keep the money at the girlfriend's house, right? And so the detectives knew that. They're doing a raid on a house with the SWAT team where they knew where the suspects were at. They had the warrants. They did the surveillance. They knew where the suspects were at when the Breonna Taylor case. And then miraculously, you got a few of the narcotics detectives decide they want to go and go the scenic route. Hey, you guys, we're going to go back and grab some coffee. You guys got this? Yeah, we got it. The SWAT team didn't even know they were hitting the second location. You guys, they're corrupt. And you know why they got away with it? Because there was a high-ranking official that was there on the scene. Corruption's a thing, you guys. I got to do a video on how it actually works so you guys understand how it works. Sometimes we're blaming the wrong people. But it's a very unique thing. But yeah, I looked into the Breonna Taylor thing real deep, you guys. And I was still recovering when the incident happened. And I wish I had a channel then, because I'd have been. This was before the doctor told me I wasn't going to be able to go back to work. So in my mind, I'm thinking that I'm going back to work. But if I'd have known, I would have did a video on the Breonna Taylor thing. I'd have told you guys all the juice, But I'm gonna let things lay where they are, because sometimes it's not good to dig up old bones, right? Unless something happens, and someone asks me, I'm gonna tell it, because I don't have a problem keeping it real. Ados Detroit, what up? What up? What's good to Detroit? We got to fix y'all department up there too. Y'all department a little crazy too. Police department of Detroit. I heard. I know. I talked to a couple cats from Detroit that came down here. It's like, man, he's like 12 up there, 12 up in Detroit ain't no joke. But the crime is crazy in Detroit too, and the violence is off the chain too. And shout out to those pushing reparations, you guys. It's a debt. It's a debt that needs to be paid. It's a debt that needs to be paid. But there's some work on our part. Some work on our part too. All right, let me go through here. Let me go through these chats. Matthew said the kid who shot the whole church up in Charlotte didn't get shot 10 seconds to the police for all. This country's policing is so messed up. Yeah, and people make these comparisons, and I will say this in reference to that. Every officer is different, right? Every officer is different. You might put me in a scenario with 10 other officers, and you might have one of the officers who are going to shoot within 5 seconds. I might have shot in 3, right? Depending on the situation, because we all analyze scenarios and situations differently. And so again, we have to always keep that in mind, that all police officers are not created equal. We look at things differently. We have different temperaments. Words don't bother me. Words bother some officers. You have some officers that are very petty. You have some officers that are very emotional. You have some officers that are very ego driven. And so All of those things have to be taken into account. And you have some officers who aren't trained well. You know, you have some officers that are very scary. They can't use their hands. You know, only time I drew my gun out was when I thought someone had a weapon or they actually had a weapon. Other than that, we don't have to box this out. I use the pepper spray a lot. If you guys haven't seen my pepper spray video, how I got sprayed with my own spray, guys, please check that out on the it's in the video section, the catalog. But yeah, I use the spray all the time. I used to wear the spray out. You know, I wasn't a fan of the gun like that. You know, the gun is a specific tool to do a specific job. And when you do that job, the job is done. There's no going back. There are times where I could have used my gun and I chose not to because the risk was too high, right? There was too many innocent people around. You know, I had an incident with a coworker where I'm wrestling with another suspect and he's in the middle and the suspect had a gun he was trying to get and we couldn't get to the gun of the suspect. So, you know, the fear of losing my partner, the fear of shooting the suspect, or the fear of missing and then shooting my partner trying to shoot the suspect. You guys, these are things. And this is a thing. I tell this all the time. This is a thinking job. It's a thinking job. The problem is we have people in this job who can't think. They don't think well, right? They're not good. They're not good critical thinkers. They're not good at thinking under pressure. And that's a big problem. Oh my God. Yeah. I'm behind on the chat. The money they get. Yeah, the money they get off of these cases is ridiculous. Ridiculous. Mr. Zion, listening to you, I can begin to have some respect for law enforcement. Hey, I appreciate that, brother. I appreciate that. Listen, with all jokes aside, though, I'm not the only one out here that thinks like this. You guys, you just don't hear about it. You don't hear about it. My job as the translator, as TLO, the lead officer, right? The lead officer. Let's take a page from TLA's. There's no one in YouTube on this side, right? Like that's TLA's joint. And he's right, you guys, when you have a unique skill and you have a unique gift, this is like a calling for me. I'm in a very blessed position where I can actually speak on both sides. And obviously, I'm black. I'm blackety black too, you guys. This is with the lights on me, okay? I'm blackety black. But I know both sides. I understand, I understand. And then I understand the job and the plight of an officer. And there's a lot of great officers, you guys, but they're never marketed. You know, the same dilemma that Black Americans are going through right now when it comes to media, bad propaganda that the media puts out about African-American men all the time. You always see the worst sides of it. And you're like, man, that's not even how we are and things like that. The same way they do with with police, right? They only put out information when it's bad. They never take the time to put out anything positive about law enforcement. You guys, that's by design. That's by design. I would venture off and say I would make a safe bet and say 20% of our law enforcement force ain't worth a damn. 20%. I'll go on record with that. 20%. There's 700,000 police officers that patrol this country. 700,000 approximately that serve a community of 350 million people. 20% ain't worth a damn, you guys. That's the problem. Honestly, we need to probably have less than that. We need to have less than 700,000 because we only need the best. We only need the best of the best that need to be held accountable. And this all throughout government, though, we need that consistency. You know, we need to reimagine policing. We need to revamp it. You guys, I have some really, really good ideas that I know they'll implement because it's not going to cost them nothing. They actually shot 3 seconds after waking up the young man. There's no way they're going to break this down. They're going to go, there's no way he would have known that the police were in there. And even if he did know, you didn't give him enough chance to process. Now, if he fired a shot, they would have been justified. It's unfortunately in this job, you got to take a hit to give a hit. And what if that becomes the new law? For now on, law enforcement, in order for you to shoot at a suspect, you need to take a hit to get a hit. Could you imagine? You're going to see the real cops stay at that point because a lot of people are going to be like, nah, F that. I'm not doing that. Could you imagine if that's the new rule? In order to be an officer, in order to use deadly force, you have to take a hit to get a hit. Honestly, that's the road we're going down. You guys, I don't know. There's a show called Watchmen. It was boring. Regina King was in it. Shout out to her. I know her son committed, passed away. But she was on a show called Watchmen. And one of the things about the show that really, really, first of all, my brother told me, he was like, man, you need to check this out because this is interesting. He said, what do you think about this? The police officers in the show had weapons, but the weapons, they were unable to access them, right? The weapons were in the car. And it had to get supervisor approval before the weapon was released for the officer to take out and actually use. Could you imagine? Could you imagine carrying a gun around that you could not actually get access to unless you had supervisor approval? There was like a lock on it. You had to go over the radio and tell the supervisor what you had. Hey, this guy's shooting at me. I need the gun. Could you imagine? People are tired, man. And I think as officers, and it's not just the officer's fault completely, right? The departments aren't picking. We're not picking good, qualified people to do this job. We're not training them properly. And we're retaining, there's this thing called negative retention. We're retaining bad officers, bad employees too long. Too long. Look at Derek Chauvin, the situation. They're looking like, man, look at this guy, this clown. Look at his record. You pull my record, you guys. Don't go pull my record. My record's not bad. But I was wild. I was a little wild, but it wasn't bad. Could you imagine? We live in a world now where officers need permission to use their weapon. You need someone else to give you permission to use the gun. Or what if, some people were saying, Black Lives Matter was pushing that, take the guns away from officers. That's ludicrous. But what if officers couldn't use their weapon without authorization? The more we mess up, you guys are going to take tools away. Or officers are going to quit in general, and then they're going to end up hiring like private security. They're going to privatize it, which I think that's what the intent is behind all this foolishness, you guys. I think they're going to try to privatize policing. I agree. No police license without a bachelor's degree, criminal justice. Yep, that will rule out all the road cops, all your cops that like to sign up and think they're cowboys. I'll be curious. I'm about to look into that. How many officers actually have degrees or not? I'll probably wipe out at least half. But I think the power in having officers that have degrees, one, it ensures that you see that they're investing in themselves, and then also that they have a better understanding of the law. They have a better understanding of criminal justice. And then, people talk about diversity training. How do you teach that? You can't, you guys. You have to want that for yourself. Someone asked me that question on a live stream. It was a good question. Matter of fact, I was on TLA's live stream. I was on Lead Attorney's live stream. And a lady asked me about training. She said, what about training? Teaching diversity training. Stuff doesn't matter. You guys, nobody cares about that stuff. I'm just being honest. I'm going to be honest with you. No one cares about that stuff. It's either in you or it's not. You either decide to be that or you're not. When does a training start for an officer? Training starts the moment you were born, you guys. If you want to be a cop, how do I determine what type of police officer you are? I look at your parents. I look at the company you keep. I look at your lifestyle, right? That's the best determining factor. You guys, I haven't told many people this, but I applied for the FBI. My application was in. It was a year in. I was going through the motions. You have to put your entire life on the application. They want to know your cousin, your mama, your auntie, your uncle. They want to know everything. They asked me questions that I couldn't even answer. I couldn't remember. It took me like a month to fill the application out, you guys. And this is for the FBI. They send agents to your home to talk to your neighbors. They asked me for my neighbors' information. I'm like, damn, I don't know my neighbors. I have to knock on the door, like, hey, listen, I'm trying to apply for the FBI, and they want to know who lives next door to me. Could you imagine? Why can't we scrutinize local law enforcement the same way? Because it's a numbers game, and it's about politics, you guys. It's about politics. They wouldn't be able to staff a department if they did that. But you know what they need to do? You know what fixes that problem? The moment you start actually pulling qualified candidates and you actually vet people properly, then you're going to find better ways to use them. You're going to be like, listen, because we're out of 100 applicants, we're only able to get 3 that qualify for this training. You can't then start sending these officers off to answer all these foolish calls. These officers are strictly for violent situations, life-threatening situations where a gun is required. Other than that, citizens, you're on your own. You got to figure it out. Now it's time to tap into these other social programs you guys kept singing about, right? Oh, send a DFAX worker, send a social worker, right? Send a psychologist, send them all. Send them all. And what you guys are going to realize is that there are other people in these social programs that don't do their job well either. Who's waking up at 4 o'clock in the morning to come handle that domestic? Or to deprive that child out of a house? Who's coming? See, they've been using law enforcement as like guinea pigs, as babysitters for society. And these other social programs have not been stepping up. You guys, this is the problem. This is the problem. It's not our job to do 80% of that stuff that takes place, that goes on in society, in these communities. I had to call DFAX. I hate calling DFAX. I've had to deprive a couple children. They take forever, you guys. And they don't want to do it. They don't want to do it. At least that's how it was here in Georgia, working with them. You know, these social programs, they don't get paid either, you guys. They're like, this is the reality. People say defund the police, reallocate resources. Cool, I get it. I'm all for it. Good luck. Good luck. Can you imagine? Look how... Good luck. Be careful what you wish for. But I think that it's required. I think we need to just start holding all government employees, people who work any service position, they need to be held accountable. People need to do their job with pride, right? People are signing up and not putting the effort into their work. They don't value Black lives. That's why the police shoot without giving instructions. And if this is the case, you know what needs to happen? We need more Black people to sign up and do the job. You guys, I'm going to drop a video for Black History Month. I'm doing a Black History segment. Listen, I'm not a fan of Black History Month. I'm not, because I just don't. It's impossible to put such an amazing history in 28 days. There's just no way. I don't agree with it. Now, 365 History Month. I'm all for that. 365. I'm all for that. There's no way you could even begin to scratch the surface of all the amazing things African Americans have done in this country in 28 days. Nope, doing a disservice. Black History Year, Black History Century. That's what I want to hear. There's so much. We've contributed so much, not just to this country, but just to the world, you know? To the world. God forbid if Black people got up and left this country, right? People be out of money. Listen, what did I learn yesterday? They said last year, African Americans spent over $1 trillion. I think it was like $1.2 trillion. $1.2 trillion something dollars is what Black people spent. Boy, we're some spenders, boy. A lot of us can't save $100, but we'll spend it as soon as we get the dollar. Just that fast. We can spend some money. Can you imagine? We spend the most. We're the biggest spenders. If we took our money and put it in the proper hands, like buying politicians like everybody else does, we can get these things changed. You have some people you can't even speak about some people in this country. you'll lose your job. You'll lose your job. Why? Because they have money. They're spending the money properly, right? That's how you fix the problem. I know these types of shootings have happened before, but it seems like ever since the Bathroom Jeans shooting, police shootings, these sorts popping up. These things have always been happening, guys. And shout out to Engineering for Beginners. These things have always been happening. You guys are just now seeing it. You're just now seeing it, which I love. I love it. I love it. I think people need to be more invested. That's why I believe every police department should have body cameras. The situation with Breonna Taylor, they had body cameras, you guys, but just so happened nobody was recording. That's probably a lie. It should be a requirement that all body cams be active. And if they are not active in a situation such as this, then you should be charged with destroying evidence. There needs to be proper consequences. You guys, I think differently than other officers because I understand what the job is. The job is we're servants. Not in a bad way, but we're servants. And servants are supposed to serve. You don't argue. You don't negotiate, right? There's nothing to negotiate. Hey, servants, police servants, we honor you because of the sacrifice that you do. We honor you because you serve us in our time of need. We honor you because you do something that others aren't willing to do. You run into the danger. You run into the danger. But as a servant, we need you to put this body camera on because as a servant and you serve in the community, we need to see everything that's going on. I don't see what the problem is. So you have some officers who think that they work for themselves. They think that they work for a higher power. No, you work for the people. And the people are over you. That is the power. Officers shouldn't be mistreated, should be paid accordingly, of course. But no, every department should be having cameras. And some departments are like, oh, we can't afford it. Then you need to shut your department down. I almost cursed. You shut the department down. At this stage in the game, I wouldn't even want to do the job if you couldn't provide a camera. I wouldn't. I just wouldn't, man. I just wouldn't. Did the SWAT get the evidence that they got the no-knock warrant for? Yes. Do you think the SWAT searched the apartment while Amir? We don't know. I doubt it. Yes. No, I take that back. No, they did have to. They have to clear the whole apartment. So even though he was shot, they still had to clear the whole apartment and make sure the apartment was safe. I'm pretty sure they did that before rendering any aid. Absolutely. Yep. That's a good question. Skittles and lit. I'm behind on the comments. Let me scroll through here, you guys. Throw your whatchamacallits out. Oh shoot, I did an hour and 22. Listen, you guys, I'm trying to get my long stroke together. Let me know, rate me on a 1 through 5 if the long stroke was good. It's not on TLA's level for those who follow TLA. That man had y'all up there for 3 hours before he give y'all any type of information. He sit there, but it's so entertaining, man. It's so anytime he comes on, I try my best to watch as much as I can. I'm struggling trying to make my own videos, trying to watch his. So my long stroke's not too bad. An hour and 23. Listen, the moderators, thank you guys so much for moderating. Please, if you're jumping in, please hit the like button. If you're new to the channel, welcome. Please make yourself at home, you guys. Anybody who wants to come up and have a conversation, ask questions directly, please come up. Anybody in the chat think that the police are justified and want to hear my honest response, please come up. Yeah. So moderators, you can drop the link. We can call some people up if you guys want to come and have a conversation. So again, I was talking about the Black History video that I'm doing. It's gonna drop this week. I just need to finish editing it. While a bullet inserted backwards. You guys will be surprised. We had an incident not too long ago, you guys. One of my coworkers called me up and was like, Daly, these fools are acting stupid. I said, what happened? What happened? Tell me what happened. Made an arrested somebody. Had them in the back seat. They were wanted for I can't remember what they were wanted for, but they were wanted for something crazy. Put the suspect in the back seat of the car, left the suspect in the car. The suspect climbs through the partition, the little window, right? Climbs through, goes in the front of the car, lets lets himself out. Lets himself out of the police car in handcuffs, you guys. You can't make this up. Lets himself out. So then the officer goes back to the car. He's like, where's my suspect? He's gone. He's gone with your handcuffs. You know how embarrassing that is. And, this happened before. I've had people try to run in handcuffs before, you guys. It looks funny. Some have gotten away. I had a case like that too with a coworker of mine was arresting a guy for drugs. He had I can never know what I can say and can't say on YouTube. It's so simple. My stuff don't get monetized anyways, you guys. The stuff I talk about, so it don't even really matter. But so he had marijuana and some I think crack cocaine he had on him. Marijuana and crack cocaine. Listen, in the hood, you guys, these guys are slick. They slick. What did he do? He's sitting in the backseat of the patrol car. So my coworker's like, hey, can you send me some backup or whatever? There's still some people who are hanging around. I just want someone to kind of watch my back while I fill out this paperwork. So I was on my way. I'm like, okay, I'm not too far from him. So, he had the guy handcuffed. He had him in the backseat of the patrol car. So I'm riding over there chilling. And this officer was a clown too. He was an idiot. So anyways, I show up and my coworker's looking around. He's like sweating. He's frantic. I'm like, yo, what's good? What's wrong? The suspect's gone. So what do you mean would you let him go? He said, nah, man, he let himself out. I said, what do you mean he let himself out? He said he let himself out. I said, how the hell did that happen? He's like, bro, I don't know. He said, I was sitting in the car, I was writing the paperwork, and next thing you know, he sees him taking off running. I said, how the hell did he get out? He said, man, he set me up. He tells me what happened. He said the criminal is sitting in the backseat of the car. He said, he should have checked on him because he started putting the handcuffs from behind his back to the front. Then he's like, oh, officer. Now I'm going to tell you guys this story. Don't try to use it and tell nobody so they can get out of a police car. I'm going to tell you a little trick. I'm going to give you a little hint. Nah, why not? Why not? What the hell? I'm going to give you guys something. It's Black History Month. Let me give you a little something. Black History Month. So what did he do? He told the officer he was hot. He said, officer, it's so hot. Can you roll the window down? So the officer rolled the back window down. Mind you, our cars had bars on them. They had bars on them. So no one's expecting anything to happen, but he was like, yeah, can you roll the window down? Just a little more. I can't breathe. They hit him with that, right? I can't breathe. He said he rolled the window down about almost halfway. What did he do? Because mind you guys, the only reason why the doors don't open because there's like the child safety locks are on there, on the patrol cars. So what did he do? He took his hand out of the window real slick-like, and he popped the door from outside. And he opened the door and got out and ran off with the cuffs on him. He left first of all, he had his stuff on top of the hood. On the top of the trunk, behind the trunk. He got his stuff and ran off. And yeah, my coworker got written up for that too, actually, because it was just like, how do you sit there? It's dangerous, right? Yeah, idiot. He was an idiot, though. He was one of those guys that actually would hide behind buildings. I probably shouldn't have said that because he might watch this. Well, anyway, so let me go through here. What does Jermaine Down say? Thanks for the props. I'm ex-military. Yep. And spent 10 years in public safety, EMS, PD. I was quick to notice that index trigger finger too. Aaron down. Yep. Yeah. So shout out to you, Jermaine, and thank you for your service, my brother. Thank you for your service. I worked a lot with military veterans. You guys are no joke, man. You guys are the real deal. And so shout out to you. Absolutely right. There was someone else living in an apartment, the female Tatiana. Yo, Miss Vicky got the facts. Yo, Miss Vicky, shout out to you for all the info. On the ground, giving the real intel. So what's going on, you guys? Anybody want to come up? Please come up. Would love to have you. The police went to go home. There's a person on the counter. Yeah. Dion is saying the police want to go home. But yeah, everybody wants to go home. Everybody wants to go home. And, they say that as if the police lives are any greater than the people that they're serving, right? Police want to go home. Yeah, we all want to go home. Nobody wants to die, right? No one wants to die. Lucchese, what's she say? There's always that one cop that wants to be the hot dog. That's true. No one else saw the threat but this guy. I wonder how many officers shot. I believe it's only, matter of fact, it's only one officer that shot. There's only one officer that shot. Sometimes too quick, man. Sometimes you just gotta be easy. You gotta be easy. But that's what makes the job dangerous. Like, you have to be clear and present danger, right? You gotta be clear. If you're scary and do this job, you cause a lot of lives. Militarized policing, curbing the instincts of these officers. I'll give you that. It's like they're combating an enemy. This is true. This is true. Black people feel like there's a war with law enforcement. We're not gonna win that war, you guys. That's why we have no business warring with the police. What we need to do is get the crime under control in our own communities. We need to do that ourselves, right? We need to start holding ourselves accountable in our own communities. It's our people committing all the violence against our own people. We need to deal with that. In Atlanta, they tried to do that. And people got killed behind that, right? They set up this was after the Rayshard Brooks situation. What happened? The mayor allowed them to create their little fortress outside. They were blocking the streets. They had guns outside. Nobody was messing. The police were like, fine. We're not going to come over here. You guys don't want to say, that's fine. And it turned out bad. I think like 4 or 5 people died that week behind that. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, everybody. No one teaches you how to deal with power. Yeah. This is the issue. No one teaches that. There's no school on that. When I became an officer, I didn't even understand what I was getting myself into, you guys. I just didn't get it. I just knew I wanted to help people. Again, I did a video talking about it, the power that this profession brings, you guys. Some people can't handle it. That whole, Spider-Man concept, with great power comes great responsibility, man. No shit. It's very true. Because what's the reality? The reality is you are given this gun, you're given this badge. They give you all this power, they give you all this responsibility, and they don't really teach you the meaning of it. When you walk into a room, people submit to you, right? People submit to you. People move out the way. They give you things. For a person who's never been respected, right? For a person who was never respected, and then they get in this profession and the respect is given to you and it was never earned, you guys, this is the problem of the job. This is the core issue of policing. You have people who are not respectable people who put the uniform on and they garner respect and they never earned it. They never earned it. You're given power and you never earned it. What would it look like if now police officers had to earn the respect from the people? Changes the game. I would love to see a situation where officers are rated by the people. You guys, I have some very interesting collaborations coming up. And I plan on digging into these issues. The issue is the power. Can't handle it. Can't handle it. Unearned respect. You mean I just supposed to respect you because you got the uniform on? No. Show me why you need to be respected. Prove to me that you deserve my respect. You guys, this is the new mentality that needs to start manifesting within the people that we're serving. I'm sorry. I agree with it. Because every time I approach a citizen, I approach it from the mindset that I have to earn your respect. That's the difference between someone showing up and saying, I demand to be respected. Who are you? Who are you? This is the problem, you guys, in law enforcement. We're just giving power away to fools and imbeciles. You get the power. You get the power. You get the power. A bunch of Mighty Mouses running around. Cowards. Cowards in uniforms. They're in here. They're in the profession, you guys. I've worked with them. I've worked with them. Work with them. Corruption is a cancer. Man, it's a cancer. It's malignant and it spreads. But the problem is we don't put any emphasis on the good officers. People say, oh, bad apples, bad apples. Yeah. You guys don't understand how corruption works because it doesn't really take a lot. And you need key people in certain places in order for corruption to actually be effective. Reparations is definitely owed. They need to call. They need to cut the check. Shout out to OG Patrice. She had to school me on reparations. And I'm all for it. I'm all for reparations. I think it's a beautiful thing. It needs to happen. It's a debt that's owed. I just always say, watch out for the hook at the end. People don't want the people at the bottom to be at the top. You guys, power is not something that's just handed out. It's either shared or it's taken. No one's going to get their power up easily. No one, And again, it's a zero-sum game, you guys. For Black people to start doing better, we're taking something else from someone else. That's the reality. It's only one pie. There's only so many slices of the pie that are available. And African Americans own 1% of it. Matter of fact, last year, we lost a little bit of the pie. Somehow, you guys, I don't know. We spent more money in 2021. We spent more. We spent over like $1.2, $1.3 trillion. But on the flip side of that, we lost and gave up real estate, literally, right? We spent more money, but then the amount of wealth that we have decreased. Look it up. It's scary, you guys. Listen, we're not seeing the moves. We're not seeing the moves being made. We're not seeing the moves, you guys. People are playing the long game. And they're trying to take all the wealth from the little bit that we do have. 1%. But we spend $1 trillion. Listen, you know how bad it is. Let me make this comparison for those who are curious. Since it's Black History Month. $1 trillion spenders, you guys. Powerful, powerful. All money, no discipline financially. But what's the deal? Check this out. The military budget in this country annually, approximately, is about $700 billion a year they spend on the military. You guys, Black people spend more than that. Let that sink in. We got enough money to start a military, but we're buying clothes, shoes, and foolishness, right? Jewelry, things that don't matter, things that have no value. Our government spends $700 billion on the military, on their budget, the Black budget. We don't know, but $700 billion. Black people spend $1 trillion. Where's the money going? I am Ken Ross. Oh, with my Rick Ross beard. Oh, what's up, Nathan? Back on the stream. Haven't been on in a while. Thanks for their coverage on this. Hey, brother, I appreciate you, man. You guys, I'm not a big fan of live streams. I don't know why. I think since I'm still new to YouTube, I'm still getting used to it. But I need to just do them more. I told myself, I'm going to do a stream today. I'm going to do a stream. Matter of fact, I have a stream going on tomorrow. You guys, it's going to be a good one. I have a guest, a very, very important guest coming on the stream. One of my many collabs to come. Her name is Sharice Lane. If you guys are not familiar with her, please look her up. She's an up-and-coming political commentator. She's a conservative. She's pro-Black, and she's very, very interesting. Has a lot of great insight. We're going to tap into all of that on the show tomorrow at 7 p.m. So please check that and check in the community tab as well. You guys should have got that reminder. Yeah, this right here is dope. I think Ms. Vicky's talking about they need to resign. Absolutely, they should resign. What they did was so disrespectful, you guys, and that was so disrespectful. This is the same mayor that took a knee during that protest, you guys. And they embarrassed him. He needs to resign. He's a coward. Oops, I shouldn't have said that. I told myself I wouldn't insult political figures on here. Damn. It is what it is. I can tell he's disingenuous. You can tell he's a very, very disingenuous and very deceptive person. The difference in officers, the difference in humans. Caesar Timothy, Mark Calendar. That's an interesting way to put it. You have some officers that take away, they step back and think that they're different than the people that they're serving. This is part of the ego. This is the problem, right? When you plant seeds, I'm not gonna go there. Sometimes, you guys, I can get a little too. I'm about to make these kind of statements. Shout out to Black Man Unfiltered, you guys. If you're not familiar with him, go and check out his channel. Gail, if you could put Black Man Unfiltered in here, he has a lot of deep, unfiltered conversations, you guys. I love to go over there and spread my wings. I go in there and just, on my channel, I try to be a little bit more balanced. They're just trying to fight crime without a cape. This is true. And if you don't have the right mentality, if you think you're fighting, you know what? I'm Kim Ross. You're absolutely right. I'm going to tell you why. We want to fight crime without a cape. There's a problem when, as an officer, if you don't have the right perception of the job, then you think that what you're doing is just, right? You think what you're doing is just. You're like, he's a criminal, so who should care what happens to him? The thinking and the mentality is very, very important. This is why we need more people from our community to step up and do this job. You guys, out of all the police in this country, African American police officers only make up 12%, and that number is declining. They can't find applicants. People don't want to do the job. We can't turn around and complain about law enforcement and then say, listen, we don't like black officers either. Our community needs to start uplifting our community members to say, we need more people who look like us. You guys in the 60s, matter of fact, I won't even say that. After the abolishment of slavery, you guys, since it's Black History Month, let's just go ahead and touch on this a little bit. You had African American men and women anxious to do the job. Why is that? Because they felt more comfortable serving their own people because the white officers were racist. They were racist. All this stuff was going on through Jim Crow, black codes, you guys. There were officers who were signing up. This job, this profession was like a badge of honor for African American men and women. It was an honor. They did it with pride. They served their people with distinction. And this is what I'm saying. We have to get back into it. We have to encourage that. What's happening is, in our culture, in Black culture, we look at law enforcement as evil, right? They are the antithesis of our artists, our entertainers. We look at law enforcement as if they're the enemy. We look at all white officers like they're racist, and they're not. At best, I'll say the majority. There's some officers that aren't black. And they're not racist, you guys. I know a lot of white officers, they're not racist. What I end up seeing more than anything. Now, there are racist white officers. There's racist people, right? Let me clarify that. What I'm saying is, sometimes we're too quick to call someone racist when it's not even about race. It's not even about color. Sometimes the officers just have an ego problem. Sometimes just an asshole. Like, it's just that simple. Sometimes we overcomplicate things being so cavalier with the word racist. Sometimes officers are just racially insensitive, you guys. There's a difference. There's a difference. I can honestly say that there's a big difference between being a racist and being racially insensitive. Shakita said, I say 40%. All right, Shakita, I give you well, no, I can't give you 40%, Shakita. I'm gonna tell you why. Because, you guys, honestly, there are some deaths that happen by the hands of officers that should not happen. And a lot of times it can be concluded that training was a factor, laziness, a lack of concern, a lack of due regard. We can label that. We can say that. I'm confident we can say that. 40% is a lot. It's damn near half. Now, there's a difference there's levels to a quality of an officer, right? Of course, you got the top tier. Those guys and gals are hard to find, but they're up there, people with integrity. Then you have the middle, right? It's like a class system, same thing. And you got the bottom feeders. It's always going to be heavier on the bottom. What I'm suggesting is that the bottom needs to be removed completely. There's a way to filter the bottom out. And even when you filter the bottom out, it doesn't mean that the middle or the top can't be corrupted, because it's human nature. Power is corrosive. Power is corrosive. And in law enforcement, they don't teach you how to wield power. They don't teach you the mental, the psychological piece behind it. What does power do to you? You know, wow, it takes a hit to get a hit. That will switch the game up. I need to put it on a t-shirt. Listen, you guys, I'm going to throw some ideas out. Everybody feel free to use it. You guys, listen, we're here to solve the problem. We're not here to get credit, right? Take a hit to get a hit. I mean, obviously, they'll throw me over the head for that one. Like, no one's willing to get shot to shoot back. But if that's the case and you get shot by an officer, there's nothing. I don't want to hear nothing from nobody's mouth. We need to all be in agreement. If you shoot at a cop, try to stab a cop, I don't want to hear anything, right? Wow, I didn't know that. Let me write that down. You guys be over. I've learned more about. I've learned more since doing this channel than I've learned in like a whole year. Sweet, in 3 years. I wonder who would stick around. What if Sophia Saminga Janae? Thank you so much for this information. This is classic. I like that. Listen, if anybody want to join and jump on and do it, anybody want to cam up, anybody want to have a conversation, please don't hesitate. You're welcome to come anytime. Shout out to the moderators. Thank you guys so much. And those that are in the chat, if you're new, please subscribe. We'd love to have you part of this journey. Moderators, you can drop the link as I'm going through the chat. It takes 3 years to become a police officer in Sweden. Wow, that is crazy. Now, I knew they had a very extensive training program. But, you know, when we talk about other countries too, we also have to look at their culture. Some of these countries don't have a gun culture like we do. They're not as violent. We are some violent group of people here, you guys. We have, our crime rate matches that of like some third world countries. There are countries who have almost just as much. For example, Japan, the island of Japan, the country of Japan. Their island has, the entire island of people, less crime than one of our largest cities. Culture, man. American culture. You can't tell people nothing. They want to listen. The other day, you had a guy shooting out the window of his car because of a road rage incident. Just shooting in his car out the window. I was going to do a video on it, but it's like, I can't keep up with the foolishness. I can't. 3 years to become an officer. There's people getting badges under 2 months here in the United States. 2 months. And you get a badge and a gun. You guys just, nah, man. Someone made I remember it was last year. It was last year. Someone made a statement about policing and training. And they said that a barber, a beautician, nail school, massage therapist, they're like, these people get their licenses. Their training is longer than law enforcement. You guys, I didn't even know that. And when someone brought that out, I was like, there's no way. There's no way. I looked it up. I think barber school or being a beautician, even they have to have a license, you guys. And if they want a business, they have to be insured. And they don't take anybody's life. At worst, they'll burn your scalp, right? Mess your hairline up. God forbid. Back in the day, you guys, when I used to have a hairline. Thank God I still look good with a bald head, you guys. And then I grew the beard out by accident. It turned out to look good. I just got lucky. I've seen some brothers out here, they struggle beards. They don't connect, all that. This is all natural. You have people putting the little, the beard weave in. Come on. These guys out here in Atlanta, you see the foolishness. As soon as they get inside a building, you see my brother, you done painted your beard on. Are you serious? So this is all natural, you guys. First of all, for those who, someone asked me, look at the hang time. Look at now I'm over here bragging. Look at that. Yeah. Anyways, I need to do a beer commercial. I need to have some sponsors. I'm looking to that too. Matter of fact, I had a couple sponsors reach out, but they weren't. I'm not trying to bore you guys. I'm serious about this content. Um, I'm serious about this content, so I don't want to be stopping and talking about nonsense. So, 3 years for Sweden. Let's get back into these chats. These guys are behaving like cowboys. They are, and they act like cowboys too. Cowboys with guns. Tiffany Ray, shout out to Tiffany. Welcome back. Welcome back. Said officers make it hard on themselves sometimes by wrestling instead of dancing. You can get to the same place by rolling with the subject brings to the table. That's absolutely true. You guys, I've talked myself out of plenty fights in this profession. I don't got my beard messed up. That's how I've been in the mirror, guys, before I get on camera. I'm trying to get it right for you guys. Tiffany, you're absolutely correct. I've avoided so many bad encounters in law enforcement just from being respectful. Again, I always came with the attitude that I have to earn your respect. I had to earn your respect. I never walked around as if I was better than the people I was serving. This is the problem. Oh, we got a new member. Shout out to okay, I guess I have to scroll through and get through. Let me get through these scrolls. Thank you, Tiffany, for that. What does Duke say? Sound like you petty with the pepper spray. Yeah, I like that petty pepper spray. Officer Petty Pepper Spray. Officer Petty Pepper Spray. Appreciate it, Dennis. Yeah, I was super petty, man. I was super petty. I would chase a guy. We'd be running. I had a case. I tackled a guy down. He was still trying to get away. Still trying to, not fighting, but just resisting. We tired. I'll never forget, because I was on a burglary task force, you guys. So I was always running after burglars, always running after burglary suspects. In this particular case, I caught this guy coming out of the patio window. He sees me, he takes off running. I'm chasing after him. This guy should have been an Olympic track star. And, back then I was a lot faster than I am now. And I was chasing him. I said, man, as soon as I catch you. This is before we had tasers, you guys. We didn't have tasers or any of that. All I had was a gun, a baton, and the pepper spray. That was it. And the handcuffs. Other than that, back then, you guys, you had to use your hands. You had to be a fight. You have to know how to fight. You have to know how to grapple. You have to know some self-defense, how to use joint locks and things like that. Now these officers don't even try. They don't try. So I caught him. I tackled him down. I'm out of breath. He's out of breath. I'm like, oh my God, my chest started burning. It was early in the morning. These guys were breaking. What a lot of the kids would do is they would skip school, break into houses, and then go back to school, right? Or they would skip school during lunch. They leave lunch and then go break into houses and then go back before the lunch break was over. So that's where I would catch a lot of these kids. And so, man, I'm chasing them it was like early. Chest was burning, like in the cold air. I was just out of it that day. And I had his pants, and he was still trying to crawl away. He's like, I'm just trying to get away. I said, I'm just trying to arrest you. I pulled the pepper spray out, and I sprayed him while he was talking by accident. I didn't mean it. And it was just all in his mouth. And yeah, he had a bad day. He had a bad day. And he sat there and he was just rolling around on the ground screaming. That pepper spray, you guys, the spray that officers that we have, that stuff is different. It's not the stuff you can get like in stores. It's different. It's different. I think my spray one time was expired, and I was giving them that expired stuff. But and that stuff stays on you guys. I don't know if anybody's been sprayed before. That stuff stays on you for a strong 4 or 5 days. Officers get caught up in their agenda, man. The ego is no joke. Let me see. Let me go through these chats. I'm behind. At minimum, you should be required. Big Fred, at minimum, you should be required to be a resident, said in the county, order to be an officer. That makes a difference as well. All right, so what Big Red is saying, that officers should live in the community that they serve. I agree and disagree, because the problem with that, it can be dangerous. You have to be able to provide some type of security to the officers' residents, right? We've had cases where suspects would follow officers home after a shift, found out where they lived at because their car's parked outside, vandalized their car. So think of you or a police officer, or you just in a profession, just in general, and people know where you live at. Could you imagine? People have access to your home as an officer. You'll never feel safe. When I first started policing, I didn't feel safe. It took like a year before I felt comfortable You guys, in my bathroom, it took me a while, but I had a shower curtain. My shower curtain was clear. I didn't put anything fancy on it or anything like that. It was clear so I could see through. I didn't feel comfortable taking a shower. Could you imagine being how paranoid you are as an officer? And I worked in the community I worked in was dangerous. It was dangerous. And so I took my safety very seriously, my privacy very seriously. Even doing YouTube is like a big thing for me, stepping out of my comfort zone. But I knew that since I wanted to come and challenge this narrative, a lot of things are going on, and I wanted to make a difference, that I was willing to put myself out here in order to do it, you guys. And so I take this very seriously because, believe it or not, eventually there are going to be some officers that are going to have something negative to say about me because I'm not always going to agree with their foolish logic, right? Again, you're talking to somebody who likes to serve people. It's just that simple. And some people can't understand that logic. I mean, think about it. That incident that happened recently where the officer made that comment about Ahmaud Arbery. And he said it, when they're talking about McMichael's getting their life sentence, he was like, he put it on a Facebook post and he was like, oh, that's why that thug Arbery got the death penalty already, And he was like a 20-year law enforcement veteran. That's what we have in these uniforms. The ignorance knows no color, you guys. I'm going to be completely honest. Byron said, I just saw a report flash on my phone from U.S. News. Teen arrested for homicide that led to the police raid and the shooting of Amir Locke. Yep. That teen is what we were talking about earlier. 17-year-old. We found out that he's actually Amir's cousin, you guys. That's where the cousin lived at. He's 17 years old. He was arrested for second-degree murder. His name possibly might be Marlon Speed. I'm gonna have to look into that. One of the watchers dropped the name, said that's his cousin, Marlon Speed. So I'm gonna look more into that, just to kind of verify all the names. But yeah, and we don't know if there's gonna be more arrests to come in regards to this. Earlier we were talking about how it's so unfortunate that if this is his cousin put him in this bad situation. The ugly truth is what? The ugly truth is that your lifestyle has brought danger to the family. The police are looking for you, and in return, end up killing your cousin. I don't even know if we call this an accident. I don't know. You guys would call this an accident? No, I don't think so either. I don't think we can call it an accident. I mean, it was very intentional. Very, very, very intentional. Let's see federal government positions. Damn. Let me see. Miss Vicky's on it. Shout out to Miss Vicky. Key to apartment 701. All right. So hold on. Okay, check it. So Marlon Speed, which is the suspect, alleged suspect who was arrested for homicide. Marlon Speed lived with his mother, who lived in the building on the 14th floor, apartment 1402. All right, so that makes sense, you guys. So again, when they were actually investigating, they had 3 apartment numbers in the same building. They had 3 addresses in the same building. So according to Miss Vicky, she's saying that Marlon Speed, who's the one that was arrested, he lived in the 14th floor. But Marlon also had keys to apartment 701. I don't know. Something shady's going on. And Marlon is allegedly he's 17. According to the news, he's 17. But this is why they were searching for 3 apartments. I just assumed that there were multiple suspects, but it kind of puzzled me that they were all in one building. So I was like, what kind of buildings did they have out there where they're looking for a homicide suspect in one building? So I assumed they were all friends, right? Friends living in the same building may have committed a crime, and the police are searching all 3. Thank you, Miss Vicky, for the for the update. Miss Vicky coming with the facts right now. Yes. Shout out to the social workers. Pretty Ugly Truth is going to start a channel. And so, yep, she's going to start a channel. So shout out to the social workers. They do work hard, you guys. They work hard. But if we defund the police and reallocate these resources, they're going to be working a lot harder. Officers become frustrated and cynical. Yes, they do. Officers get burned out. I think there should be something where officers get rotated, right? Like when you see the thing with Kim Potter with the Dante Wright situation, you have her, she was working almost 20 something years, a 20 something year veteran making mistakes like that. You know, it's almost like there should be like a time, a burnout time, you know, where you start losing that ability to actually do your job effectively. You know, I think officers shouldn't stay on the road so long, or there should be time periods where they go from road to in the office, maybe do investigative work and rotate them out. Because I think the job can corrupt you after a while if you're not careful. Yes, Black History is more than 28 days. Black History Century. I think that it got a better ring to it. I used to be in behavioral aid for Fulton Clayton and DeKalb. A lot of those social workers and caseworkers were worse than some of the children abused parents. Thank you. I wish there was a way I can pin that comment. You guys, look what Big Fred is saying. Shout out to you, Big Fred. I know he was on this side of town too. This is so true, you guys. This is what I'm telling you. You know, we want to talk about, reallocate the resources, take money out of law enforcement. No, we need to keep money where law enforcement is at. We need to change how law enforcement is done, right? Keep the money because we need to pay these officers better. We need to do some things different. We need to pay them for the training you guys are asking that they should have, training that they should have got in the academy. Listen, training that needs to be longer than 3 months. My training was 6 months, and I didn't even know that wasn't normal, you guys, until I got out and start realizing that some people are getting their badge under like 14 weeks. Again, when you can make a comparison and say that you have beauticians, nail techs who are training longer than police officers. And police officers have the power to take life. We have power to be judge, jury, and executioner, you guys, in the same day, in the same moment. We can make those distinctions. Listen, the reality is, I think we would have less officers if the requirements were stricter. She's right. When I work with them social workers and they're horrible, you guys. They're horrible. They don't like their job either. There's some that do, but again, you know, this thing is gonna unveil a lot of other issues. These government programs are not only they're not being funded properly, they're being mismanaged. You know, who's showing up for that domestic? Who's showing up for that mental health call? You guys say you don't want the police. Okay. It sounds good in theory, but I'm telling you in practice, I've watched these things go from sugar to shit in moments, in seconds, you guys. But I'm all for it. I believe that we're in a time and a crisis right now in this country where we need to listen to what the people are asking within reason. Give the people what they're asking for. They want reform. They want police reform. I say, give it to them. Do what they're asking. They want to reduce law enforcement, reduce them. Those who are true to the job and true will stay. Those who aren't will leave. That's fine. Let's rebuild it. What does it look like? What does it look like if we rebuild this process? You guys, I have some great ideas, and they don't cost a lot of money. It can be fixed. It's an easy fix. The problem is, what do you do with those who are already working? Easy fix. If you want this money, I need you to sign here. Right? We're doing something different. We need body cams on, training more. What we're gonna do is reduce the way we use them. We're not gonna send them to all these frivolous calls anymore. Oh, my neighbor's music is loud. No, we don't handle that. Car accidents? Nope. We don't handle that either. We're going to free the time up so they can train more. You guys, there's a way to do it. Put me in front of the right politician, you guys. I have them doing backflips. I'm like, you want to get reelected? I got something for you. The bad apples make a lot of service workers look bad. This is true. There are good ones. You guys, all professions are like all professions, right? There's bad ones here, there's good ones here, right? Unfortunately, who gets advertised, right? The bad gets advertised over the good. I think that when we start making this shift with law enforcement and we start getting people in other professions to step up and do their job, I think what's going to happen is we're going to start the people, you're going to take that monkey off of the police's back, off law enforcement, and you're going to put it on these social programs. People will be like, hey, I called for help and it's been 2 days. My child's been missing for 2 weeks. You guys haven't even showed up yet. You're going to be like, ma'am, we're on a backlog of child runaway cases. You have to wait. You have to wait in line. You guys, it's real out here. Okay, Marlon Speed brother lived in 701 where Amir was staying. Okay, makes sense. All right, so let me run down because Miss Vicky is running down with some information. So allegedly, the suspect who was arrested, the one who they're looking for the homicide that occurred on January 10th, his brother is on the lease for the apartment in 701. They're on the 7th floor. So the whole family, almost half the family lives in that one building. All right. All right, that's good information. 17 years old, you guys. 17 years old. Allegedly, he just got picked up for second-degree murder. If he is the suspect, his whole life is over. And to know that because of his actions, his cousin died. Amir Locke ended up dying behind him. They should make bad cops wear color-coded badges. I think that's dope. Yeah, I think that's dope. That'd be pretty interesting to see. You got that officer that showed up and he got like a red mark across his badge. You already know what time it is, right? I think citizens should be the ones that are vetting these officers for employment, to be honest. Virtue's right. All right, let me scroll through. Anybody want to come up? Anybody want to come up? Anybody want to come up? Anybody want to come up on the live? Have a conversation with your boy. Listen, you guys, I don't bite. Look at this smile, right? I don't if you want to come up and speak to anything, even just law enforcement in general, you guys, I'm taking questions. Let me see. What is you guys? If you're new, just jumping in, please hit the like button. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe. Love to have you. Please put your questions in the chat as well. It's better to use 28 and make an effort to display Black History collectively. Children need adults, need exposure to Black history. He said it's better to use 28 and make an effort to display Black history collectively. I mean, I'm not opposed to it, but we only talk about Black history when on February. I don't ever hear anybody talk about it any other time. I think, oh shoot, I never dropped the link. Man, I'm slipping, man. Hold on. Put the link in the link in here. Sorry, y'all, I didn't drop the link. Thanks, Gail. I'll be just talking. People probably wanted to come up. Black history, 28 days. I mean, the problem is, Black people, we have a very unique problem in this country. We can't afford not to be teaching each other our history. We can't afford to encapsulate our history just for 28 days, right? We need to be constantly reminded how great and all the impacts that we have made, because there's so many of us who have made great impact. So the attention span a lot of these young kids coming up is ridiculous. We need to constantly be bringing it home. Oh, what y'all say? Shout out to TLA. 5. Another suspect lived in apartment 1403. So there's three apartments. Correct. 1402. Taking notes. 1402. 1403. 701. Yo, shout out to Miss Vicky. She's like on the ground getting all this real time info. Oh my God. Yeah, someone just sent me this about the crack pipe thing. Hold on, you guys. Someone just sent me this. This person I'm going to be collabing with tomorrow, actually. I don't want to give it away just yet till we make everything official. Big name, big name, big name. I haven't heard about, that's right. I haven't heard about I just heard about the crack pipe thing. I haven't, this guy is, listen, hold on, you guys. I gotta look into the crack pipe thing. I just saw. I don't know what it's about. I don't even want to speak on it. But listen, you guys, people voted for who they voted for, right? They voted for who they voted for. I'm not even gonna listen. If you didn't vote for him, you're not black, right? As a people, we have to stop moving off of emotion. We have to stop doing things. We're easily manipulated, you guys. This is Black History Month. We can talk about it. I'm gonna do a whole Black History segment about white supremacy and white privilege and all that foolishness, you guys. I don't believe in that stuff. Stuff's not real, you guys. This whole thing, this whole race, all that, this black, white, man. You let these people make these things up and feed us, man. Don't get me started. Don't get me started. I don't care what somebody believes. If you want to believe and think that you're a unicorn with wings and you piss Skittles, I don't really care. I don't really care. I don't care if you're a racist. Don't put your hands on me. Right? That's my attitude. Mind your business. That's my attitude. Oh, I'm a white supremacist. I'm a white supremacist. Okay. And I'm a Keebler elf, and I make cookies for a living. Listen, you guys, in this country, you can be whoever you want to be. You believe who you want to believe. It doesn't matter. It's not real. It's not real. White supremacy. It doesn't even sound right. Currently today, white supremacy? Nah. Nobody is supreme over me. No white man is supreme over me. This is the new attitude we need to have, you guys. This new attitude. It's a new attitude. Don't get me started on that. I promise you. This new police chief, there have been 3 in 3 years. That place is falling apart. Place is falling apart. I'm so far behind on the chat, you guys. I'm seeing these laughy faces. I don't even know what I said to make y'all laugh. But I got to do better at keeping up. This is a family involved in the murder of a man named Otis Elder, but then Amir Locke, relative of this Speeds, was murdered too. Eye for an eye, we both lose our sight, you know. I'm all for the code of Hammurabi. I think it's barbaric, but it worked. And a lot of our laws actually derive from the code of Hammurabi. So tough penalties, tough punishment, but people stayed in line. Barbaric though. Common Man 80, shout out to you. And people find power in their weapon. They should never have power. Whew. Respect never comes from the weapon. It comes from the character. Absolutely. Absolutely. You guys, I had good relationships with drug dealers, gang members. It was respect. It was respect. You know, and I treated them with respect. I explained to them what the relationship was going to be like, and they understood it. You respect it. I say, hey, you guys, listen. I had a case one time where we had complaints about a bunch of men loitering in front of a business, the gas station. And, you know, went up there and spoke to them. I said, hey, you guys, this is a freebie. You got 72 hours. I can't have you here, right? People don't want you here. I get it. But if you don't have a car, this is a gas station, and you're not buying stuff inside the business, and you're not pumping gas, the sign says you can't be here. Just respect the sign. I don't need to come over here and shake you down. I know what you got. I'm giving you 72 hours to figure it out. Find somewhere else to hustle. What were they doing, you guys? They stashed drugs in the gas pump, right? Or they sell the drugs outside of the barbershop or something. Like, I know all that stuff. As long as my philosophy has always been, as long as you're not bothering other people, you're not making victims out of people, right? We cool. The moment somebody has to call and complain about what you did to them, then we're not cool. People should be able to live and move freely to and from, in and out of their life with no problems at all. If you're a drug dealer and you're selling to people who want to buy drugs, I get why you're doing it. I don't agree with it. But if you're a person that's out here robbing, stealing, kicking in doors, now we have a problem, right? Because they didn't ask for that. They didn't ask for that. So for me as an officer, I dealt with people who didn't ask to be bothered. Selling CDs and all that kind of stuff. Can't do it here, sir. All right, we cool? Cool. We get all right, cool. Boom, we're gone. Selling cigarettes and all that kind of stuff. Hey, you can't do it here. Give you 72 hours to find a new hustle, find a new place. You can't do it here. This is how I taught. This is how I operated in my community, you guys. They would wonder why I was able to get the crime down. I just talked to people. I had a situation where in this neighborhood, so many homes were being broken into in my territory, my area that I was responsible for, you guys. I was a part of the burglary task force. I love investigating burglaries. We would go undercover, set up surveillance cameras and things like that, track cars, all kinds of things. It was fun. So many break-ins. And one day, I stopped at a house. I was doing some knock and talk, like I was like some knocking on the doors, asking questions. Hey, see anything suspicious? Blah, blah, blah. Came into a house that I knew was a known drug house. They had cameras all over the place. I was like, let me just go and ask them, because the house that got broken into was right across from them. And at that point, we had like 15 homes broken into in like 2 weeks. Could you imagine? So the guy opens the door. He's like, oh, we don't talk to pigs. I said, excuse me? I said, do I look like a pig to you? I said, so you're already starting this relationship off bad. I said, I just came over to tell you that your neighbor across the way's home was broken into. Oh, we don't see nothing. We don't talk to the police. I said, oh, okay. I said, well, I need to just make you guys aware that there's been a lot of break-ins going on. Over 15 homes been broken on. Okay, you all right. I said, oh, okay, all right. So what I do? I'm petty, you guys. Officer Petty. What do I do? I parked my patrol car across the street from the drug house. Yep. And one day, I was out there for 2 weeks. And I got the permission, obviously, from the supervisor. I said, yeah, I need to put a little pressure on this drug house. 2 weeks. The first week, the homeowner comes out. He said, is there a problem? I said, no, ain't no problem. I said, is there a problem? He said, nah, I'm just trying to figure out why you out here in front of my house. I said, I'm not in front of your house. I'm in front of their house. Remember I told you last week the house was broken into. They're scared. We got these kids that are running around here breaking in all these homes. I asked you, I was trying to have a conversation with you, actually, if you see anything. You said you don't talk to pigs, remember? He's like, oh, well, I just thought you was going to be on some. I said, on some what? I said, did I come out? Did I come at you like that? I said, nah. I said, okay, cool. Right? So we started this foundation all over again. The respect started from that moment. And I said, okay, well, there's a bunch of kids that have been breaking into homes over here. We can't catch them. So my supervisor, listen, man, I don't even want to be here, bro. That's what I'm trying to. This now here's the game, right? This is the game. I said, listen, I don't even want to be here, bro. I'm trying to do this, do that. They got me babysitting this house and this neighborhood. He said, I got to stay out here for about 2 months, bro. Right here in front of this. Now, he doesn't know that I know that they trap out of that house, that they sell drugs out of that house. Right? He doesn't know. I know. I had a boy in narcotics, right? He was telling me that. And a lot of times in the hood like that, people got all them cameras around. And we knew there was traffic in and out, in and out. So what happened? In those 2 weeks I was there, you had cars going up and down the street, turning around, leaving, right? Staring at me while I'm sitting in the car. Money was just going out the window. Going out the window for 2 weeks, couldn't make any sales. From sun up to sundown, we put a police officer right on that street to try to detour any of the break-ins. He was pissed, you guys. He was losing money. 2 weeks. The second week, he came back out and talked to me. He was like, "Yo, Officer D, what's good?" I said, "What's good, bro? Everything straight?" He said, yeah. He said, "Man, I'm gonna look into that situation." I said, "About the kids?" He said, "Yeah. I think some people I can call." I said, "Oh, really?" He said, "Yeah. We're gonna take care of it. I promise you, we're gonna take care of it." I said, "I appreciate that, bro." I said, because what it is, y'all the old heads over here, y'all the vets in the neighborhood, right? Y'all the OGs. I said, "Why don't you pull these little kids aside, man, and educate them? They don't need to be running up in people's houses, right? Why don't you pull these little kids aside and educate them on how to stay out of trouble? Because if you do that, it makes my job a lot easier. I can get out of everybody's way, right? Because we want everybody's business to run smoothly." That's what I said to him. And he said, "Yeah, officer, I feel you." I said, Cool. Haven't had a break-in in that place ever since that conversation. He went and spoke to them. He went and spoke to the kids. Why? Because we're messing up his business. Some might argue, right? But what's the reality? This is how you patrol and police your own communities, right? You have people in the community who know who's committing these crimes, you guys. This is the moral of the story. They see what's going on. They know they're there all day, every day. They know who's doing all the crime. We call the police into our own communities. You guys, listen. In the Black community, who are the number one complainants? Who are the number one victims? Black people, you guys. You got to wake up. We call the police on our own people, which is natural. But, again, this is the beauty of having people who reflect you, who look like you, because they police and patrol differently. Because they understand. They understand the lingo, right? If I approach people, 5 guys standing in front of a business, they don't make me nervous. They might make my coworker nervous, right? Because you don't know that the dynamic is different. Listen, if you guys want to call up, please call up. I'll drop the link. If the moderators drop the link, if you want to come up. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. If you want to talk, jump on. The wrong people are being given power, So, but that's the moral of the story, you guys. I get a chance to police and deal with our community a different way. Someone who understands Black people. I'm Black. Been Black all my life. I know the lingo. I understand what's going on. I get the struggle, right? I get the issues. So I deal with them differently. If I see a brother selling CDs, I'm not going to hit him over the head, right? Stuff like that matters. There's a certain level of compassion, when you're dealing with people who look like you. It's just natural. It doesn't mean that you're racist. It just means that you have a natural connection to someone. It's just like a parent who's a police officer and they see a child hurt. There's a natural, you connect, you vibe with that situation because you have children. It's instinctive, you guys. It's natural. This is why we need more Black people, more melanated people in positions of leadership and in power who are there going to do the job properly, though, right? The wrong people are being, so Lucchese says the wrong people are being given power. Man, all the time. We need people to step up who have integrity, who want to see change, who are of the melanated variety. We need more. You guys, there's only 12% that are African-American in this profession. And we have to beg people to be cops. However, who will watch those managing the responses? This is true. The system itself is not an issue. It's the people in it. The system is not corrupt. The people are, right? The system works as a system is supposed to work. But when you put someone in the system who doesn't belong there, they end up messing it up, right? Supposed to go straight, but you turn left. You're never supposed to turn left. That's operator error. This is the problem with the system. Shout out to my boy Trash Can Waves. You guys, back in the day, that's how my waves look. In Atlanta, you had to have waves back in the day. You had to. Waves were a thing. Now it's like dreads and locks and dyed hair. I see kids with all different kind of color hair. Nah. Back when I was coming up, you had to have waves. Now I have nothing. Struggle is real. Shout out to Cam. Thank you so much for that, Cam. I do need to do more live streams. I'm gonna pick a day. We voted on it not too long ago, but I'm gonna pick a day because I like to get things. I'm a perfectionist, you guys. I'm a perfectionist. So yes, Cam T, I'm definitely gonna do more. I'm thinking I'm gonna stick to Tuesdays at like 6. Man, I be want to do my live streams more, but every time I think about it, the TLA jump on. I'm like, I gotta can it for the day. TLA's on. You know, when TLA's on, he has the whole day. TLA gets on at 2:00. I jump in almost like every hour, and then I take an hour break and I got to do stuff, come back on an hour. When I see TLA he's about to drop a video, I'll just go ahead and cancel my whole day for YouTube. I had a schedule. I remember one time I had a video. I had a video scheduled because we share some of the same subscribers. And listen, when TLA has a show, his show is so fun to just be a part of. It's so entertaining. I'll be on there too. So I like to get on there and watch. But I will do more. I'm about to hit TLA up like, bro, look, let me get Tuesdays, bro. Can I get Tuesdays at 6? Let me get Tuesday at 6. TLA will do it because he's cool like that. So shout out to TLA. I'm gonna have to ask him for some real estate, YouTube real estate. You know it's bad. His channel's growing too, man. It's going through the roof. He was just at 100,000 subscribers. Shout out to him. I'm treating him to Fogle Day Child too, you guys, for his congratulations. Shout out to Gerald, the homie, the big homie. Welcome to the channel, you guys. You guys feel free to join the channel. You know, any donations, you guys, or joining the channel it's such a blessing. It's such a big gift, you guys, to be honest. Because unfortunately, a lot of my content, the majority of my content doesn't get monetized or it gets partially monetized because of the content. YouTube has this funny thing going on where it's like this whole thing where you got to answer all these questions before you post a video. And because all my stuff's about law enforcement related stuff, I don't really get the ads like that. So I get partial monetization. So you guys, anything that you guys bring is a blessing and it's well appreciated. Joining the channel as well. So shout out to the big broski right there. Let's see. In my country of origin, the government has people in the community trained to be cops. We got to do something different, but people got to want to do the job. And, you know, when we talk about different cultures, that's always the key. You know, culture is so powerful because you look at each other as one, right? It's everybody agrees to love one another. And so you handle each other differently. Here, it's like, this is like the divided states of America, right? It's almost like every man for himself in this country. And everybody looks at these situations differently. Folks are like, I've heard people say about Amir Locke. I hear them say stuff like, well, the police are justified because he had a gun. It's like it doesn't work like that, you guys, right? If you can't see this situation as being wrong, there's a problem. Black Americans have no crime when overseas and in or out of the military. That's interesting. That's from earlier. Yeah, barbering, masseuse, license training years is great statistics to have when you meet the community leaders. I agree. I am definitely going to bring that point to them. You know, I don't know why whoever thought about the law enforcement profession thought it was okay to make it only like 3 months. You know, the proof is in the pudding, you guys, right? The proof is in the pudding. Obviously, people are saying it's a training problem. If you train people properly, they're just trained better, you guys. Let me tell you what type of training I had too at my department. We had actual like a simulation set up. It was a giant trailer. They had a screen. They had all these multiple different scenarios. In them, we carried a gun. It's almost like a video game, but it was a virtual simulator for shooting and dealing with scenarios, real base scenarios. They had actors on the screen acting it out, and then you have to engage, you have to speak and give commands and things like that. Those type of things help, you guys. They help a lot. And not only that, you have some police departments where they don't really have a lot of like certain types of crimes. They don't get a chance to investigate, so you're not getting that experience either. So even if you work for a department, if you're working in a specific area, some people prefer to stay in areas where it's less dangerous, less drama, less violence. But then those officers never learn anything because they don't have the experience. I knew officers, and me and my old coworker of mine were having this conversation about officers who were working for like 6-7 years and never didn't even know how to package dope. They're calling him like, hey, how do I package this coke? He's like, bro, you've been on the force 7 years. You don't know how to package coke? No. Never seen what Skittles look like. Oh, shoot, I can't be naming these things. YouTube. But wouldn't know street drugs from pharmaceutical drugs, right? Experience matters, you guys. Experience matters. You got to try the hot brush for the beard, my brother. Than you. Shout out to Scobie. Yeah, you're right. I need to get the hot brush. I need to get the hot brush. I gotta get my curl pattern up. I like this OPP, Officer Petty pepper spray. The pepper spray was my weapon, man. It was my go-to. A lot of lives were spared and saved because of that pepper spray, right? How you feel being partners with a female officer and some big dude got the jump on you and your partner got to help? Hey, let me tell you, real talk about that. I think that's a good question. Female officers. Listen, some of the best officers that trained me were women. Yep. They're one of the officers at my precinct. I admired her. I looked up to her. She was a white officer too, white female officer. She was off the chain, you guys. She was a good officer, integrity, skills, knowledgeable. She was an amazing. Honestly, I would give her credit for why I'm such a great investigator now. To be honest, she put me on the right path. I admired how well she investigated and made cases. She was just good, man. She had an eye for it. She see things. She could sniff through the BS. She can read you. I just sat there and just soaked her up, followed her around. Yep. She took me under her wing. She taught me a lot of great things, you guys. I think I credit a lot of my investigative abilities to her. A second woman too. Another woman was actually just as good. And she was black. So one white, one black. And of course the fellas, because it's male-dominated profession. But as far as women, yeah, she can kick with the best of them. Matter of fact, and she was on the SWAT team. She could shoot too. She could shoot. Yeah, she'd always clown me though. She'd always clown me. But she was a good instructor, like just training wise. So hey, listen, there's some women officers that can get down now. That I would prefer her over some of the guys, to be honest, to have my back, to be honest. And you bragging about this. Let me see. Expired spice. Who wants to cam up? You guys don't want to come up? Come on, you guys just want to hear me just sit here and talk. I'm trying to long stroke you like TLA does. I got to do this more. I think that I got to do this more. That's the problem. He said, okay, now it's coming. All right. Also, what Gerald say? Also, mandatory mental health checks and counseling. We need it. You guys, I had to take a polygraph test to get my job. And the question they asked me, I kind of laughed, but was kind of like, damn, yeah, I asked some questions like that. But my last department, the one I worked for, Dunwee, they required me to do a polygraph. They're asking me questions like, have you ever sexually assaulted anyone? Have you ever done these lists of drugs? Have you ever looked at inappropriate child material? Whew. Right? And I kind of laughed because I was like, yikes, right? And he looked at me when he was interviewing me and asking the questions, and he was dead serious, you guys. He was like, can you imagine? You're hooked up to a polygraph machine. Have you ever touched children inappropriately? And I'm a clown, so I was like, oh, no. Have you ever looked at animals inappropriately? I'm like, damn. I said, what kind of interview is this? Yeah. You guys, it's there's a lot of sick people out here. So when we talk about mental health checks, we talk about counseling officers before they do this profession. Absolutely. Absolutely is needed. Just recently, today, actually, in DeKalb County, there was an officer that just got arrested for trafficking, sex trafficking, and some other sexual offenses, that they arrested him. And I was like, I'm gonna do a video on it, but there's just so much going on, you guys. There's so much going on. I don't even know what content to make, And so, yeah, there's criminals in this uniform, and I said it before on a previous video, I work with guys who were arrested, who are working for gang members, escorting gang members to pick up drops, exchange, and they got busted by an undercover ATF agent. This is all in Atlanta. They ended up getting, I think, arrested like 12 officers in this operation. And the only reason why they decided, because the feds run the long game, and the only reason why the feds decided to cut it is because one of the officers, the drug dealer or the arms dealer, was like, hey, we need you to knock this person off. And then so the feds handler was like, nah, we need to cut this. Because the ATF got involved. The ATF was initially, this is what happened. The ATF was undercover investigating an arms dealer. And then the arms dealer told the undercover agent, like, hey, after we make the buy, if you need protection, if you need some transportation help getting from state to state, I have some officers on payroll. So of course the agent's like, oh, really? Yeah. Let me get that. So they update the case manager and they say, okay, well, he said he got officers on payroll. I think we got a whole other thing. So then they brought the FBI in, right? And they started doing the thing. They uncovered about 12 officers in the local metro Atlanta area, someone from my department. These guys I've worked with, I know. Kick doors open with these guys. Could you imagine? The person that's supposed to be trusting you with your back might just take it, right? For the right price. These guys were paid. How they get connected, I don't even know. You guys, so it's real. And so when they're asking me these questions in these interviews, I can laugh. I laugh it off in my head, but it's sad, Listen, the police are a reflection of society, you guys. Where are they getting these people from? They're getting them from our country, right? These people live here. They're product of our society. Putting on this uniform, you can almost say that policing is a reflection of self, reflection of our nation. Right? What's Lucchese say? This is like TLA's chats with the research happening real time. That's true. Shout out to Miss Vicky. Shout out to Miss Vicky. Yeah, let's see. That was no mistake. Aren't there two different weights? Let me scroll through. Damn, Mr. Live, what's up, brother? Nah, you ain't missed nothing. Douglas Skies, he says, Douglas Sykes said they relaxed the standards to be more stylish. Yeah, the standards got to go up. The mental health professional should accompany police officers with mental health related issues. Yes. So I think that's a great idea. Have the police present. Maybe the police are in the car, or what I think you just gave me this good idea. The issue is the uniform sets people off, right? In these situations where officers are responding to mental health issues, the uniform makes people uncomfortable. So my thing is, if we have mental health professionals responding and you have officers need to be there for protection, you guys, they do. My thing is not to put the officers in their uniform, right? Maybe have their gun concealed. Maybe have them in the same type of getup with the scrubs, and that way you disarm the people looking. Instead of looking at 2 or 3 people in uniform, you have an officer that still has the vest because you would need the healthcare professional as well to have the same. So then I think that's a way to. I think that's the best way to do it because the uniform intimidates some people, and so I think that's actually a great idea. So let's go through here. Malik is 17. Marlon is 22. Okay. Yo, Vicky coming in with the info. We got real time on the ground news. I like that. I like that. What month did juicing? Listen, you're not gonna get me like Whoopi got. All right. You're not gonna get me like how they got Whoopi. All right. So listen, when you don't own nothing, you can't say nothing. When you don't own nothing, you can't say nothing. Right? You're right. And again, they gave you a month. They gave black people a month. They said, look, here you go. Celebrate. When you don't own nothing, you can't say nothing. That's the problem, right? This is what this whole thing is all about. That's how Whoopi got spanked, right? The power of unity, you guys. You can call shots. You can be a shot caller. But if you don't own nothing, and we need to teach Black history beyond slavery. I agree. We need to have our own school so we can actually teach what we want to teach, right? Even better. You guys, we can't, we spend $1 trillion on nothing. So again, we keep having these young black males dying and going to prison. That's what we need to be teaching. How do we get them out of that? We need to repair these black homes. It's Black History Month, you guys. We're gonna be talking black all month. I'm crunchy. No, I'm not crunchy black. Let me not say that. It's a little throwback. If you guys don't know who Crunchy Black is, let me go through these chats. Anybody want to jump up? Jump up in the stream. Cam up. Have a conversation, you guys. You guys know I don't bite. Teddy S. Police pattern and practice data reveals dirty work, so that gives us a panoramic view of how they treat black people in a desperate way. So your BS about every pig is different doesn't pass the smell test. So your BS about every pig is different doesn't pass the smell test. Police pattern and practice data reveals dirty work. So, Teddy S. Dirty work, so that gives us a panoramic view of how they treat black people. No, honestly, I'll have a little pushback on that, Teddy S. I'm going to tell you why. Because, unfortunately, the data does not support that. The data does not support what you're saying. And not only that, people complain about officers for different reasons. And your encounters with an officer, a lot of times people exaggerate, right? People exaggerate. A lot of times you have people who are complaining they're having bad outcomes with the police. But then you go and you look and break down what actually took place, and you're like, okay, what happened here? The officer was rude. The officer was unprofessional. The officer was disrespectful. The officer had an ego problem, right? If that's the matrix if that's what we're using to define whether or not a person is having a bad outcome or if an officer is bad, it's very subjective. So we have to be very careful. What type of outcomes are we talking about? Are we talking about unprofessional behavior? Or are we talking illegal behavior, right? Those are two totally different things. And a lot of times people lump both of them together and the data doesn't support that. You can go right now and look at the data. People who actually file complaints against officers, people who actually report on their interactions and encounters with the police, they report. There's data to support that says that 80% of the interactions that people have are positive with law enforcement. You might not like the way you're treated. You might think that it's unprofessional. But when we talk about officers who are out here just breaking the law, violating people's rights and things of that nature, see, we have to be careful what we see on the news and what the media says. It's not always accurate. It's not always accurate. You know, I always urge people to do the research, right? I always tell people to do the research. I hear what you're saying, but it's not accurate. That's not accurate. And that's the reason why we have this problem now. Again, this situation, even in this moment right now, we can talk about Amir Locke's situation, how he was. We can talk about Dante Wright. We can talk about all these shootings, you guys. For every black person that's been shot, who shouldn't have been shot, I can show you 5 to 10 white people who were shot the same way. You guys, this is not a black problem. This is a nation problem. This is an American problem. They just highlight the black issues all the time. They never really show you any time when white people get shot by the police, you guys. There's a reason for it. There's a reason for it. It doesn't look good because they parade our situations in the media all the time because, come on, you guys. There are more white people get shot. Twice as many white people get shot than black people. Even unarmed, more white people get shot. More unarmed white people get shot than blacks. Just a couple months ago, you had a white officer shoot a man in a wheelchair in the back like 7 times. In the back in a wheelchair. You guys, again, you probably didn't hear about it. I did a video on it. No one marched for that man. He was in a wheelchair. Again, you guys, we have an American police problem. Black people don't own the rights to all struggles, man. You guys, we have to grow up. We're not the only ones going through this. The problem is the police. There's a police problem, right? And every white person that says something to you that you don't like doesn't make that person a racist, you guys. We got to grow up. And I know it's going to hurt a couple people's feelings, but you guys, listen. It's not against the law to be racially insensitive. People don't care about our struggle. They don't care about descendants of slaves. They don't care about the boat. They don't care about the lynching. They don't care about any of that. What do you want? What do you want to do? No one's responsible for our feelings but us. Why are we begging people to give a damn? You guys, the moment we get out of that attitude and start doing for ourselves, we will have better outcomes. It's like living in somebody's house and then complaining about what they're doing in their house. When you don't own nothing, you can't say nothing. I mean, you can, but then you're complaining. You're complaining. I spoke to a person one time, white guy, and we're having a conversation. Cool as a fan. And he was like, why should I? He said, yeah, so what? Insensitive, very insensitive, right? What did he say? Okay, so maybe my family they may have owned some slaves back in the day. What does it have to do with me? We're over here. We're 10, 11 generations past that. Why? So now I'm a bad guy because something that my ancestors did, I had nothing to do with that. What do black people say? Well, you benefit from it. Listen, you guys. Come on, right? Come on. Without communication, without building, you guys, come on. We're only gonna be able to blame white folks for so long. People get tired. That stuff is so played out. At this point, listen, it ain't like we just got off the slave ship yesterday, you guys. We spent $1 trillion last year. $1 trillion in our community. We spent more than the military budget last year. Military budget was $700 billion. They spent $700 billion on the military, and black folks spent $1 trillion on stuff. And we only own 1% of the wealth. We actually lost a little bit last year, according to them. You guys, so come on. People are pissed about police in this country. This is a United States problem. We have a problem. There's a problem. There's a problem with the crime. There's a problem with the violence. There's a problem with the corruption in all aspects of government, you guys. The politicians are just as bad. You guys make it seem like the police are just running around just taking lives every day. No, we got some idiots. We do. We do. You don't think pumping drugs in the community isn't harmful? Depends on what drugs you're talking about, right? If you want to be honest. because the same drugs that people are doing felony time for, you are now allowed to sell it and grow it. So you tell me. You tell me. Right? I've locked up people who had pounds of marijuana. Now, if you have pounds of marijuana, you can start a business. You tell me. Of course, there are drugs that are harmful, and there are drugs that aren't, right? I mean, we all know that. At one point, they said alcohol was harmful. Couldn't sell that either. I mean, you guys, this whole thing's about money. Same reason why they legalize prostitution in certain places. The government can get their cut, you guys. They're going to legalize it. If you can pay taxes, you can have it. White supremacy myth is being marketed over the media, and whoever believes the news has no idea how they are brainwashed us. Thank you. Thank you, Luke Hazley. Listen, white supremacy is the belief, you guys. It's the belief. I don't believe it. I believe it just as much as I believe in unicorns, you guys. It's a belief system. You believe it? You believe white supremacy? The two words don't even go together. White and supreme don't even match. You guys, at best, it's not white supremacy. What can we call it? What can we call it? White supremacy? No, absolutely not. It doesn't even make any sense. I remember the first time I heard that, I was like, how's that possible? White supremacy or what? Not now. Not today. What is white supremacy, you guys? Let's break it down, because there's something there that exists. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. It exists. What exists? You guys, there's 60% of the population. African Americans are 13%, you guys. We own 1% of the nation's wealth, and that's held by the athletes and entertainers. You guys, this average Black folks don't own anything. We don't own anything. So when you say white supremacy, supreme or what? Listen, no white man is supreme over me. No man is supreme over me. God is supreme, you guys. Listen, you don't want to have this conversation with me, because I'm going to challenge your thought problem. I'm going to challenge your logic. Supreme, you let someone tell you the fact that they were able to pull it off to get us all to believe that the different colors in our skin makes us different. Makes one person, you mean tell me you think you're superior because your skin color is different? Because you lack melanin? Come on, you guys. This is, what did Whoopi say? You guys, we're all one race. We're human races, right? We just look different. We have different cultures, different ethnicities. That's it. That's it, you guys. We're all human. We're all human, you guys. That's the problem. And we have to start looking at each other. Like Americans, we're here. We are American. We're American citizens. We have to start looking at each other through eyes of love. That's the problem. That's the problem. White supremacy. I talk to white people all the time. They don't even believe it. They're like, white supremacy, what is that? You guys, this is a class system issue, right? It's class. This is the problem. The hierarchy, class is the problem. It's the money. It's economics is the problem. This is the real issue. This is the real issue. Like I said, like the gentleman said before, just because you don't see the bad that's happening to white people by law enforcement doesn't mean it's not happening. There are people in our community that think that white people don't get shot by the police. I kid you not. I've talked to them. Oh, what? This happened? Yeah. Yeah, come on, you guys. I posted something on the community tab the other day of a white officer shooting a white kid. No one talked about it. He got shot in the back. No one talked about it. Nobody cares. They know that our community is so sensitive, so emotional, easily manipulated. You guys, Black Lives Matter. They're in the news again, right? One of the owners quit. She stepped down. She made like $6-7 million. Then her girlfriend bought a mansion for $6 million. Like, come on, you guys, it's a game. It's a game. And they're using law enforcement to divide the people. It's a game, you guys. This is what motivated me, inspired me to come and speak out. Let me tell you, I had a situation where there was a man who was shot by an officer, right? Follow me now. I need you to follow me. I want to pull his comment back up. Now I don't remember where his name was. I need you to follow me, you guys. There was a man who was shot by a police officer. We get a phone call, and it's one of these civil rights guys, right? Civil rights attorneys, right? A famous one. Pick your poison. These social justice warriors, these color warriors is what I call them. Oh, we heard that you keep shooting us and killing us in the street. You shot another black man. You're gonna hear from us. We want the name, we want the video, we want the report, we want all the information. We want it now. We're flying down there. We're gonna be there tomorrow. We're gonna have the news present. You can't keep killing us in the streets. All right. They asked for the tape. They asked for the report. They said they had the media showing up. So they're like, okay. Transparency, full transparency. They give him everything. He's on his way now. He's on his way. What do you think happened? They found out that the officer was black. He canceled you guys. He didn't show up. He said, disregard. Guys, it's a game. It's a game. And we are being played. And we fall right into it every single time. So easily manipulated, you guys. The power of emotion. The power of emotion. They do it all the time. The man said, disregard. You guys, these people are disgusting. They're playing with the lives of others. They don't care. You know how much these attorneys make? 33%. They get these lawsuits, 33%. What's 33% of $1 million, you guys? They're praying for a dead body. And they're praying that the officer's white. It's a myth, you guys. This whole thing is a social construct to get us to, it's divide and conquer. The real color that matters in this country is green. White supremacy? Nah. Green supremacy? Yes. Absolutely. That's the mindset we need to start having. What's green supremacy in this country, guys? White supremacy is a joke. You talk to any white person, they don't even believe that. What are they? They make up the majority, you guys. Of course, their hands are going to be in all the businesses and all the things. Yes, they got a head start. Okay. Okay. All the other communities seem to be doing just fine. You don't see white people going to South Africa talking about black supremacy. White privilege. What's white privilege? Please, someone explain to me what white privilege is. Now, listen, I get it. I get it, because somebody's going to tear this video up when I get done. I get it. But is it white privilege? Who doesn't? Everybody has privilege. There's always some type of privilege. I got bald head privilege right now. You can't tell me I don't got bald head privilege. Ain't too many brothers can rock the bald head. I got bald head privilege. My boy Trash Can Waves, he got wave privilege. Listen, we can make excuses for anything, you guys. White privilege. No, it's more like white preference. See, we got to stop giving people so much damn credit for stuff that they don't even do. If you have your own stuff and you do your own thing, you give privilege to whoever you want to give privilege to, you guys. When you're using other people's stuff, they have privilege, they have leverage. That's all it is. That's all it is. Stop empowering people. Stop giving people more power than they deserve, or that they even earn, or they even ask for. Stop letting people just tell you stuff. You just run with it. White skin, black skin. He's a racist. So what? He called you the N-word. What? True story. You know, they had a conversation about Joe Rogan, right? About the N-word. Who cares, you guys? Who cares? We don't so focused on trying to own a word. We need to own property. We need to come out here and own some investments. You want to own a word? Like, we don't own that word. We want to take that word and dismantle it. So we're gonna call each other niggas, and because when I say nigga, it's different than you say. You can't say it though, but we can say it. That's cool, cool, cool. I respect that. I respect it. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. But if you truly, truly dismantle the word should have no power, you guys, right? Listen, this Black History Month, let's talk about it. Take the power out of the word. Someone calls you a nigga, then you get triggered. You want to shoot up the place now because someone said that to you and they were white. A white person called me that, I'd laugh and I'd walk away. I'm like, you're an idiot. You guys, listen, because someone were to say that to me in another language, I wouldn't even know it. That just goes to show you the power of words. The way you believe a word has power over you. Man, we got to make changes, you guys. It's 2022. 2022. We got to make changes. We got to dismantle these words. White supremacy, we need to dismantle that. What is it? It's white leverage. But supremacy, no. We're not going to speak supremacy over our community. That's not what it is. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, you guys. We got to stop using that supremacy word. Nobody's supreme over anybody. For me, it's God. So I'd be damned if I say a man is supreme over me. White supremacy don't even make sense. We can look at the definition. The definition don't even make sense. The belief that someone, the belief, you can believe what you want, you guys. What my mom tell me, she said, Nathan, you can be whoever you want to be. And listen, guys, I told my mom I wanted to be a superhero when I was a kid. I did just that, right? Save lives. You can be who you want to be. Don't put your hands on me, though. I always tell people that. Okay. All right, white supremacist. Listen, if someone, it's no different than someone like, in our community, we have this thing called colorism. It's like someone not liking I don't like dark skin this, or I don't like light skin that. So what? You dislike me. We talk about officers, and we talk about racist police officers. Then give them something that they can't refuse. Money. What are you willing to risk? What are you willing to risk? Listen, you guys, we can't even solve world hunger. You think you're going to solve a person not liking another person because of the color of their skin? You guys, we got to get real with this. Focus too much on things that don't matter. Focus on the name. We own the word nigga. No, you don't. We need to own stuff that matters, because clearly the only thing we own is 1% of this nation's wealth, and we're 13%. Now, if we own 13%, that would make sense. But you guys, we spend $1 trillion a year on stuff. On stuff. You guys are trying to take the wealth up out of our community, you guys. So we're permanent underclass. It's almost like we're still slaves, you guys. We're still slaves to the economics. Listen, free the body, but then trap the mind. So at the end of the day, we're still in the same place we were 400 years ago. Deion Smith says it's an American police problem, but when you see a bad cop constantly going crime force to force as a gypsy police officer, just terrorize others. Facts. Facts. I would say, let's call them, because people are very sensitive about these culture words. I won't call them gypsies, but I get what you're saying. We'll say nomadic, right? Let's call them nomadic, vagabond cops. I like that better. If you're a vagabond cop, you just out here, you just kind of backpacking it from place to place. How do you solve that problem? You make officers get insurance. You get them licensed. If they can't get insurance, they can't get their license. You solve the problem, right? Matter of fact, Deion, we call them grasshopper cops. That's what we call them. If you're a grasshopper cop, that's how you solve that problem. Nobody want to cam up, huh? All right, we're gonna do about 30 more minutes. I'm surprised I don't want to cam up. This is why I don't do live streams, messing with y'all. TLA's live stream, everybody and their mama be showing up, getting on cam to have conversation. My topics be his topics be intense though. His stuff be entertaining. So I guess I need you know what I need? I need to get them little soundboards. There was a white cop with a rifle that shot a white man dead who was crawling after giving him confusing orders. Yes, in the hotel room. I remember that. And that officer was such a coward. All he had to do was walk over there and handcuff him. These officers get these long rifles and these guns, and again, stroking their ignorant ego, so quick, so anxious to pull the trigger. It's the same thing with the officer in the shopping plaza. I think that was in where was that? Florida? I can't remember. He shot the suspect who was beating people with the padlock, and he used the rifle in a department store, and the bullet went through and hit the drywall and went through and hit the girl and killed the girl in the dressing room. It's just overzealous, man. Just so anxious. Yeah. So yeah, and that officer got convicted, but it wasn't even a big deal. It wasn't a big deal. See, you guys, look, they make money off of our anger. They make money off of our suffering. They make money off of our happiness. They make money off of our death, you guys. Black suffering is profitable. So, of course, if they sell you racism through the eyes of police, you're going to watch and you're going to give and invest into it. Come on. Thank you, Vernice. Thank you for that. I try, I really want to see our people do better because we have it, you guys. We have everything we need. We have talented people. We have geniuses. We have everything we need. The culture is just a little jacked up. We need a little tune. We need a little adjustment, right? I need a little adjustment. That's all. We need to help. We need to help each support each other when we have businesses opening need support. Absolutely. Why not? You guys, we have $1 trillion. We got someone in the back. JD, you got JD, you ain't got no avatar or nothing. JD, you got to hit the camera and make sure you're a real person. Folks be on here trying to play. JD in the back. Let me make sure I don't have anything in the. Oh, okay. Oh, you waving? Yeah, we got some people. We got some people coming in. Now I'm excited. All right, JD, I'm about to bring you up. Oh, snap. JD, you on live. How you doing, sir?
Fabulous, man. How you doing?
I'm good, brother. I'm good. What you got for me?
I'm just here checking out the scenery, man.
All right, what you got for me on the topic? Anything you want to chime in on? You've been listening from the beginning?
No, man. I was at work. I wasn't able. I've been listening for about 30 minutes though.
Okay. Anything you want to chime in? You want to give some 2 cents to? What's on your mind?
I don't know, man. I might have prematurely jumped in on this, but
Are you good? So let me tell you where we're at. So we started the live stream off. We're talking about Amir Locke. You familiar with that incident about the shooting?
Yeah, it's a very sad situation. How are your feelings about no-knock warrants and the strategies that, the safety
So
concerns? Let's talk about the occupants of the home.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Uh, you
yeah, yeah,
know,
yeah. So no knock warrants. I think there's pros and cons to it. I think like any tool that officers have, they need to be used properly. And I think when they're not used properly, then you have to take the tool away. So I understand the purpose for it, and then I've also seen them be abused as well. And so with the no knock warrant, the issue is it becomes an immediate conflict when you start talking about a person's right to defend their home, not knowing that the police are the ones actually coming to the door. So it increases the risk for the officers, which is why I think the tactics of the officers need to be sound. They need to be clear and they need to be crisp, because any mistakes, people get hurt. There's a lot of people who've gotten hurt from officers doing just home search warrants just in general. And so again, the no knock warrant has its purposes. I wonder if the purpose is going to, at this point, outweigh the benefits, right? So mainly the two purposes for the no knock warrant is to help preserve evidence. So mainly you're talking about maybe like majority of the time is drug cases that I've seen
mm-hmm.
no knock warrants. The other one is when you're going into a situation where you know there's going to be hostile suspects inside, then you don't want them to be alerted that you're present, because it would give them an opportunity to prepare to do a counter assault, right? And so I get that. I understand that, which is why when they have high risk warrants, the SWAT teams are the ones that actually do it. If we're talking about homicide suspects, drug suspects, and things of that nature, that's the reason why the SWAT team, because they have the equipment, supposed to have the training to be able to actually deal with that level of threat if it arises. So in reference to the incident, though, the problem is if they get it wrong in a situation like this, a person has the legal right to have a gun inside the home. They have a right to have the gun wherever they want to have the gun. The officers failed at making that announcement and then asking the person to drop the gun. If the officers take a round before they exchange a round, it's kind of on the officers, right? They have to make sure they present themselves in a way to where there's no question that the person knew that this was law enforcement going into the home.
That's true.
Because if not, you have a situation just like we had with Amir Locke. We have a situation like Breonna Taylor. And what the officers did on the Breonna Taylor situation was 100% wrong. Shooting blindly into a house is unacceptable. And again, they should have been charged appropriately, and they weren't. So what are your thoughts?
I remember an incident. I'm horrible at names and locations, but there was a gentleman who got no knock raided, and he shot at the police officers. The police officers charged him. They took it to jury, and he was found not guilty.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it makes me want to Google it, man.
Yeah, Google it. Let me know.
Let me get the tablet out here.
Yeah, what happened to drop the weapon? I'm gonna pull this up while you're doing that. And
yeah, go ahead.
This Paul Tucker said, what happened to drop the weapon? Yeah, exactly. You guys, there has to be an understanding as officers are going and crossing a threshold in someone else's home, right? This is how I was taught.
Their domicile.
The domicile. Okay.
Their domicile.
There we go. So there has to be an understanding that officers have to know that when you are going into and crossing the threshold into another person's home, you're in scary territory, right? Because a person can look at you as being a threat. They went into the place, they never cut the lights on. You guys, when I was getting tactical training, they said, hey, if you're in a situation, cut the lights on, right? Remember, the officers went in, the tactics they used were horrible, right? There was no ballistic shield. What's the benefit of having a ballistic shield? That's that giant, you guys aren't familiar with it, it's like a giant wall that the officers carry. It's heavy. And you have to train with it. But by having that, it gives you a barrier of protection. It makes you a little bit more comfortable and more freely to have conversations through that barrier and say, hey, sir, drop the weapon. Ma'am, drop the weapon. Hey, this is what I need you to do, right? And so when you have that, you can negotiate through that. But without having any protection, and you have the officers fanned out across the room, the tactics are bad. The tactics are bad. And I believe the reason why they didn't show the rest of the body cam from the other officers is because there's a good chance it's not going to support the shooting, right? The guy's his finger was out of the trigger well. The barrel of the gun was facing downward. It's not a threat. It's not a threat. What are your thoughts, JD, in reference to no knock warrants? Do you think that it's a necessary tool, or you think it needs to be taken out?
There's been a lot of innocent people harmed through that process.
True. That's true.
You know, how many is too many? Is there a percentage rate that's acceptable?
No, it doesn't. And I would say
I'm sorry to cut you off, but there was a flashbang grenade thrown into a baby's crib.
I saw that.
And the baby was disfigured. You know, that's sad.
It is.
It's sad that we do that to ourselves.
You know, I always like to say one death is too many deaths, right? People always say collateral damage. I don't like to use that because it comes off very insensitive. And unfortunately, there's no safe way to do a dangerous job. But I will say this. I think there needs to be more training, more scrutiny on how these warrants are given, right? As far as, again, we were always taught, I was taught differently, right? We're big on surveillance. We have technology now. There's ways to track people. It's so easier than it was. So there's no reason why we should be having such reckless incidents like we do currently. I firmly believe that. And let me give a special shout out to Douglas Sykes. I really appreciate that $20 super chat, brother. I appreciate that. So JD, I agree with you 100%. There needs to be something needs to happen. There needs to be a serious. Here's the problem with this situation, though. The mayor had already made these conversations. Say, hey, we're gonna get rid of these no knock warrants and things like that. Back when the George Floyd thing was, people were protesting with that. You know, these politicians, they don't stick on their work. They don't care. They say what they say. A lot of them say what sounds good in the moment. And, you know, again, if they would have knocked on the door, because it looks like he didn't wake up until after the officer kicked the sofa.
Oh yeah, he didn't wake up. He got hit. You know, the couch got hit, and then he reacted. He didn't know anybody was there.
Exactly.
Or who was there at all.
Yep. I don't see the officers. I don't see the officer who shot escaping from this, because there's no way you can legitimately tell if the person was alert and conscious enough to recognize that the police were present. You got to, you know, it just, when you're going in the home, officers have to use due regard all the time. They say it all the time. And again, that's how I was trained. You can't afford to make mistakes. Due regard, meaning that you're held at a higher standard. Damn near, you got to be shot at before you. This is what I was saying earlier. It's going to have to turn. What's probably going to happen is, like, listen, officers, before you can shoot your gun, you got to take a shot before you give a shot.
They should have had a shield.
They should have had a shield.
They should have had a shield.
Yep.
You know, they should have had a shield. There should have been one officer. It needs to be decided beforehand. One officer is the call guy.
Yep.
You know, the one that does the talking.
The lead. Yep.
And before they open that door, they should have beat on it and then opened it.
Yep. Because
and open it up.
That's right.
But I'm not a police officer. I'm just some random guy, man.
Well, but that's the problem.
A lot of people will say that you don't know the job, so you can't emphasize, have empathy for it or whatever. But at the
Mm.
same time, rational people can have a
Yes.
discussion and
Yeah.
convey stuff between each other that would be meaningful.
Yes, I agree. I agree. I agree. No, you're absolutely right. At the end of the day, the reality is that
I'm gonna mute that. I'm gonna mute this. I'm listening. My
go ahead,
dog's
brother. Yeah.
crazy.
All right. I want to say killing the dog over there. But no, I was just gonna say that you're absolutely right. And Zoe, I see you. I'm about to pull you up next. But you're absolutely right. People are looking at this and saying it's common sense. It's like, hey, I'm a cop, or they'll say, hey, I'm not even a cop, and this doesn't look right. And like you said, you're not a cop, but you knew that there's something, a tool's missing, a ballistic shield is missing. And it should have been, they should have had one. They're SWAT, supposedly. Poor training, horrible tactics. Everybody screaming. One of the guys was like, get the fuck up or get the fuck on the ground. I'm like, what? He's asleep. He's asleep. In a formation, in a tactical formation, only one person is giving commands. That's a person on point. You have a point guard, you have a rear guard. So everything was horrible on that. Everything was horrible. But JD, I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you from joining in. I'm gonna bring up the next guest.
Yeah, man.
But
I look forward to having
gotta
more
work.
conversations with you.
Absolutely, man. Hey, I got a show tomorrow. Too. So if you want to jump on, man, just link up. It's gonna be at 7 o'clock. So anytime between 7 and 10, I think I'll be on.
Yeah, I'll be around, man. I'll be a little bit more prepared.
All right, no worries,
I
brother. You
appreciate
good?
you,
You
man.
good? I appreciate you. All right.
Y'all have a good one.
You too, man. All right. Zoe, what's good? You up, brother? You up? You on mute? You on mute?
Hey, what's up?
What's going on, man? How you doing?
I'm doing good. I joined the stream a little bit late, but I am able to catch up a little bit. I
It's
did
all good.
watch the body cam footage and some of the stuff you were saying just now about no knock warrants. Man, I don't think there should be except for the situation of going into a hostile environment. I don't think drugs is good enough reason to break into someone's home, no matter what
Right.
the evidence is. I don't think protection of evidence is a good enough reason to risk someone's life, because their life, their own testimony is gonna be your biggest evidence, or their biggest help. So it seems to me that you're actually violating their right to, you're putting their right to defend themselves at risk,
Yes.
even court going into the future. And it's like, you're not supposed to be judge, jury, and executioner. So RIP Amir Locke, RIP Breonna Taylor. But when it
Mm,
comes to these situations, I understand the hostile environment, but even that has to have more strict set of rules. There has to be an understanding that, at least in those situations, that the police can't be found completely not at fault. It's like, or something, at least to make the accountability equal. I'm not saying maybe not completely at fault, but that accountability has to be there, so that when you're going into that situation, it's not it's not a bloody situation. It's
right.
not about this person not being able to defend themselves in their own home, because as every man understands, the place where you should have peace is your home. So when something comes to violate that, that should be treated as holy. So,
Mm,
and even if it goes to court after that, that there should be scrutiny to say that, all right, I went, they did have a no knock warrant, but I did defend myself, and whatever, like, kind of like when two people fight, like that, it's an understanding that I do have a right to defend myself, even if there was no knock warrant. And I'm even of the belief that even if they'd announced themselves, it's just like, I don't know, in the situation that you're presenting to me, when I'm in my own home and you come and saying you're the police, how do I know that you're the police when you're coming in
that's
this
true.
aggressively to my space?
That's
So
true.
whether you're the police or not, it's like, no, this is still my space. You're coming in and you have your own agenda that, you believe whatever, and that justified the warrant. I still have
Right.
my family. I still have my home. I still have what it is that I'm willing to die for. Because if I'm not willing to die for anything anywhere else, I'm willing to die for what's mine in my own space. This is my space. I'm a very big believer that you should always be um, allowed to defend your space. If I'm out in public and something happens and you catch me slipping, I'll take it to court. I'll back
Right.
down. It's your space. I could be a threat to anybody else. This is public space, but in my space, my private space should never be infringed upon. What you mean people don't understand no, that's the thing. The dangers are understood. The court system understands, Douglas. The court system understands very well. There are many cops that get off that, whether rightfully so or not rightfully so, because of the dangers the officers face during any warrant. But at the same time, this is about protecting people.
Hmm.
The police are there to protect people, and even people that you're arresting. That's why it's dangerous, because even the person that you're arresting is your responsibility, is
Hmm.
someone you should be accountable for, and that's where
True.
it hurts to see that. And let me put it like this: I don't envy the police. I don't envy the police by any means. They do y'all clean up after the messes nobody else wants to take.
Facts.
It's that no one else wants to do it. No one wants to sit there and say, let me go out and risk my life and XYZ dot dot dot, and then go back home and think everything's supposed to be sweet. There's things that are going on in a lot of officers' lives that affect them negatively, that they're bearing. They're Batman. They're taking the pain that people don't want. So the bottom of America, where it's ugly at, is like, that becomes the burden of the police.
Right.
But it doesn't mean but Batman has a code not to kill, because he understands what he's doing can also ruin him. You know
Hmm.
what I'm saying? So it's like, all my respect to Batman, all respect to people to understand that dynamic.
Facts.
But that's what it boils down to. The accountability has to come first. He won't kill the Joker. And he's seen the Joker murder. He's seen the Joker do things, but he has to separate himself from that and be intelligent and advanced technologically, financially, tactically. I think you were bringing up with the ballistic shield or whatever, the riot shield or whatever, the
Uh-huh.
ballistic shield. Yeah, tactically, you have to be sound. Only one person giving orders, that makes so much sense, because you need to minimize confusion and you need to
Correct.
minimize misunderstanding, so that
Correct.
once you see everything's been done and that standard's been set, if something goes wrong at that point, we can look at the cops and say, damn, it still sucks to be you, and we still appreciate what you do. But a situation like this shouldn't be
The
looked at
norm.
without judgment. We shouldn't
Right.
be looking. We shouldn't be saying rest in peace, Amir Locke, for this. Now, the kid did have the gun already in his hand, so I'm not judging him for that too much. But I do understand how once you see a gun that you react. So to me, I'm looking at that like a little bit devil's advocate to say, I understand to some degree how the cops could react in that type of situation. But it's like, if you're going into a situation where it's a no knock warrant, I still have to say, like, you can't fault the kid for having the weapon. You can't fault him for, like, whatever it was he was going through, where he felt like he had to sleep with a gun at night or in the morning or in the broad daylight, and he was just going through it. It's
Yeah.
not just the cops you got to be worried about, it's other people. So I can't even knock him too much for that. I just understand how it went wrong from watching the body cam footage.
Yeah, I would say, a couple of things too with that is that, as we're doing this live stream, we're kind of learning, new information is coming up. So we're kind of getting some of the stuff. Because it's possible too that it sounds like there's a possibility that I haven't confirmed it yet, that the warrant was for property, to search property. It had nothing to do with searching and looking for a person. So that means that that's the case, and that they were looking for maybe evidence of maybe items that were taken from maybe a robbery or the homicide or something of that nature. So then it was like, you didn't need a no knock warrant to do that. You
Right.
just need to knock and get one of the residents to let you in. So if that's the case, if this is a property, if they're using this, if this is a search warrant, not for a person. Okay, let me go back, because I keep using the terms everybody else is using. They're not proper terms. There's an arrest warrant, and then there's a search warrant.
Right.
Okay. The media keeps saying a search warrant, but the media doesn't really know the lingo, right? So an arrest warrant is when you have a warrant for a person, a body. You're looking for this body. You're looking for this guy. A search warrant it could be something as simple as you're searching the car, you're searching the house, and you're searching for property and evidence. If they had a search warrant and not an arrest warrant, that's a problem. It's a problem regardless. But it's even more of a problem because now you're asking, why did you use this level of police force for a search warrant? That's like someone saying, I need a search warrant for this car. And then they open your car door and they see you in the sleeping in and they shoot you while you're in the car. You're like,
Right.
what? It's like, hold on, wait, what? So if that's the case, 'cause I saw someone just mentioned it right here, and I've heard this the second time I heard it, but I haven't had a chance to. Shout out to that Avatar picture. I'm a Naruto fan, y'all. So shout out to that. Lisa La Quabanita. What about
Cubanita.
it being just a property warrant? So a search warrant, yeah, if it's a search warrant, that's a bigger problem because now it's like, why did you need the SWAT team to go and do a search warrant? That's something that all you have to do is this is how you normally do a search warrant. And if you know there's occupants that are going to be there, you could have had 3, maybe 4 police officers at best, right? You lock down the house, you knock on the door, right? Person comes or they don't come to the door, right? Or you unlock the door, you make your announcement outside the door and let them know, hey, this is the police. And you don't go at 6 o'clock in the morning, right? You don't, because you know people are asleep. So I don't know their logic if they thought that the person they were looking for was going to possibly might be in that apartment.
I got a
Possibly.
question.
Hmm?
I need some clarity. I would like some clarity if you have it.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you're doing a person warrant, right,
Mhm.
versus a search warrant, during a person warrant, that can be no knock.
Yes.
A person warrant can be no knock. So wouldn't that just be in effect wanted dead or alive?
Nah.
No? Why?
No,
I
no,
mean,
no, no.
I don't know if it's the best question to
No,
ask,
no,
but I'm just
no.
like
When
thinking about it
you
like
said dead or alive, I was like, nah, we don't do those no more.
I mean, I understand, but it's like it's effectively like the present version of it with regards to it.
Yeah.
Like, let's say Amir Locke, let's say they did everything right and it was a person warrant,
Yeah,
right?
it's like
And then
wanted.
now we're
You're talking
looking
about
at
like wanted,
him,
like back in the day, like cowboy days. I'm like, hey, this
right?
person was wanted back in the that's what you're talking
I'm
about.
drawing a comparison, so I'm not saying
Okay,
it's supposed to still be like that, but in
I see
effect,
what
it
you're
still
saying.
seems like it's still wanted dead or alive
I see what you're
because
saying.
if you're going in and it's a no knock warrant, that means you're risking that person's life automatically, right?
True.
And I understand that's because it's a hostile environment. But it's like if you're going into that situation, no knock, we need to get this person. You're effectively treating him like such a threat that, or her like such a threat that, whatever happens, this person is that much of a danger to A, the community, and B, to themselves, or C,
Mm,
to us.
right.
So with that being it's a Tuesday morning back, I guess, kind of conversation. My bad,
No,
but
you're good.
with that being the end result potentially, or the knife says if it's likely, but just potentially, how I'm trying to question how viable is a hostile reason, because I believe that you should be able to have. Well, I say I believe. I guess I just understand why a hostile environment, no knock warrant makes sense for police, but I'm not sure if I'm totally sold on it. So I'm trying to question
I
the
think
viability of a
I see what you're,
hostile environment
I see what
for
you're
having a
saying.
no knock warrant, and if you're essentially potentially just sending someone to die by issuing that warrant because of the possibility,
Of
or how
violence,
high that possibility of them,
the risk, right?
yeah, because
So
you're going to do that for a dangerous person, so it's
right.
going to be a fight.
Correct. So that's the reason why the SWAT team does it, because the SWAT team is supposed to have the equipment, right? They'll use gas canisters. You heard the gentleman before, they would throw. I've seen a case where they've thrown tear gas canisters through windows. The problem with that is you don't know if there's babies in there, kids. If you don't have the proper intel, right? This isn't, and we're talking about these are apartments, these are homes. Unless it's like a bando kind of thing. But
Yeah,
regardless, you don't know, right? Like the whole thing, everything comes down to intel. A lot of these things they're not investigating properly. They're not just waiting for the person to come out.
right,
Every situation is different. So it's very hard to say, right? So you can sit on a house. Some people don't come out. They got cameras everywhere. So sometimes as officers in this job, you have to go in. We have to go into a dangerous situation. There's no doubt about that, right? So I'm not saying that's not going to be a possibility, because if that's the case, we can't give ground away to criminals, right? So if we have
right.
situations where we have violent criminals that need to be apprehended, we don't do it on their time. We can't pick and choose when we want to give them some leniency, right? So we have to make sure we understand that. The problem is if we're going to, if a person has to get arrested, we don't negotiate with them, right?
Hmm.
So at some point in time, we can talk through the door all day, but at some point in time, someone has to make a move. So if we make a move, we're going into a dangerous place. The whole purpose of the no knock warrant and a dangerous person when you're making an arrest is to get them by surprise. But it's the surprise that is the most dangerous, because if they don't believe that the police are in their home, then they're going to shoot back, right? This is what we saw with Breonna Taylor. You know, and the biggest problem though that I have with this whole thing with no knock warrants is that now that it's become an issue, it's going to make it harder for officers to get one or be justified in doing it, because suspects now, the way they think and the way they operate, they're now going to say, "Oh, I didn't hear the police say, I didn't hear them knock. I didn't hear them say police when they came in." So now it's not even going to help our situation either, because suspects will use that as an excuse to shoot at the police.
That should
God.
go into it. That should go into it. I don't think any suspect, because whether they hear you say it or whether they're cognizant enough to be able to be like, yeah, they definitely said it, and I need to sit the fuck down, because you're surprising them. That goes into the element, which that's why I'm asked. That's why the question is about being dead, about dead or alive, is that you can walk into that situation and that person, you could be like, this is the police. The police, like, you wake somebody up like 2 seconds afterwards, and it's like the police, they could still be like dreaming technically and be like, oh fuck, they could have been just dreaming about the police. They'd be coming out of a situation in their sleep or in their unawareness, or
Yes.
well, I'm not even trying to play that card. I don't even want to make it that way. Let's make them completely aware of the fact that the police are after them, and here the police are, and now it's their last stand, right?
Right.
Now that they're there, they're still in their space. There's a warrant to be there, but you have to understand that this person is, that the reason that you have this is because of the situation, that they can go out. Now it
Right.
may be justifiable to a certain degree to open fire on someone who might be
Yes.
opening fire on you or trying to treat you with that threat. But this person is still essentially defending their home and defending their space wherever they're at. If it's not their home, they're hiding out somewhere else. Maybe it gets a little bit gray area, but it's like at that point, you know that you're going in for a fight,
Right.
and SWAT does have to be equipped to be able to throw the flashbang, do something that's going to disorient them even further, or to bring the
Correct.
level down as a matter of protocol. To say, this is the protocol. Oh yeah, this person's gonna know this person know we on their ass, and now here we are, no knock warrant. We're gonna surprise them. The element of surprise needs to be maximized so that whatever it is that you're doing, you're taking this person in alive. That you're taking all those steps, and everything that's not that should have accountability, because you're playing with someone's life. This is someone's life, and if they're not valuable as a citizen or as a human being, then say that. Let people understand that, because especially in a situation where you're going to sleep with a gun, like, they're obviously afraid for their lives for a reason. Because I
Possibly.
know people that have guns that
Yeah.
they don't go to sleep with them all the time, but if you at that point, like, in
It's
the sheets with you, man, like, that's not safe. He had it off. Did he
possibly.
even have it off safety? I don't know what's come out, but if he had it on safety or not, or if he was just bringing up the point out to hold his ground, like, no, just like make a standoff or whatever. People
Possibly.
have romantic ideas in their heads about what they're gonna do with their gun when they have it.
Well, I would say the thing with that is though is that if he doesn't live there, he could have been that could have been. I've been places where I have my gun and I'm at a friend's or something, and I take it, I'll put it on the coffee stand or something and lay down, or if I'm visiting family, whatever. And so it wouldn't be uncommon for him to have it in that capacity, or it could have been on him, or he picked it up when he heard, or he felt the kick or heard the noise and then thought maybe it was somebody, right? If he knows this is his cousin, because the suspect allegedly is his cousin, right? So if the suspect is his cousin, he knows his cousin is running the streets doing all kind of foolishness. He thinks that someone is in a place or whatever. So there's so many different avenues you can take with what he was thinking and why he did this, why that. The reality is, it's not against the law for him to have it. It's not
Right.
against the law for him to have it in the position and the way that he had it. So that within itself is a non-factor, right? So the
No, I'm
question
trying to
then
put it
becomes,
against. Oh, go ahead. My bad.
the question then becomes this: when the officers come into someone's home and they don't have the proper equipment to do the job, right? That's
Right.
an issue. When they're not trained properly to do the job, that's an issue. I think I understand the benefits of the no knock warrant because of the dangers. I get it. I also believe that when the tools are abused, the tools are going to get taken, which is what we're starting to see here. It doesn't change the fact it makes our job harder though. So get rid of the no knock warrants. That's fine. Because then again, what ends up happening? You get a warrant to do a search warrant or arrest warrant. You still got to knock on the door. So regardless, you lose the element of surprise. This isn't going to change the outcome if officers aren't trained properly. Because if they knocked on the door 5 times and made announcements, and
Close the
then
door.
they entered, and
Go
then
ahead.
they entered into the house, it doesn't change anything because their tactics and their training was still bad. So the outcome was still going to be the same regardless, right? Maybe he would have woke up and like, oh my God, is that the police for real? Maybe it isn't. Maybe I'm gonna go with my gun anyways because it might be some jack boys, right? So just saying you're the police and then kicking somebody's door in is losing its validity because criminals have been known to dress up like the police too. So there has to be a deeper conversation that needs to be had now as far as, is that good enough to say you're the police when you're knocking on somebody's door?
Right.
You know, that's the real question now.
I mean, that's kind of the direction I was going in. I wasn't trying to make it seem like he
No,
didn't
you're
have
fine.
a right to
I
have
know
his
what you
gun.
meant.
I'm like, it was more like, yo, like whatever the situation is, however close the gun was to him.
Right.
I mean, I give the police a lot more leeway with him having. My point about that was just I give them more leeway with the fact that from what I've seen from the video, at least my personal view, like, and I only watched it recently, was that as soon as he got up, it was like he had the gun in his hand already. So like to me, it seemed like he went to sleep with that gun, which I'm not knocking him for that at all. I'm not trying to knock him for that. I'm just saying in that situation from the police perspective, I understand the like you go into surprise, you're gonna get a surprise. Oh shit, like he's got the gun on him already. Like I can understand that level of shock and being trained for that is where more I'm going with to say when that happens. Now he's like to me it looks like he's sentenced to death at that point. Because just the fact that he woke up with a gun in his hand was enough to sentence him to death. Because now it's like, even though that you have every right to be doing that, you're still about to die because the judge authorized this warrant that says we can surprise you. Now that you're surprisable, you're also a lot more vulnerable in a way that if you even surprise us, it's F you, it's us or you. But in that situation, I believe it should be police accountability. So the police should have to at least hear a shot or know that the gun's off, like, or do something to or have a disarming situation where even if he has a gun, which is very low chance, I guess. I don't know. I'm not a cop, whatever. But to do some, but there has to be an avenue for them to disarm him or disorient him well enough that it doesn't matter that he has a gun. That here we are in this situation. He fires off a shot. Maybe one of us gets hit. Maybe we should have brought our ballistic shield.
Correct.
Right?
Yep.
But at this point, we're protected. He's protected from himself. If he shoots a bullet and it reflects and it catches him in some magic way.
Yeah. Collateral.
That could be understood as exactly collateral. That could be understood as collateral damage. This man, we surprised him, but he hurt himself. That seems like collateral damage to me more so than we showed up with a no-knock warrant. You slept with a gun, so now you got to suffer the consequences because we're going to protect us first. It's like that's the gray area. Now you're standing in mud versus standing on solid land versus to me. And then one other thing I wanted to address because there was just the environment. Minneapolis is not the.
Is it bad up there?
I just came from up there. I was there all last year and the year before. I was living there for a few years.
What's the crime like? They said the police departments up there are trash.
I'm not gonna speak on it.
They got the most. They're getting the most popularity right now. I mean, they had Chauvin, they got Kim Potters. I mean, it just seems like there's some lackadaisical type of policing going up there and training. But real quick, let me give a special shout out to Carl Solutions. I appreciate the super chat. Thank you guys so much for your support. And also, someone dropped the Cash App as well. Let me get the name right. Tanya Payne. Thank you so much. And Orlando, thank you so much, you guys. And again, thank you so much, Sakuna. I really appreciate that, you guys, the support. Let me roll through these comments real quick. Who did I miss? From the video, he didn't have an opportunity to point the gun toward them yet in their statement. The police said that it appears. Yeah, so the barrel looked like, to me, in my opinion, looked like it was facing downward. His index finger was outside of the trigger well, and so that's a problem, again, and without the, like what did Douglas say? Mr. Sykes says no ballistic shield shows a training. Yes, man, you guys, you can't call yourself a SWAT team. You don't own a ballistic shield and you're going in doing a high risk warrant. Again, even though it's for property, this is a murder investigation. You're going in, the SWAT team is going in a house. They should have had a shield. If they had a shield, they had the point man giving instructions. The point man is leading. The lead officer leads and speaks. He gives the commands. He tells everybody what to do. People were doing what they wanted to. That's not how SWAT moves, you guys. That's not how they're supposed to move and maneuver. Here's another thing. when we train, what do, you guys? We will go to the apartment complex and get the layout of the apartment before we even go and hit the house, right? We will get the schematics of the place before we hit it. We know where all the rooms are. We know where all the places you can hide. We know where the kitchen is at. You know, we know where the light switch is. I go and I cut the lights on. They're moving as if they're going through some type of an open floor. Like, no, they should have been stacked up, lined up. You had the guy in the front with the shield. His gun is out. The light is out. You have a person on the end. I'm not going to give you all the tactics, but there's a setup. Completely horrible tactics. Everybody's in there screaming. And then a guy just randomly kicks the sofa. Dude, who are you? Right? Who are you? And so, you know, you kick this man. He's probably startled. All he sees is lights. Those lights are bright. It's dark. He thinks probably someone's trying to rob him. He grabs his gun and he gets shot by the police. This is the narrative that's going to be shown in court. This was going to be told in court. I don't think the officer's going to be able to slide past this one, you guys. Google Chrome is trying to connect my home internet to my home. Check your internet service. It's crazy. I don't blame it. This stuff's all owned and everybody's watching.
When it comes to Minneapolis, I don't want to talk bad on those officers.
Just be honest. You gotta talk bad. Just be honest.
I judge them. But also I'm attached to the Air Guard out there, so I've actually been a part of responses, especially when it was the George Floyd situation and everything like that. So it's like I'm not going to put myself in that space. No. When it comes to like the environment itself, how they're looking, how both sides are looking at it. It's like, let's say they don't have the training, right? Let's just put that out as the thing. Let's say they don't have the training. Now they're in a hostile environment where they don't have the training. They still have to go out and do their jobs. And then when something else happens, it's like a downward spiral. So I can't really say like, I want to say, nah, I'll just leave it alone. There's too much for me to make a solid statement on when it comes to this, because I'm not going to knock them at all in this situation.
Let me ask you this
for them in particular.
Let me ask you this. Do you think the officer should have gave him an opportunity to put the gun down? And the reason why I say this is right. And the reason why I say this is, you guys, listen, in this profession, we have to be critical thinkers. We have too many people in this profession who don't think critically. And what happens is, in my mind, going into that situation, I see a person sleeping. I'm already processing that. Okay, I need to give him a little bit more time, right? Maybe 3 or 4 or 5, maybe 5 seconds to put the gun down, right? Unfortunately, when it comes to deadly force and the use of deadly force, this is what they say, right? The Supreme Court has stated that in order for us to use it, we have to satisfy these 3 elements. The suspect has to show the ability, the opportunity, and then the jeopardy. These 3 things have to exist. He had the ability. He had a weapon. The opportunity, he's in proximity. He can carry it out. He can carry out the threat. And then jeopardy, he has to be able to put you in immediate danger, right? The gun is tricky because the gun can go from 0 to 100 really quickly, right? So one would ask you, at what point, if you're holding a gun in your hand and the gun is down to your side, down to your legs, right? To the side of your body. You're holding the gun in your hand, your arms are down to your side. At what point, when you lift your hand up or you're lifting your hand, does that gun become a threat to you? Right?
The gun is a threat as soon as it's in your hand.
Well, if that's the case,
go ahead.
If that's the case, then the shooting is justified.
I can't see. That's why I said we're in muddy waters. Because let me say why the gun is a threat as soon as it's in your hand, and then explain why. We'll see if I can explain why it's still not justified.
Okay.
Or maybe I already have in a certain way. But when the gun is in your hand, even if you're pointing down and you fire off around into the ground, especially in that short space, the sound is already them doing a disorienting tactic. So it takes, depending on how quick they can get off another shot, you do that, and even if they have sound protection, they still hear it. It's still you can still cause a situation immediately with the gun being in your hand and just a trigger being right there, even by accident, to disorient someone enough. So the gun's already a threat just because it's a gun, and the amount of noise it makes and the amount of damage it can cause, depending on to whoever else is like under them and like whatever how thin
Well, I'm
those
talking about an
floorboards are.
immediate threat to the officer, right?
Right.
You're talking about potential shrapnel or ricochet. I'm talking about death, instant death. At what point, if I'm holding the gun and it's down, and the
Okay.
reason why I say this,
So it has to be instant death.
I
That's
mean,
what, that's
great.
kind of
I
what
would
I'm.
say,
That's a gray area I'm working with.
all right. Well, the threshold is severe bodily harm or death, right? To be shot with a gun. So this is why I say that, and this is for everybody listening, because this is how it works, right? I had a situation one time. Someone was trying to self-delete themselves, right? You familiar with that? All right. So they're trying to take their own life, and they had the gun down to the side, and they're approaching me. I'm approaching them, and I have my gun out, of course, and I know what the circumstances. This person's trying to self-delete, and I say to him, I say, "Listen, sir, I need you to put the gun down." Right? I didn't shoot him. I say, yeah, I need you to put the gun down. And so I'm talking to someone in that way. And so the reason why this is important is because just because a person does have the firearm, there's a certain level, a certain threshold that they have to make before you can justify them being a threat, right?
I understand what you're saying.
But hold that thought. I got a special guest that just pulled up. It looks like it might be Jermaine. I'm about to pull you up real quick. You ready? Yeah, let me drop you down for a second. Let me get this gentleman in real quick. I want to get his 2 cents. All right, brother. A second. Is he up? Oh, I think his screen froze. Jermaine, oh, there we go. I think we loading.
Oh,
Jermaine, how you doing, sir?
I'm doing great, man. Just left the workplace.
Okay. Being safe out there. Being safe out there in this crazy world.
Yeah, trying, man. Trying.
What you got for me today?
I figured I'd share my 2 cents. I've got a little bit of time in law enforcement. I was a communications officer for a decent sized city, and then I was a reserve officer for a small municipality. Don't have as many years on the streets as homeboy over here, but I did, I cut my teeth.
That's what's up. What you think about this case? What you got?
I think I wanted to chime in, and then you kind of hit on it about 10 minutes ago. Like, where was their intel, man?
Yes.
Because we had so many resources available to us, even when I was working rurally. We had utilities, we had, if it was an apartment complex, we had floor plans, property records. Hell, I've crept somebody's Facebook on the job.
Yes.
So where was the intelligence? Where was the due diligence?
Sloppy police work. Sloppy. And what are your thoughts about the ballistic shield? I was talking about it earlier. I was shocked that this was a SWAT team.
Our town, when I was a reserve cop, had no stoplights. We had a shield.
Listen, I want you guys to hear this. See, you guys hear it from me, but I'm so glad when I get officers that come on the panel and just tell you guys and just reiterate, this situation. What are your thoughts now? And he agrees with me. The SWAT team should have had a ballistic shield, you guys. There's so much more you can do with the shield. You have a little bit more freedom. You're a little bit more comfortable. You're more flexible. You have a little bit more leverage. They could have had a conversation with them briefly, right? There's just so much more that could have happened if they had that shield. What are your thoughts with no knock warrants? Well, I got you. How do you feel about them?
I never got a chance to play with them, even though meth was a big deal back when I was working there.
Mm-hmm.
But the ends have to justify the means. Yeah, I would agree that it's needed, but it's not needed in 25, 35% of cases. It should be, the 1% where there's a serious risk of injury. This guy's armed to the teeth.
Right.
Something along those lines, not just run of the mill. Hey, we're doing a or we're doing a search warrant today. Let's do a no knock just for the hell of it.
Right. Exactly. No, I agree. I think they're gonna. I was telling them earlier. I said that when law enforcement, when we mess up too much, they take the tools away.
Exactly.
They take the tools away. So I see them going to be stripping this. It's going to be a political issue. Everybody's going to strip it across the board. And at the end of the day, it won't change the outcome because at the end of the day, you still got to go in the house. So even if I bang the door 5 times, I cover that, I'm justified, right? So you're still going in. The issue is always going to be, it's always going to come down to training, no matter how you cut it, no matter how you slice it.
Exactly. How much evidence are you really going to save by saving that 30 seconds? How many keys do you think you can get down there in 30 seconds?
Not much at all. And they're not really trying to flush the keys anyway. They're trying their best to figure out some alternatives. And half the time they got that stuff stashed on the walls. So I mean, you're absolutely right. That 30 seconds is not going to make and break. And if they're able to flush all their drugs in 30 seconds, then you didn't need a no-knock warrant.
Yeah.
So what about the shooting? What are your thoughts on your perspective in reference to the shooting as he was waking up, possessing the gun? Do you think it's a good shoot, in your personal opinion?
I don't think it's a good shoot.
All right.
And I think there's case law in point for that. I nerd out and I watch some of the lawyer channels on YouTube.
Okay.
And they went over a Fourth Circuit case where
you remember the name of it?
I wish I remember the name of it, but it was a Fourth Circuit case, and the attorney for the city just got destroyed by the appellate judges because they couldn't justify the man they shot had a gun, but it was in his hand, pointed down while he was standing up, and they shot him several times, paralyzed him, and the appellate judges just they didn't give that city attorney much love. They tore into him because they played the audio in this case review, and it was kind of hilarious.
Yeah. See, when you get settled and get a chance, if you drop that case for me in the description, because I did a video last night, and I was telling people about the use of force, use of deadly force, and what's needed and required for us to be authorized to use it. And I said he had the ability, he had the opportunity, but he didn't have the jeopardy. The jeopardy wasn't there, especially with the gun facing down, his finger out of the trigger. And I know that, as you know, the body cam only tells one side of the story. And so I make sure I tell everybody to be mindful of that. But what the chief was saying, the interim chief was saying that his gun was facing in the direction of another officer. Now, if they were tactically aligned properly, he wouldn't be in harm's way of any type of gun.
Exactly.
Right?
If you're coming in stacked.
Correct.
From the point of view that we saw from the, from the front door going in,
right,
you would have saw that index trigger finger. You would have saw that it was pointed, what is it, like 30, 40 degrees to the ground?
Yes.
Roughly. You would have seen all that. And, you don't want it to come towards you, but you start yelling commands to, drop the weapon, put it down, police over and over again. You need to, impress it in their mind that whatever you do, don't point it this direction because you're not going to like the outcome.
Correct. And if the person isn't, go ahead.
Isn't like conscious, trust me. You wake me up at 6:30 in the morning on a weekend, I'm not going to be totally with it.
Exactly. And I think that's what people are going to take in consideration. I don't think it was a good shoot. Unless there's some magic leprechaun of evidence they're going to surprise us with. They should have released all the body cam from all the officers present, to dispel any type of issues. And they handled that press conference horribly. You saw they walked out on them.
They got called on their BS, and they're like, yeah, I'm out.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much.
The only thing that was missing was bye, Felicia.
Yeah. Yeah, man, that was crazy, man. And it doesn't help our situation. It actually makes it worse for us as officers because, I know you can attest to it. There's bad officers in every department. If you get let me get your honest opinion, because we work two different areas. I work Georgia, but if you
I
could
live in
put a
Oklahoma.
percentage, you said what?
I live in Oklahoma.
Oh shoot! Oh snap! All right, so that's
No
good.
shortage
That's
of rednecks
good.
around here.
Yeah, that's what I heard. That's what I heard. So there's a myth in in the Black community. They believe that Black people are treated worse than everybody else. And I say no. It's a unfortunately it's an American problem, and that's kind of how we need to look at it. But I understand the dynamics within the Black community, and then facing and dealing with law enforcement is very unique. Because there's a trust issue that's been going on that's been violated, right? And so, of course, there's a little bit more effort that needs to be made to repair the damage and repair the trust. In your opinion, what you would think, what would be a good way to like make that repair, right? Like you see the stuff that goes on, just like we all do. What do you think would be a good way to start, like kind of fixing, in your opinion?
We just need more brothers in uniform, man. We should be 13% of all departments now. Granted, I'm not 100% Black. I'm just half, but
what you got? What you got in you? What you got in there?
Half mulatto, half Black, half white.
Oh, that's what's up. That's what's up. That's what's up.
I'm one of those high yellow bright kids.
All this time I thought you were white. All this time. Listen, I can't even. Now you're biased. You gave me all these good responses, man. You're a little biased. No,
I get a little biased, yeah.
But no, that's dope. That's dope. Okay, I agree 100%. There's not enough of us. And earlier on the stream, I was talking about how it's important for us to have the outcomes we want. We have to we have to be represented. We have to be present. We have to change the idea that this is a sellout position, or this is a position that is we're not slave catchers, right? We're not working for the quote unquote white man or anything like that. We have to get rid of that rhetoric that is not helping our situation. We want more people in this profession working in these communities, because we have a little bit more empathy towards each other, and we understand the culture, we understand the nuances within the group, and so it does help. It helps a lot. And that little, sometimes 3 to 10 seconds is a long time to give someone to get their thoughts together. And if you were looking at someone and you can recognize yourself within them, you do sometimes give a little bit more leeway. So it is important, man. It's definitely very, very valuable. Very valuable.
Yeah, it's like I found myself giving people breaks because I could see myself, at their age, getting into my little bit of trouble.
Yes.
And just say knock it off and go on your way. Cut a little slack where it's due.
Right.
Get to learn your community again. But yeah, we need more brothers in uniform, and like you said, we're not all sellouts. I got into public safety. First I was a combat medic, and then I became a EMT, and then I started working in law enforcement. And I did it because I like helping people.
Yes.
I've always loved helping people.
Yes. Yes. And then I thank you for your service,
to get
brother.
to it for the right reasons.
Yes. And thank you for your service, man. And we always appreciate our veterans over here. What do you think would be a good reform idea, in your opinion, that would help law enforcement as a nation as a whole, like reform wise, things that you notice?
The licensing and liability thing you suggested would probably go wonders.
Yeah.
Because these insurance companies wouldn't pay for this shit after a while. They'd be like, "Yeah, I'm done with you."
Right.
And you won't have these, gypsy nomad cops going from department to department to department. Doing their little misconduct and getting the boot, and then but still getting glowing recommendation letters for some stupid reason. I thought that was a big problem in Texas.
Yes. Yeah, it's a problem, man. It's definitely a problem. How much do you think? The question though would be, how do you implement it, right? When you already have people in place, how do you then get them to change? I know for us, it's as easy when you're working in. It's easy as a policy change, right? Like you got to sign if you want to keep the job. But I could see some liability pushback from that. Like people are like, hey, I don't want to get insurance, right? And you can't make me get insurance, right? Every state will be different, but I guess the best incentive, what do you think will be the best way to implement that? Get officers to get on board to buy the insurance and get licensed.
Do it like we did with emergency medicine. It's tied to your license. You
Mm,
need to get a license.
yeah,
And then also like the continuing, like I know most cops get in service and all that, and
right.
some state certs. I can't. It's been so long since I was, working in law enforcement. I think I left in 2016.
Oh, yeah.
And but we still had to do, it was like 24, 48 hours a year in continuing education.
Right.
State minimum. Your agency could make you do more. And I actually became a trainer. I became, I don't know what they call it in Georgia. Was it post or
Post? Yeah, we call it
training? In Oklahoma, we call it cleat. And so I became cleat certified to teach tactical medicine because, I worked in law enforcement, but I was also a combat medic and EMT. So I developed coursework and submitted the cleat and became certified and started up a little business. And for a little while, we were teaching city, county, federal, state officers how to do tactical medicine. And it was a pretty decent gig, and it also goes into I like helping people, and I was giving officers the tools to, if they hurt someone, and give them the tools to fix them.
Exactly. No, that's what's up, man. Yeah, no, I appreciate your insight, man. And how long you been on the channel? How long you been on? I mean, like, subscribed.
I think I started watching it. I think you're on 4,000.
Okay,
and I don't know how I got suggested to you, because I don't watch a lot of TLA.
Yeah.
Because I'm not from Hot Atlanta. But man, I like your videos. I like what you do. You get good insight. You kind of bring out the humanity that not all cops are just robots. That I got a badge and a gun, and I'm gonna do what the law tells me.
Right.
I am the law.
That's what's up. No, I appreciate that.
I love what you do.
You said what?
I said I love what you do, man.
Hey, man, I appreciate that, man. I really appreciate that. It makes me feel good to hear it from other officers and prior or current, because I know sometimes I might say things that I know officers aren't okay with, because sometimes officers can be in their feelings, and when officers are sensitive, they're very dangerous, because they start to move with this wrong ideology, right? They lose themselves in the job. They lose themselves in the power that the job affords them, right? And sometimes you start looking in the mirror and start thinking that, you're the one that's supposed to be served by the people, right? Like you forget. And it's easy to get caught up in the power. No one really teaches us how to use the power that we were given,
you gotta teach yourself that humility.
Yeah. There you go.
Plus, if you didn't have it to begin with, I don't think you're gonna do very well.
There you go. Absolutely. Yeah, bro. I could tell we definitely on the same page. See, me and you would have been rocking together on the force, man. We'd have been because at the end of the day, it's all mindset. It's a mindset. It's a mindset. And like you said it before, like, I'm here to serve. That's the same mentality I had when I joined. It was never about the power, man. It was about the joy of seeing people happy and knowing you had something to do with it. That's the most beautiful feeling. It was never about the money. It was never about any of that stuff, man. There's no more beauty. The feeling of being able to save a life and help a life, man. There's nothing like it. There's nothing like it, man. Listen, bro, I appreciate you coming up, man. Listen, you are welcome here anytime. Anytime you want to come up and chop it up with me, if you have some ideas. If you find that case law, man, send it to me. I want to take a look at it. You can drop it in the description. But I think it's very important. Because again,
I'll let you know.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And I'm gonna pull some other people in the back real quick, and then again, man, I'll be on tomorrow too. But anytime, brother, just hit me up.
Roger that. Take care, man.
All right, you too, man. All right, Dre, about to throw you up. What's good, big bro?
What's going on, son? How's it good?
Hey man, everything is good, man. You always catch me at the right time. To end off strong with you, man. It's a good stream, man. You know, I jumped on kind of. I told myself, I was like, I'm trying to. Well, you know the deal. I'm trying to get in and. Hey man, for those who don't know, this is my boy Dre. We went to the academy together, and so you know, this he's the real deal. You know, there's areas he's more talented than me at. You know, so he got skills, he got a lot of insight as well. You guys, you just heard from an officer just previous. He said the same thing I said, you guys. He said the exact same thing. The shoot doesn't look good, you know, but we understand, but we also see as officers, we see what's wrong, right? And again, you guys are not officers and you're watching this and it doesn't seem right to y'all either. So imagine how we feel when we can point out exactly all the issues. Again, you know, all officers aren't created equal. All training is not created equal. You know, our academy here in Georgia, what me and Dre went to, it was longer than the average. You know, they kept us in there just a little bit longer, threw a little extra sauce on it, you know, and it was well needed. Hell, when we got out there, I was like, I need to go back to the academy. It was crazy. They can't prepare you for the stuff you get into. And what did that gentleman just tell you? What did Jermaine just tell you? I should have known he was black by his name, Jermaine. I thought he was white, but his name Jermaine. Jermaine said, nah, bro, I'm black and mulatto. I said, okay, all right. That's what's up. So Jermaine said, he said, no one teaches you how to use power, you guys. No one talks about it. Luckily, I've always considered myself to be a powerful person. Having the power that the job gives you, the uniform gives you, it didn't throw me off because I'm not a person that walks around with an ego, you know. And but man, some people get lost in it. It's like a drug. Dre, I wanted to ask you something too before we get into this whole thing because Dre's he's done more. He's done a lot more search warrants than I've had, and I want him to touch on some things. But real quick, Dwayne Wilkins has a good question. He says, what you guys aren't understanding is that there's an extreme bias, racism, and profiling by police departments. That's no myth, nor are we in denial. North Carolina policing is still systematically racist top down. Dre, what's your thoughts on that?
I think you and I had this conversation before, whereas the racial insensitivity, there's a racial bias, and there's racial bias with black officers. Because there's many times I could have shot many black men, but because they look like me, I talked them down because I knew that they were in their feelings, they were engulfed in the situation. So I straight up talked to them and appealed to their better nature. That's what white officers do to white men. That's why we as a community have such a big problem when they are, when they engage in a suspect who is white and the suspect is cussing them out and they giving them countless chances to give themselves up. Whereas we wouldn't necessarily get that chance. That's the racial bias. And that's because you're trying to preserve the folks that look like you. You know, when in actuality, when you deal with black officers, we try to carry that same mentality where there's no discrimination, whether you're white, black, Hindu, male, female, you're going to get the same treatment. You know what I'm saying? Because we want to be fair, because we don't necessarily fit one straight demographic. We're everything. We're overall a minority of everybody.
Yes.
Right. So we treat all minorities the same. But you don't want to get caught up with any racial bias because it'll come down harder on black officers than it would on white officers. So we kind of walk that straight and narrow line of actually doing the job. But it also goes into the training. How are you trained? It's no different from going to a college where you had a biased professor and teaches you the wrong thing, and you go out into the world believing one thing when it's actually something else. It's no different. The academy is school, okay? But they only give you just enough to be able to survive. Then you go to FTO, and if you're blessed with a good FTO, you learn a lot of good skills. But if you have a trash FTO, you learn how to do all the wrong things. You learn how to be lazy.
That's the field training officer is what he's talking about, you guys. And then just explain that to them so they know what the field training. Yeah.
Well, what a field training officer is pretty much a veteran officer that's pretty much mastered the art of policing and have the ability to teach someone how to police and pretty much keep yourself safe. They tell you teach you how to write reports, how to respond to calls, how to be vigilant, and how to be observant and not get tunnel vision when you're talking to somebody that's in a at-risk situation. So their job is to pretty much prepare you for what's called ready to ride. When you
Yep.
receive 2 ready to ride, you're able to ride by yourself. Okay. In our department, we only ride 1 officer to a car. We don't have partners, but you have territory partners where you probably have 2 officers patrolling the same area, but you both have your own patrol car. Now I
Mhm.
know when I was on FTO field training, I couldn't wait to get by myself. But then
Yep.
once I got by myself, when I
Couldn't
looked
wait
over
to have
to
a partner.
man, when I looked over to my right and when that seat was empty, it was nothing there with my duty bag. Man, I was on the phone constantly calling like, "Hey,
Yep.
I got this, I got that."
How do I
So
do it?
right,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying. So there's a lot that goes into the nuances of policing. It's a science. It has to be a passion.
Yep.
But the training, you have to take the training serious, and you have to want to train. You have to want to
Yeah.
learn. You want to have to learn to. This is your craft. Okay.
Yep.
If you're an artist, if you're a doctor, doctors consistently go to seminars to learn how to be better doctors and do different procedures. Psychiatrists constantly go to seminars to learn different aspects. Police officers learn case law. They go to different training. Okay. I went to a
But you gotta
high risk.
want to, but you gotta want to do it. And that's the difference. And then I think this is the problem too, Dre. And to close out Dwayne Wilkins, and we're not saying that it's not an issue. What we're saying though, Dwayne, is it's not as big of an issue as you might think it is. You know, and I say that because a lot of these things that go on with policing is a little bit exaggerated, and it's causing a lot of issues in our community. Again, we both worked a very, very large department. We work with all very diverse, and there's a difference between the problem with our community sometimes, you guys, is that we don't like to take instructions, or some of us can't handle someone who doesn't look like us giving us some form of
Commands.
instruction.
Yeah.
Right? Instructions, right? We don't like that. We don't like them in a place of authority over us. And if they're rude, it makes it even worse. If they're disrespectful or unprofessional, you have a white person, male or female, who is trying to give you commands, who's telling you what to do, and you don't like that coming from them, you automatically label them as a racist. I can't tell you how many times I've showed up with my partners and people call them racist because they didn't like the way they talk to them. You know, we don't like the way white people say certain things. I mean, I get it, but that doesn't make them a racist because I told you to shut the hell up. Right? Because I'm going to tell you the same exact thing. Right? So what am I? You know, you don't call me a sellout because I'm sitting here and listening to telling you, no, you're talking too much. You need to shut the hell up, right? Like, this is legit. Every time a white officer does something that you don't like, doesn't make them a racist, you guys. Sometimes either they're not good at the job, they're unprofessional, or they're racially insensitive. They don't care. They don't care. They have no empathy, right? Because the complaints I get from people in our community from working always leads to something about professionalism. But we like to label it as racism. Now, the racism does exist, you guys. I'm not here to say it's not there. I'm just saying that majority of the time, from the complaints I've heard and hearing the stories, reading everything, seeing everything, I'm like, bruh, you just didn't like his professionalism. His professionalism was horrible. He didn't care, right? He's not sensitive. He doesn't care about what your auntie did or that you need to get here or get there, about your car, about your financial situation. He looked at you with a straight face and told you to sign all 5 tickets. He was an asshole. It's not against the law, right? Dre, what is your solution? And you touched on it a little bit earlier. There's only one way to solve this problem, right? You guys, you need to sign up. We need to draft Negroes, right? To the police department. This is Black History Month, so we can say Negroes.
You know what, Nick? Let me tell you like this. This is the funny thing. Growing up, I've always been, the hood dude. And then when I joined the police department, I got to see the other side. There's always 2 sides because
Yes.
everyone has an opinion to they're in a position to where they have to make a decision.
Yes.
And then now here you are stumped. But law enforcement officers expect to make a decision within 30 seconds, or it's their life. Now, the past 3 days, we just had an officer get shot 11 times by a gang member. Okay,
Was it
this is
11 he got shot in Atlanta?
11 times. Yeah, 11 times by the gang member. Okay,
And
so
he was
what you have
black.
to
The gang member
right,
was
he was a
black.
black officer. So
Yep.
what you have to understand is, see, there's accountability. You have to understand that when that officer, if he has an attitude or he's an a-hole, sometimes you might want to wonder, what was the last call he responded to before he pulled you over? There's usually a reason why this officer is being an asshole. You
Right.
don't know what he just seen. I'm not making any excuses for any officer's unprofessionalism. But sometimes, see, there's no decompression. If you just respond and you're sitting on a crime scene where a 5-year-old or 6-year-old was shot and is dead, and you're sitting there looking at that body for 3.5 hours because you have to protect the scene and make sure nobody comes into the crime scene. And then here it is, you got them thoughts going in your head because you have children of your own, and then you see someone do something stupid, like pull out in front of you. So you got an attitude, of course.
Yeah.
Doesn't justify it, but sometimes you have to understand that there's a lot more going on than you think. And it's not always about you. And Nathan and I had this conversation the other day. There's a difference between having racist officers and racially insensitive officers. I think there's way more racially insensitive officers than racist officers.
Yep.
And if you don't know the difference, is you have a white officer that will give a black officer his kidney, but yet you have an incident that's involving a police officer and a black citizen, and he'll say something stupid. He'll post something stupid. He ain't racist. He's just racially insensitive because
Right.
this man doesn't look like him. So why should he really care? And he don't know him.
Exactly.
He knows me. He's been to war with me. We fought together. I saved his life. He saved mine. So,
Yep.
because a lot of folks have problems when they hear white officers talk to another black officer and call us brothers. Like, no, it's no different from in the military. We was in a foxhole together. We went to war together. We went to battle. Yes, we are brothers. I don't have to agree with everything you do or everything you say, and I won't hesitate to check you on it. But
Correct.
don't think we hide or we protect those that have unsavory practices towards citizens that don't look like them. We don't.
Exactly. We don't know. We check everybody. Even if I've checked more black officers than I've ever had to check any white officers. To be completely honest and transparent, you guys, the majority, 98% of the officers I've always had to check were black officers on how they were talking and treating folk.
We was doing safety checks, right? This car blew through a safety check, almost hits an officer, right? We corner the car, we get in our cars, chase him down. He drives in a cul-de-sac, we get him. The officer, he almost get hit, is pissed off, all right? Pass him down, he had some drugs in the car, and he had about like $7,000 in his pocket. Officer was like, I'm taking this money. I said, no, you're not. Leave that man. What's the purpose of taking his money?
To piss him off?
The money wasn't driving, he was, all right? I said, give him his money, because when he gets out of jail and he counts his money, he may only have $5,000 in his pocket, but he gonna say he had 10, and you're gonna have to prove that you ain't take none of that money.
Yep.
Leave that man's money, and you just being petty because you mad that he almost hit you. Get out your feelings. And that's the thing. And this is a black officer, and he was a good officer, but he was in his feelings.
Yep.
Okay. So you just have to understand, man. Look, we need more black folks on this platform to be educated, to learn what's going on. There is no biases here. We're not protecting the police, and we're not pro citizen. We're equal. We're neutral. When we do right, we're gonna tell you we did right. When we do wrong, we need to accept responsibility, because it's always a cause and effect. If you didn't do this, this wasn't gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? So it's a fine line. Everybody's at fault, but we have to come to understanding and get these biases out. Now, I would say, in reference to these officers walking up in this house, look, I took high-risk warrants and affidavits, and there's absolutely no way I'm walking in anybody's house without a shield, because the shield protects four. One shield protects 4 officers.
Thank you.
And then with that shield, they could have stacked up right at the couch when he turned, and it gives you more seconds to be able to see what his intentions are before you actually pull that trigger.
You go.
Because once he fires, it's hitting the shield. Now you know his intent. And then you're justified. Right.
Yep. Then you can take him out. Go ahead.
Now, let's be real. a lot of police officers are gun nuts. I mean, I know officers that got like 100 and certain
100
different
guns.
variants of guns.
Yeah.
If I was that first officer and I kicked the couch and he turned over and had that gun sleep, first of all, number one, I'm thinking, you crazy. I would never sleep with a gun in my hand. Ever. Ever. You know what I'm saying? Not in my lifetime. Because anything could happen. So no.
Right.
So first thing I would do is I would take a defensive stance to make sure that he don't have an accidental discharge, which means his hand slips off the side and hits the trigger.
Right.
You take a defensive stand and you give commands, you know. But again, why are you in this house, walking through a house that you know absolutely nothing about, and engage somebody that's sleeping on a couch?
Mm.
Now, I'm not going to go into procedures. I'm not going to go on tactics because I'm not giving away trade secrets. But
There you go.
you're supposed to brief before you even hit, and you're supposed to
Yes.
have a meeting. You're supposed to have your deconfliction. You're supposed to. There's a whole lot of stuff you're supposed to do. I've been on many no-knock warrants, many, and all of them was justified because I wrote it. I wrote the search warrant for it,
There you go.
and I knew the dangers with knocking, with knocking and talking, because a knock and talk is really police, bam. That's a knock and talk. You know what I'm saying? And that's what it is. So, but the thing is, we're trained and we trained every day, and I took the extra training because I wanted to. I wanted to be good at my job. Now, when I took advanced firearms, it kind of changed how I did things because I was always worried about, you learn target recognition. I was always worried about firing on somebody, and the question comes up in court, well, you took this class, you was
Mm-hmm.
taught target recognition, didn't you recognize that this person was unarmed? So I
Right.
always leaned on my training and trust my training. So whenever I engage somebody, I waited till I actually can say this person had a weapon in their hand. Not I guessed, not I hoped, maybe I saw. It could have been. No, yes, I know what a firearm looked like. It was a firearm in their hand. That's why I took that action.
And that's the part that's missing when I tell people when we're having these conversations and I talk about some of these shootings, and I'm like, the way I was trained was that you had to identify that there was a weapon. You can't guess. You can't guess. Like you have to know. Like this is life or death. You got to know. And it's some people are like, well, you don't have enough time. You got to make time in this job. You got to be faster in this job, right? And I remember the training that he'd always say, the instructor would always say, is like, listen, you got to be faster than them. You need to be able to pull, the gun needs to be able to come out like butter, because in that moment is a split second. The split second is you pulling that gun out the holster. People have to manifest a threat. You just can't just shoot people because they have a weapon, Robin Johnson says the problem is that we are seeing is not about training. It's the heart. You're absolutely right. It's both. It's both, because even if you don't have the heart, it's fine. But if you lean on your training, because guess what? I mean, we're dealing with bona fide criminals. We're dealing with horrible people. You don't have a heart for them. I don't. But my training tells me how I need to handle the situation. I lean on that. It is that. I mean, at the end of the day, this is a job of service. So if you don't have a servant's heart, then you shouldn't be doing this job. Some people really don't like people, but they're police officers. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. They hate people, but want to do this job.
You can't hate people and do this job. You gotta love people. You know what I'm saying? Because this is
Exactly.
really your community. Now, I'm gonna throw something at you that, when I say it, is gonna ring bells in your ear. And this is a police range saying, right? And what it does, it tells you how you're supposed to respond to a scene where you possibly have a violent suspect. You draw fast, fire slow, because you can make up any time, and you can make up time with your draw. But by the time you get on target, you're able, because the only thing that can hurt you are these hands.
Hands. Yep.
So what are you looking at? Okay,
Hands.
you're supposed to be looking at hands. So
Yep.
while you're drawing, you're supposed to be looking at hands to see what's in their hands. And that's the thing. And because I have a gun in my hand, don't necessarily mean I'm in a position to shoot you.
Exactly. And that's the problem with this case, you guys. Again, on last night's video, and Dre, thank you for showing up on that too. That was a good little joint. I love doing those premieres, man. The music in the beginning always gets me hyped. But again, it's the manifestation of a threat, you guys. And like I was telling the gentleman earlier, I said, if the suspect has a gun and his hands are down by his side, I can't shoot him. No, I can't shoot him. So then, you know, at what point, what stage of him raising the gun makes the threat manifest to where I'm like, okay, I'm in risk of receiving great bodily harm or death, you know, like, so with this gun facing down, him facing that direction, he's just disoriented, just getting up. It's a no-go, you guys. They're going to look at those officers and say, you should have used due regard. You should have focused. You should have analyzed the situation better. You can't be full of and pumped up of adrenaline, just going there gun hoeing. You just can't do it. I can't pronounce the name, but the says training is not a heart changer. It's not. Here's the problem, you guys. This is the problem. Police officers are a reflection of the society. And how do you know what kind of officer you have? You look at his parents or her parents. Look at the families they come from. Look at their morals, their character. Look at who raised them. Where'd they grow up at? What type of friends do they have? I always say training for a police officer starts the moment they were born. The moment they were born. I look back at all the things that I filtered through my experience at being an officer. I'm using lessons that I learned as a child. I'm using experiences that I had in middle school and high school. I'm using and I'm filtering the job through the trainings of my mother, through my father, through my family, you guys. This is the reality of it. So you're right, training doesn't change the heart. You're absolutely correct. So the problem is we have a heart problem, right, with these officers. So then what do? How do you find an officer with the right heart? How do you examine that? How do you filter that out? If anyone finds the answer to that, you're going to be a billionaire. If you can find the answer to how do you put people with the right heart, how do you find the people with the right heart who want to do the job? Right? This is the key, right? There's a lot of nice people out here who want to serve. Who's willing to serve and then also run into the danger, right? Run into the fire, play in the fire. See, me and Dre, we play in the fire. We play in the fire and we're not afraid of it. And we have good hearts. How many people you know with good hearts are willing to get burned? Willing to take a bullet, willing to get shot at, willing to wrestle people, jump out of cars, be dragged by a car, lose their life. Well, today in Atlanta, an officer got shot 11 times by a known gang member that they were trying to arrest. How many people with good hearts? Listen, you guys, we got to be real. No one wants to do this job. And if it was that easy, people would be signing up. We're talking about the Black community. We need more Black officers. There's only 12% of us, and we're dropping. They're struggling to find Black people to do this job. We've been quitting. We get more pushback from people in our own community. There was a point in time after they abolished slavery, you guys. I have a video I'm going to launch probably Friday. It's going to be premiere. It's probably going to be about 45 minutes, but it's about Black history in regards to law enforcement, right? How we started in this country, guys, right after slavery was abolished. Brothers and sisters were signing up to be cops. In the middle of Jim Crow, in the middle of Black codes, at the height of this stuff, you guys, we're signing up. And we did it with pride. We did it because we wanted to serve our own people because we saw how we were being treated. Some of these officers had served as Buffalo Soldiers, you guys. They had no rights. Some of these officers were born into slavery and they joined to become police officers. You guys, the history is deep. They had Atlanta officers. When Atlanta first got their Black officers, you guys, they had them working in a basement at a YMCA down off of Auburn Avenue. They weren't allowed to work in the precinct with the white officers. And as a Black officer, you have to walk. And some departments, they wouldn't even give you a car. Some Black officers weren't allowed to have guns. They weren't allowed to take their uniform on. They couldn't take it home. They had to leave it at the precinct. You guys, listen. We lost our pride, right? We lost the pride. This should be such an honor to serve, to put a uniform on and serve our own people, you guys. You can't complain about the police and then complain about white people, right? And then not sign up and do the job. There's a contradiction here. We don't like cops. White cops are racist. Okay, then sign up. Come do the job. Find me some black officers with good hearts. Why should a black officer be afraid to work his own community? Ask the Atlanta officer that's at Grady right now who was shot 11 times by a black person. That's the reason why our best and our brightest in our community won't put a uniform on. I had a black man drag me down the interstate, you guys. I was just trying to give him a ticket. And look what he did to my pretty face. That man who shot that officer 11 times, the black man who shot that black officer 11 times, he was a gang member. And what's even worse, he's 22 years old. He's 22 years old. He shot an Atlanta officer 11 times. We're praying for him. He's at Grady. That 22-year-old is going to spend the rest of his life in prison. He just forfeited his life. This is our community, you guys. We're 13%. Who's going to sign up with the good heart? We did the job. Dre's still doing some of the job. He's doing a safer job. But the job nonetheless. Please, you guys. Who's going to sign up? I can have expectation of those who I delegate authority to. Listen, I ain't doing it. If you doing it, but I expect you to listen. This is true though, because what is he saying? Fred is 100% correct, you guys. What is he saying? I can have expectations. The problem with law enforcement is we're picking these bottom feeder officers, right? Society's expectation is here. You have some officers that are not meeting society's expectations. It's just that simple. It's that simple.
See, you need to take it back. Take it back to where when the housing market was crashing, folks were losing their job. So the only places that was hiring was the police department. So everybody became police officers, thought it was going to be an easy job, and realized that it was real.
Correct.
I became a police officer. You know, my sister was in law enforcement for 15 years before I got in there, and it became a passion because I was like, you know what, I can relate to this little kid here because it looked like he grew up the same way I did, and I can let him know, hey, I was you. You can be me. You know what I'm saying? Control your community. You can sit down there and teach and then revitalize your community. And that's the thing. When you're in, it's easier to police your own community when you know everybody. When they know what time when your shift starts. You have folks out there bringing you food because they know you working the day. You know what I'm saying? And when you're working on your day off, they're just surprised that you're there and happy that you're there. And it was crazy is when I worked gangs, the gang members were happy to see me.
Yep.
One of their OGs came to me and said, "Look, man, I respect what you do. You know what we got to do, and you respect us. You treat us with respect, Now we got things to do, and we're gonna see each other when we're on the wrong side. But I know once you're gonna earn this arrest, but once you earn it, there's gonna be respect. It's simple as that.
Yep.
And he didn't have to like, yo, you're gonna earn this. I'm not gonna give this to you. You're gonna earn it.
Give it to you freely. Yep.
And I was like, look, I arrested you 5 times. What makes you think I haven't earned it? You got to do a better job of getting away from me.
Facts.
And it's just what it is. It was just mutual respect. And it's all of it comes from respect and being able to communicate.
That's it, man.
I used to give, I knew they smoked. Like, yo, man, look, I went and bought you a pack of lighters, man. Every time you see me, you ain't got to ask me for no lighters. Matter of fact, here's a pack of cigarettes. You need to stop, though. But, you're getting expensive. I'm going to have to put you on my taxes. So when they sit up there and barbecuing, they making me plates. These are criminals.
Yep.
But they're not just feeding me, they're feeding their apartment complex, they're feeding their community. So you have to understand the dynamics. You know what I'm saying? Police officers are here for the community. And we can't have that "it's not my problem until it becomes my problem" attitude when it comes to our own community. And it's just like that. We have to care. We have to care about each other. You know what I'm saying? Because we all we got. You know, we all we got. If we don't look out for each other, nobody else will.
Nobody else, and it's nobody else's responsibility to. Unfortunately, people don't understand how this country's set up. Douglas, you know, we always got some special people in here. And before we close out, Douglas, if you want to come up, I'll have the moderators drop the link so you can come up and have a discussion with us. I'd love to hear your thoughts on that. Police are enforcing a system, and that police are tyrants. So Douglas, let me ask you this: do you think we need to get rid of police in this country and just kind of wing it, or what you think? I wonder if Douglas if he's really white or if that's just an avatar. That looks like a really professional photo, though. Douglas says the drug war was started by racist people with racist intentions and racist agenda, and yet you enforce it. That's your opinion. We know what was started. We know all that. You know, this stuff is political, you guys. Of course, this country is a business. It's political. Duh.
Capitalism.
Douglas, it's capitalism. You're not saying anything that the only difference is you think it's about race and I think it's about money. That's the problem, you know, because I know the real color is green. You telling me it's black and white. I'm telling you it's green. I don't believe in white supremacy. I believe in green supremacy. Right? Now, I do believe in white leverage. I don't believe in white privilege, though. I do believe in white preference. You know, we can have black preference, too, if we have our own stuff. Dre, earlier, I don't know if you caught me, but, you know, they dropped the economic numbers. They dropped the economic numbers, and they said, Gail, can you drop the link for Douglas? Douglas wants to come up. Douglas, if you come up and want to have a conversation, I'd love to talk with you, but you got to put your face where your mouth is. You know, I'm telling you, you can't enforce oppression and not be an oppressor. Okay, so the type of oppressor I am is the one with the oppressive heart that loves on people. I press my heart gentle on those that I serve. How about that? You know, they said the black community spent over $1.23 trillion last year. How in the pandemic? I don't know where the money came from. But then they said something interesting, Dre. They said that the black community also lost a little bit of, he said, my face is right here next to my name. Okay. Hey, well, you want to jump on the cam and come have a conversation with us? I want to hear your thoughts. All jokes aside, I would love to hear your thoughts on what you think about policing in this country. And if you think there's any solutions, because if there's no solutions, then we're probably doomed. I'm fine right here in public. Thank you. He sound like Douglas sound like a sovereign citizen. He giving me sovereign citizen vibes right now. Doug, hey Doug, yeah, Doug, like I'm free to be. I don't need my papers. I'm a free man. Doug, are you a sovereign citizen? Since you want to come up and talk, we'll talk to you in the chat. I don't mind. But Dre, I thought it was interesting. They made a he said, nope, no CS. Doug, not you, Douglas Sykes. I'm talking about Douglas Olini. So Doug, you're white, Doug. Let me ask you this, since you don't want to come up and have the conversation. I do not work for the police, and they are the only ones with immunity. So Doug, let me ask you, Douglas, let me ask you, were your family members slave owners? Fix the racist system that puts you guys enforcing racist law. Douglas, was your ancestors slave owners? Out of curiosity. But Dre, I thought it was interesting because they said that the black wealth gap is shrinking, right? But yet we spent more money last year than we've ever spent before, right? So it increased like 1.5. I got to double check the numbers, but it went up to 1 point something trillion dollars. So that blew my mind today. I was reading the article. I said, this is crazy. He said, don't. What did Fred say? Hold on. Doug said, no, he's not. What part of America you came from then, Doug? Are you an implant? You an immigrant? Or you where's your family from? Because you talking about you don't like police being oppressors. I'm like, hold on, Doug. Oppression started. So Dre, what I couldn't understand how do we spend more money and then lose our position? How do the wealth gaps? We only own 1% of the country's wealth, right? Check this. This is what blows me. We spent 1 point something trillion dollars. Then the wealth drops, right? I was saying it earlier. You guys know how much the military's budget is, how much they spend a year on average? $700 billion. And you mean to tell me 13% spent over $1 trillion damn dollars? Bro, where's the money going?
Well, we have a scarcity mindset. So when you grow up poor and then you have a talent or skill, and now you're buying things. We're not investing. We're buying cars, shoes. I mean, how many pair of Jordans do you really need? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
What we should be doing, if we were smart, we'll take, if we come up, see, here's the problem. When we grow up poor and we grow up in a hood and we make a little bit of money, we think we made it. Whether you're upper middle class, high earner, whatever. Oh, I made it, instead of giving back. When you have the resources to go ahead and start buying up some of these apartment complexes, fixing them up and making them affordable homes that doesn't have to be Section 8, you start taking control of your community. Okay. Once you start doing that, you start investing in your own, teaching folks how to have generational wealth, because and generational wealth is not going to happen because you won the lottery. It's not. What I'm saying? We spend more money in the lottery that could be invested and saved. And that's the thing. We have to invest. We have to invest on us. Okay?
Right.
And once we invest in ourselves, we'll see the positive dividends. But the problem is we are so divided. And everybody's on that rat race trying to come up. Everybody chasing that bag. But when they get the bag, they don't know what to do with the bag. Now, granted, I'm not dissing strippers. Do your thing. But think about it. They make some of them make $1,000 a day.
Night.
Drive BMW, Mercedes, but live in the projects.
Mm-hmm.
Come on.
Mm-hmm.
You know how I know? Because I responded to their house.
All the time.
They got a pole in the middle of their living room.
Yep.
They got a floor sitting on a mattress, but they got a damn C-class outside, an E-class outside.
Yep.
Come on, we're the priorities. We're the priorities.
Spending money can't say $1 trillion, Dre. $1 trillion. And it's like, of course, people love the dysfunction because they're making money off of us. And it's like they're like hyping it up. Blacks are we are top spenders. Yeah. No one else is spending like us. No one else is spending because they're earning. they're keeping the money we spent. I always tell people your expenses is someone else's stream of income. What is Andrina Casa? Okay, mi casa. Mira. She said technically it's Turtle Island. Yes, Turtle Island. Shout out to my the Aborigines. Shout out to them. Shout out to the natives. Shout out to all the original folks. Absolutely. For those who don't know, the Native Americans or the they named this country Turtle Island. And when you look above, when you're flying over, it looks just like a turtle. So I always say that ancients always knew stuff we didn't know. Come on, Doug. Everybody wants to hear you, Doug. If you want, you don't have to cam up, but I'll listen to your voice. I'd love to hear your voice. What part of Europe is your family from? I travel out there a lot. Fred Jones says we need to have land. Yeah, absolutely. They're talking about ADOS. It's a debt. It needs to be paid. People don't know how it's going to get done. They've been working really diligent on it. I think they need to cut the check, do what they do. I still think they need to come up off some land too. But they're gonna throw us over somewhere in like Oklahoma, somewhere where there's just nobody up there. What is Doug saying? Only people who work for the justice system have immunity to laws. I'm not a CS. I'm in as I'm not Leo. Listen, Doug, if you don't like this country, Europe will always take you back. The same way your family got here is the same way you can go back. I tell people that all the time. If you don't have solutions, stop complaining. This is a channel where we talk about solutions, Doug. What do you bring into the table? Right? What do you bring to the table? What did Trauma T say? Mr. T said, faster just to talk, Doug. Doug, come on, man. We want to hear your voice. Until you end the systemic racism of the system, then you're enforcing a racist system.
Well, I'll tell you this. How about you stop voting certain people into power, knowing that they have no agenda or no platforms, and they're really out to bleed their communities of funds, and then you don't have to worry about systemic racism because you put people in power that create laws that would benefit, that would actually work, opposed to those that oppress one racial group over another. Because at the end of the day, yeah, you're right. Things are not fair, and it's obvious. It is not fair. You know what I'm saying? Because, like I told you, I can go get the Georgia Law Book right now and show you how thick it is and how many people really don't know their rights.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And that's the thing. Doug got a lot to say, but he don't want to say it. You know what I'm saying? I want to hear it.
I want to hear it too, Doug. You got two educated, intelligent brothers up here that are willing to entertain your foolishness. You're more than welcome to come up here and have a conversation. We're not gonna bite. Right? Matter of fact, it's kumbaya, Doug. You talking about get rid of racism. We're all for anti-racism. Listen, I don't really care what people's personal feelings are. If you don't like me because of my skin color, then you're an imbecile. Right? I laugh it off. Right? What did the real Douglas Sykes says? Just imagine they give us reparations. Yeah, and I think there's two parts of reparations. I think there's the mental emancipation that we need to have within ourselves as a group, where we need to really, really, really change and kind of, I would say, make some adjustments to our culture in order to fix this problem, right? And then when we get the reparations, I think we'll be able to really, really take advantage of it the way it needs to be done, so that we can get ourselves back on track. Because to be honest with you, the people in power, the systemic racism that was taking place, during the 60s and prior to. We're talking Jim Crow, Black codes, just everything just leading up to it. It was purposely done to kind of put us down, and created a lot of issues in our community, a lot of issues. And so, yeah, they got to right that wrong. Absolutely. Absolutely. But then there's a piece that we got to do as well that they cannot do.
It's not financially feasible to end racism. It's too profitable right now.
Too profitable. Yeah.
So we just have to understand that, we got all these real estate agents out here. Now it's a plethora. I know a whole bunch of Black real estate agents, right?
Yep.
But you're selling homes, you're selling other people's homes, whereas you should be, as a real estate agent and a broker, you should be focused on buying up some of these lots. Buying these lots. That's where the money is. Buy the lots, not these fix them up. You know what I'm saying? Not flipping a home. Buy the lots.
And sit on that value.
Right. And then you can control the neighborhood. You buy these vacant lots and all this unproduced land. You start controlling the community. You have control over that lot. So you are responsible for handing out the permits to who can build on it. Okay. And then once you do that, you can only serve black construction companies, Black contractors. Yep. You control that. We're just so short-sighted, and we can't see past our own hand. You know what I'm saying? We can't see the forest before the trees. So, but at the end of the day, I'm going to give you solutions. I'm going to tell you that it's money. It's all about finances. Real estate is about money. Why do you think Trump, did what he did? You need to read his niece's book. She breaks it down about the entire real estate mogul that his father was. He was a racist, but he knew about real estate and the loopholes in it and how he got over. So what you have to do is read her book, because once you get it, you have an idea. I don't know if you've seen Wu-Tang Clan of Mike Cement, but the RZA's brother, Devon.
Yeah. Yeah.
He was talking about how, other members were buying gold chains and he was buying blocks.
Mm-hmm.
So he could sit on his yacht. He said, I own 11 apartment buildings.
Mm.
And I have all black folks in there and it's rent controlled. So got to think about this. How you really want to help out a community? You got a little paper in your bank instead of flossing, trying to, what I'm saying? Put it back into your community. Buy up some of these apartment complexes. And trust me, that's an investment.
That's how you fight. That's how you fight this the idea of white supremacy and white privilege, right? You create your own privilege in your own communities. That's what everybody else is doing it except for us. We have these businesses, you guys, we just don't support them like we need to. So you're from Sweden and Ireland, okay, but that's irrelevant. Do you insist that our government is not systemically racist? Let me ask you this though, Douglas. Let me give you this before we bounce out of here. Because I like the conversation. I like this. Name one systemic racist thing, Doug. I agree with the other Doug. We got two Dougs. Two Dougs going at it. We got a black Doug and a white Doug. Dougie Fresh, right?
What's this,
I
Hangover?
agree. Yeah, from Hangover. Yeah. What system is racist? What system is racist? But Doug, better yet, I'll ask you this. Can you just tell me what your solution is? Give me a good solution right here, and I'll acknowledge whether or not I think it's legit or not. What did see mi casa es tu casa? Ah, okay. Despacios, mommy, despacio. All right. Picture, cute. Okay. Okay.
No pitching woo on the job.
I know, right? I need to be like, hold on. Make sure this avatar is real now, Andrinas. Okay. Yeah. I think I'm gonna have to go Latin, man. I think I'm done, bro. I think I'm done. I'm gonna have to go. Oh, that's too funny. A single life will get you. All right, let me go through here, man. And the system is racist, he says. Give me one solution. Give me one solution. Neither side has a black agenda. That's the problem. That's true. Everything is on us, you guys. This is Black History Month. Honestly, everything is on us. We have to stop asking. It's so funny. I hear black people complain so much about white people and how bad white people are, and then we turn around and beg them to fix our own problems. I'm just like, how does that work? Oh, that's me. I don't even know what that is. I can't answer that one on the live. Let me see. Money and keeping divided. Let me see what everybody's saying. You guys, what is the problem in the black community? We're going down. I'm going down these chats, and then we're gonna head out of here. This is a good stream. We hitting 5 hours. I'm trying to pull a TLA on y'all. He probably an old woman. That's why he won't cam up. Come on video. Green Beagle. You never know. That's why I say, now with YouTube, because of the foolishness, I'm starting to ask people. I don't know if you guys seen other people's panels and you have a bunch of avatars. It looks unprofessional. It looks unprofessional. You just got a bunch of blank spaces. You're just listening to voices, and so it's like, man, go get a podcast. If you're afraid to show your face, right? If you're on YouTube, come on. So I don't know. He said politicians have us so divided. They've talked the oppressed into helping with the oppression. So what do we do with the police, Doug? You're not giving me any. You're talking in riddles. So what do we do with law enforcement? If law enforcement are oppressing people, then what do we do? What do we do with crime, Doug? Give me something that's solid. Give me something that's solid. Keyboard warrior. Man, keyboard gangster. Keyboard gangster. You right, Cam. Y'all tried that. They burned it down. Nah, I think Douglas is black. The drug war is racist. The drug war is about money.
First of all, I don't even think there's still a war on drugs, truth be told.
Yeah, Oleni doesn't even sound Irish or 100% transparency. Let's say something nice to come in. Doug, why are we entertaining? You're not even gonna jump on. That's what I always said. What was going on? Got to do if I have money. Yeah, good show. I appreciate you all. No, Fred, I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you for coming on. I appreciate everybody, guys. Thank you so much for supporting the channel, for jumping on. Thank you all those who hooked up with the chat. I really, really appreciate you guys with the super chats. They mean a lot. Thank you guys so much. This was a good stream. What did Trauma T say? Mr. T said Green Beagle, right? Everybody laughing. No fathers in the homes, man. We got to get the fathers back. You know, we got to build the black family back. Black family. That's where the power's at, you guys. There's this fictitious gender war going on in our community right now. That's what they want. They want that because the she economy is what they call it. The black women or women in general spend so much money. They spend so much money. When you get together with someone, that stuff ceases. You're like, hold on. Men tend to be like, nah. How much were them nails? How much was that? How much was that? Nah, you messing with the family budget, right? There's benefits to all these things, you guys. People are making money off of the suffering of American people. That's the truth. Banking system is racist. We need black-owned banks. Hey, listen, we have black-owned banks, you guys. That's the problem. We got a lot of black-owned stuff, you guys. We're not using them.
No, there's only one in Atlanta.
What's that? The Citizen?
Yeah, Citizen's the only one in Atlanta.
Yeah. So, you know, if every black person in Atlanta, because this is the black Mecca, take their money out and put it in Citizen Trust, they can probably build another one. Mm-hmm. Right? Like, this is how it works. Problem in the black community is people protecting the criminals, but they're the ones making it hard for the good people. Yes. Say that again. You know, there's so much truth to that, you guys. You know, some people act like they're not the ones raising these killers. They're not raising these thieves, you guys. I've been in plenty of houses where I go up in the rooms and I'm like, ma'am, you didn't know your son had 15 TVs, flat screen TVs in his bedroom? You know? Yeah, because he's selling them and you're getting some off the top, right? It is. Thank you. We'll have to call one day. Great convo. Absolutely. Send me an email so I can send you my live stream schedule. Yeah, shoot me an email. Definitely. We're having a conversation tomorrow about the black community and policing. So it's going to be a good conversation. I have a guest that's going to be joining us. She does some political commentary stuff, and she's really sharp, young lady. And we're going to get her views on the youth in reference to how they feel about policing and what things that she would recommend. So please, Adrinas, I would love to have you on. It's at 7 p.m. Check my community tab as well, so you can get the exact time and the link to the stream. It's going to be pretty dope. So thank you again. Thank you for hanging in tonight. You can't have intelligent conversation with the ignorant, Nathan. No, you can't. But we got to meet people where they are, Tandra. We got to meet people where they are. You know what do you say? Leave the herd to get the one left behind, or something like that. Mm-hmm. We got to try, right? Because, and it's good practice. It's good training for me because in this space, I'm met with a lot of opposition, and I'm okay with that. You know, I knew that before I got in. 80% single parenthood. Yeah, this is a problem too. You know, according to a lot of research and the data from Black economists and white economists, they said one of the leading causes of poverty is single parenthood. You know, there's an epidemic in our community. A lot of our women are, unfortunately, the men aren't stepping up, and the women are choosing badly. The men aren't sticking in and doing their part too. So, you know, it's having a negative impact. It's having a negative impact. Trauma T said, I'm done with Doug. Yeah, you know, trolls got to be trolls. Mr. T, trolls got to be trolls. Trolls got to troll. Trolls got to troll. You know, we respect their efforts too because it keeps us on our game. Robin said, good night. Good night, everybody. I really appreciate you guys. We'll have to catch the next stream earlier. Many blessings. Yes, God bless you too. Andrinas, thank you so much, you guys. So listen, all right, Dre, so we're going to link up again, bro?
Yeah, I'll be here tomorrow because I got questions for the young lady.
All right, that's what's up. That's what's up. All right, Chief.
All right, y'all.
All right. You guys are really awesome. What do you say? Mothers don't want the fathers to be fathers. That's true in a lot of cases too. I've seen that as well. might have to do a show on that, you guys. I try to stay away from a lot of the relationship content because they turned it into a whole popularity thing now, and it's not solution based. I like solution based conversations. I don't like drama filled conversations when it comes to Black empowerment. You know, if we're going to talk about Black empowerment, don't turn it into a spectacle, right? Because it's embarrassing. We're going to talk about, let's talk about the real issues and find out how we can address it, and then let's talk about implementing some type of change. So you're right. I mean, I've seen women use children as a form of leverage against men. You know, it's difficult for men. The courts don't make it easy for men as well. When I've seen it, you know, I've seen, you know, a lot of things. I've seen men not doing their part too. I see women mainly picking badly, right? They pick poorly. A lot of women in our community just pick poorly. You know, they mess with the same guys who are doing the same thing. This one guy is impregnating the entire neighborhood, right? So, you know, men lacking discipline, which is a big thing. It's a big issue. Women lacking sexual discipline and unable to choose properly. You know, there's some issues in our community that need to be addressed. Like, seriously, need to be addressed, you guys, because it's causing a lot of dysfunction. And the single parenthood is the reason for the increased poverty in our community. And so without proper foundation of a family, it's hard to educate, how to train, hard to pass down culture, because now the woman has to work twice as hard to maintain something that she could have worked if she had help. You know, does your guest have a YouTube channel? No, Dre doesn't have a YouTube channel. I told him he should get one. He said his job, he got a serious job. He works for DA's office, so he don't really have time. You know, as I'm free and I'm an entrepreneur now, so I got a little bit, you know, I'm running my nonprofit and doing this. I have a little bit more time. And Dre's always talking about how he just wants to support and see me grow. You know, a lot of officers see the benefit in what I'm doing. I get a lot of emails from officers. Some officers want to come and talk. And we saw one officer today that came and he gave us some information. So it's always, makes me feel good because it encourages me and inspires me even more, because sometimes it seems like I'm speaking down on officers. I'm really not, you guys. It's that we don't have any officers in this space that are willing to be honest, willing to be transparent, willing to be genuine. There are some officers in YouTube. Some aren't worth mentioning. They're disgraceful, the things that come out of their mouth, right? And so we don't have anybody that's genuine. At least I haven't seen them yet, right? So let me not say that. I haven't seen officers that are Black who have the experience that are genuine. I'm about to pull a TLA on y'all and just be like, there's nobody on this side of YouTube, right? TLA be killing me. So where do you email me at? If you check one of my, it's risebluephoenix@gmail.com. Trying to see if there's a way I can put it in the chat. It's so weird. You guys, if you guys want to email, yeah, please feel free to email me. Let me see. Sometimes it doesn't sometimes it doesn't take it. If you don't see, if you go to my about section on I think it might not, I don't know if it'll take it. If you go to my about section on my page or on any other of my videos, I'll have my email. My email is on there at the bottom. You guys, Doug is in his feelings about something because Doug can't give me no solutions and he's not willing to cam up. I would love to have a talk with him. Spice it up. Spice it up. Shout out to Spice It Up. Spice It Up. I appreciate you. I hear you going for some folks in the comment section on some of those videos. I appreciate you hitting folks over the head. I appreciate that. You know, you guys, I love this channel. I love the group that we have and that we've garnered together. You guys, we're a group of critical thinkers, and I love that we have these conversations. And I promise you, it's going to spread, you guys. I have some collaborations with some important people coming up. And I'm going to spread the message. I'm going to spread the message, you guys. I do have a lot of ideas that are legit ideas on police reform that I know will work. And I just got to get them to the right hands, right? And so part of this channel is about helping again, translate some of these things, you guys, because there's nobody in this space that's really giving you guys the raw truth, you know. So let's see. Bye, chat crew. Hope y'all have a good evening. Yeah, shout out to Douglas. Douglas came with this. He came with the pep rally smoke. He wasn't really about the business. We got to change, you know, as a community, guys. We're gonna change up these vocabularies. We're gonna get rid of these played out vocabularies and call them what it is. Again, you know, white leverage, white preference. Nobody's supreme over you guys. No one. No one. So I don't know what your faith is, but you know, no man is supreme over you. All right. We got to stop saying it. We got to stop speaking that foolishness over our community. You know, no one's supreme over somebody spending $1 trillion a year. We spend more than the damn government military budget, you guys. We spend more than the military budget. Oh, man. Listen, you know, this platform is for everybody. If you build it, they shall come, right? That's what they say. If you build it, they'll come. You know, I can build what I can build over here. I'll let people build what they want to build. But if you want the truth, or if you want confirmation bias, if you want me to feed into your delusions, then go over there. But if you want the truth, you want some honesty, you want legitimate transparency, come over here. If you want to be comfortable, go over there. That's the difference, you guys. It's easy to be successful in this world when you tell people what they want to hear. That's the reality. See, it's easy. It's so easy. It's easy to chew lies, man, all day. It's so easy to chew lies, and it's hard to swallow truth. That's the problem. People out here chewing the lies all up, lies all in their mouth, under their tongue and the gums, flossing it out. So easy to chew lies, you guys, but they can't swallow truth. Lying to people is profitable, you guys. I could have came up here. I could have started this channel and told people what they wanted to hear, and I could have been at 1 million subscribers by now. But look what we're doing. Slow and steady wins the race, right? Slow and steady. That's why it's so important. If you guys believe in this work, if you believe in this channel, you believe in what I'm doing, support it. How do you support? Spread the message. Spread the message, man. I'm not here to divide anybody. You know, spread the message. And if you see value on the channel, donate. Join. That stuff helps you guys. It's a lot of work dismantling all these lies, this propaganda that's been pushed on us for all these years. Spice it up. Thank you. Y'all in here spicing it up. There's a whole list of solutions I posted, but you won't read them. Good talk. Always good to be here. Wes, I appreciate you guys. Yo, big up Foreign King. Yeah, man. Big up. Uh-oh. Snuggles. Hey, Snuggles. Shout out to Bernard Riley because he got that little theme song for you. I need to get one too, man. Anytime you pop up, Snuggles. Got the whole old 80s theme song track for the Snuggles commercial. So shout out to you, Snuggles. You always be dipping and diving into different spaces. My boy Jermaine came through with the case law. Appreciate it, brother. I'm about to look it up after I get off here. You guys, this case law is reflective to the case involving, okay, it's Fourth Circuit Court. I'm going to send this to Dre too. 1974. So what Jermaine was telling me, he's prior law enforcement. What Jermaine was telling me, this particular case right here is very reflective of this situation with Amir Locke in reference to an officer shooting a man who had a gun, but the gun was not used in any threatening. It wasn't positioned in any threatening manner. They shot him anyways, and they found the officers at fault. So I'm going to look into that a little bit more. Look at your time. You did great. Yes, Cam. Thank you. I'm getting off though because I'm hungry. You know, I got to cook my own meals. You know, so brother, just got to make it work. So Cam, thank you, Cam. I'm happy you had a chance. I know you just got here, so I'm happy that you decided to stick around and join. I really appreciate your support and everybody's support as well. All my moderators, thank you guys so much for all that you guys do, because I can never really watch the chat. So you guys really, really have such a big impact. I really appreciate that. To everyone. And Douglas, Douglas, I'd love for you to get on one time though. Not now, but maybe tomorrow we're gonna be having some Black empowerment talk. Would love to have you. I think it's always a great opportunity to have other people from other ethnic groups and different racial dynamics on there to have the conversation. I always like to hear people's input. I now suspect he isn't even grown up. So, yeah, I really appreciate you guys. Shout out to everybody. He said, bro, what'd you cook, bro? What'd you cook? What'd you cook, man? Let me see. Well, damn, Doug, now you're talking my language, Doug. This is why you should have came up. We could agree on that. The problem is, Doug, yeah, politicians are using officers. Of course, that's what the whole point, that's the whole problem. They're using the police through propaganda, right? We just disagree on racism and economics. It's an economics problem. It's not a race problem. Black people have money. We have plenty of money. We're highly educated. So the issue isn't that. The issue is we can't work together properly. Nathan, we need to get you an app on the App Store, man. Oh yeah, we need to get you an app on the App Store, man. What kind of app? What kind of app? I mean, what kind of app would you want me to have? I'm all for the apps. What you think I'd be good at? What area you think I need to be in? Check out my IG posted. You got me curious. Some people say I need to do some voiceovers. I'm actually started looking into that. Someone sent me something in the email about doing voices. Like, yo, Nate, your voice. I was like, is my voice like that for real? From taking part. So, Doug, I don't know why I find your conversations entertaining. Dante, good night. Good night. God bless. Superb live stream. I appreciate that, brother. I appreciate that so much. God bless to you. Thank you guys for showing up. Tomorrow we're going to have a good stream. We'll have that guest on here. We're going to have a good conversation. You guys, voiceover is good to, let me see if it's good to, I'll be with that too. That's what's up. Yeah. Yeah. Someone was talking about doing some voiceovers. Or ASMR or something like that. This boy said he made steak and salmon. Bro, you should have put that up on the cam so we could all see that food that you burnt. With the app, you can have more people subscribe to you. What's the name of the app? With the app, you can shoot me an email, Wes, so I can understand. Send me an email because I do need to. I gotta work on my I'm gonna work on my outreach, which is why I'm gonna start focusing on doing more collaborations. And just kind of linking up with people who don't agree with me, right? The whole point is to be in spaces with people who don't agree. I don't want an echo chamber. I want my channel full of people of all thoughts and all opinions who are willing to listen and have the conversation. That's what I want over here. Because if we can't have a conversation, we can't grow, we can't learn, right? That's the problem. Too many people are separate, trying to be equal. It doesn't work. And so, you know, I think we just at this point in time, we need to start having a conversation. We need to stop running from it. That's why I went on, you know, Dr. Rashad Ritchie's radio show, and I said, listen, I know he has strong feelings for police officers and the problems that are happening. So I need to go and talk to him. I got to talk to people where I can bring insight to. You know, everyone has an opinion about police, and none of them are cops. So that's where I come in, right? And I'm not there to change people's mind. I'm there to listen. You know, I'm there to listen. Deleting the cop. Legend detective. Yeah, this is interesting. So, all right, you guys, I'm going to make sure you guys get Dre's info if you need it. Well, you'll still be able to catch it in the stream. Listen, you guys, 5 hours, 20 minutes. Listen, I'm trying to get my game like TLA. I sent him a message today. I told him, "Hey man, congratulations. I'm coming up behind you." Yeah, he's at 150,000 subscribers. That man is killing it. Too many chefs and too many chiefs, not enough Indians. That's true. And even the chiefs don't know what they're doing, right? The blind leading the blind. So again, you guys, thank you so much. Thank you so much for tonight. I really appreciate you guys. We've been holding on strong. We've been holding strong. I can't wait to see what the final number is on this video. We did good. Good conversation. Thank you for everybody who stuck with it, enjoyed the conversation. I think we got a chance to uncover a lot. I know the case is still unfolding, so I will be on top of it and keep you guys updated. Please stay tuned to the show for tomorrow, you guys. You don't want to miss it. We're going to be talking about Black Lives Matter. We're going to talk about the media. Doug, I want you there. Doug, we need you. So please don't time him out, you guys. Doug he's just being expressive. Bless his heart, right? Meet you where you're at, you know. And so again, you guys, thank you so much. So I'm gonna head out. God bless everybody. Again, please like, comment, share, and subscribe this content. That's how you help. That's how you help. That's how you help this channel. That's how you help the message. If you believe in what I'm doing, you guys, please, by all means. All right. Please show up tomorrow. I'd love to have you there as well. It's going to be a deep conversation. We're talking Black Power stuff now. All right. Talking Black Power stuff. Shout out to all my moderators. Pretty Ugly Truths. Thank you so much. Gail at Night. Thank you so much. Shayla, thank you so much. You guys are amazing. And with that, you guys, good night and God bless.